races left. What's your plan to win this championship?
My plan has been the same since the start of the year. We have to win all the races. If we try to win all the races, we're going to be just fine. So if we just keep our head down and we do our thing, we have nothing to worry about.
Well, you heard it here from Thomas Merrill, number 26.
Hey everyone, welcome to the iconic Watkins Glen. A beautiful day here in upstate New York. And this, of course, one of the great iconic American circuits. Everybody who is anybody in motor racing has raced at Watkins Glen if you've raced in America. And the Canadians, of course, coming down from just over the border over the years. We've had Formula One, and Trans Am has been coming here since it all began. And it's a great festival, too, if you like the end of the summer here, starting to get colder. But it's still time to finally celebrate a little bit of camping and a little bit of fun, the end of summer. But we are at not the fun end of, we're at the business end of this championship with 3 rounds to go. That's here at Watkins Glen, VIR after this, and then we head to COTA for the final round, and that, of course, will be the finale, as it always is. We've got plenty of on-track as well for the SpeedTour, but we are turning our attention to Trans Am. 105 points up for grabs, and Rafa Matos, a 2-time champion already in 18 and 21, but needs to get some points on the board today. Very, very important indeed that he scores well, and he's got a host of very, very strong competitors up against him today. But he is fit and ready, and he's qualified in the top 5, and that's where he needs to go. So let's head down to the pits once again and join Ben Sissel.
All right, so excited to be here at Watkins Glen International for the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. I'm up here at the front of our fan walk, grid walk with our Motul Pole Award winner, Connor Mosack. Connor won here last year at Watkins Glen, so if you're playing TA2 on like DraftKings or something, you might want to put some money towards Connor Mosack. Connor, Watkins Glen has now become your favorite track. Tell us why.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good speed here. Our Open Eyes Mustang is really fast. Great to have these guys back on board, and Team SLR is giving me a great car. I feel fortunate. We've had really good speed all year. You know, had a couple poles, just haven't been able to capitalize for the win, but I feel like we've got the best car we've had all year today, so hopefully we can capitalize on that and be on the top step.
I love it, Connor Mosack. The beautiful music that you're hearing in the background is historic Trans Am. Cars that actually raced in the Trans Am series from 1966 to 1972. So that's what's going on in the background. We're going to try to talk to Thomas Merrill, but he's doing his fan walk thing right here, talking and getting some autographs and doing all that, which we love. That's a part of these fan walks with Trans Am. But Thomas, if I could get you, come back here, Thomas. Let's talk to you a little bit. So because of some tire changes, you qualified 3rd, I think, officially, but you've moved up to 2nd. You're going to be neck and neck with Connor Mosack. When the green flag drops, what's your strategy?
Well, we got a lot of runoff in turn 1, and we may need it. So I definitely have that in mind. The outside's not the worst place to be here. The main thing is to just be smart at the start of the race. It's like always, it's a long race. And just like what Mike experienced in qualifying, the bus stop can be very abusive on the equipment. So we have to make sure we're there at the end. So if I can get in front at the start, I'll take it. But otherwise, we're going to be smart.
Nice. I love it. Thomas Merrill starting 2nd. Then Cameron Lawrence representing Franklin Road at the Franklin Road Classic. A little extra pressure here. Starting 3rd. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. The guys have been working really hard to give us a good car, and we've just been getting better, I think, all year. So this is the first weekend we really feel like we got something to kind of pressure the guys up front. So we've had some good finishes, but this is probably the best starting position we've had all year, so we're going to try to make the most of it.
Now, one of the things that I love about Cameron Lawrence is these TA2 battles, even though they're, for some reason, 100-mile sprint races, but it is a war of attrition, and you always seem to just finish no matter how the car looks. So is that going to be a big key here at Watkins Glen?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we got a lot of cars, which is good to see, but it means, you know, stuff might happen. So, yeah, we just got to be there at the end to get some points. So that's a big thing. We might give up a spot here and there just to make sure we got a car for the end. But yeah, we're not thinking too much about it now that we can kind of smell blood in the water. So we're going to try to see how much we got in the tank and see what we can move up a little bit.
I love it. Cameron Lawrence, Franklin Road Apparel at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic here at Watkins Glen. Let's come over and talk to Connor Zilish, who's talking to Connor Mosak. Hey, Connor, join me right here. So Connor Zilish here, another one of our young guns running up front. How does it feel to be here at Watkins Glen International?
Yeah, this place is pretty awesome. So to be here in the TA2 car is a ton of fun, and this track's really special. So hopefully we can get ourselves a good result here.
Now, something that I've seen this change in your car recently is the big Chevy bow tie up front. Tell us what that's about.
Yeah, Chevrolet has been helping me with my career, not only in this series, but with late model racing and really just everything that I'm doing, not only on the track, but off the track as well. So they've been really, really helpful and beneficial to my career.
Nice. I love it. Well, Connor Zilish, good luck. And one thing that you should know about this TA2 series is a lot of the other series, IndyCar, NASCAR, Xfinity, are all looking at these drivers because of the deep talent that we have here. But now we're going to go to points leader, Rafa Matos, running this beautiful three-dimensional services group. Rafa, I'm going to ask you some of my famous awkward questions because I'm used to seeing you on the top step race after race last year on the podium, but it just seems like this year you've been fighting, and sometimes really fighting, for fourth or fifth, but you're at the top. You just know how to win championships. Is that your strategy? No matter the car they give you, you just try to finish as best you can?
Well, we're here to win a race, right? So every weekend is a different challenge, but it takes fourth place, fifth place finish to win a championship. So we won the very first one in Sonoma. We have 2 wins so far this season. Last year we had 6 wins, so we kind of took it for granted a little bit. But I think that the team is really strong. The guys are really pushing hard, trying to prepare the car. But there was some mistakes that we made in the last few races, and hopefully we'll learn from these mistakes, and we're going to come out stronger towards the end of the season.
Nice. I love it. Now, Rafa just became an American citizen just a few years ago, but racing with Brazil in mind. But I have to point out, I love this. He is number 88, but he's wearing that championship 1 right there. And we're going to see if he's going to have 2 championships in a row, which may be one of the most difficult things to do in motorsports, 2 TA2 championships in a row. Thank you, Rafa. Justin Marks, I don't see Justin Marks, representing Trackhouse. So Justin Marks, if you don't know, just bought Chip Ganassi Racing. Just, I think, about 18 months ago, they closed the deal on that. And he's racing here on his vacation in both classes, TA2 with Team SLR, and he's running TA with Franklin Road Apparel. Then we come over here, what I think could be a spoiler, Dylan McIvern. Dylan kind of comes in and out of the TA2 series, but like I was explaining earlier with that kind of 100-mile sprint race that's also kind of an endurance race, Dylan McIvern, I think, would be my dark horse on this. He raced with us at Sebring this year, I think Lime Rock, but look out for this number 17 here of Dylan McIvern with Team SLR. Here's Justin Marks. Justin Marks, you spend your vacation out here racing with us at Watkins Glen. That's got to be pretty fun.
Yeah, traditional vacations are too slow for all of us. No, it's really, really great to be here. I love Watkins Glen. I have a really, really great M1 race cars, SLR Racing Camaro. So starting 5th or 6th, I think, here. And there's a lot of good race car drivers in this series, and it's going to be a heck of a show. So I'm going to try to do my best and hang on and put on a good show for the fans.
So earlier, let's see if I was actually being truthful. I said a lot of team owners, a lot of people from different realms of motorsports are looking at this TA2 series for this upcoming talent. You as a team owner, are you looking and seeing what's going on and seeing who the talent is in this field? Yeah,
that's why there's a blue Trackhouse car right there that I'm not driving, that Brent Cruz is. I mean, for sure, these TA2 cars are very similar to a NASCAR Xfinity Series car. And just the way the weight transfer is and the tire management and how competitive the series is, it's one of those racing series in America that's that we look at to see where the talent is. And between Brent and Connor Zilish and some of the guys that are super, super young in this series and super fast, a great place to look for talent.
Nice. I love it. Thank you, Justin Marks. What an honor it is to have Justin Marks here running with us in TA2 and TA. But let's talk to Brent Cruz, who has won the last 2 races in a row, just 14 years old. But look at this beautiful blue Trackhouse TA2 car here. Brent, how does it feel?
Well, sorry about that.
Fast
We were
race
just
car
about to
with some
talk
good race
to
car
the man.
drivers,
Oh,
and
I can
I know
hear
we'll
him
be able to
again.
get it done.
Road America, and then the Big Machine Vodka Music City Grand Prix. And speaking of Big Machine Vodka Music City Grand Prix, his best finish ever. Let me come.
Sorry about this, folks. That's live TV for you, but we just lost Ben on the grid. About to talk to Scott Borchetta, and the story with Scott Borchetta is that he got an amazing third place at Nashville, and as the sponsor, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers were the big sponsor at Nashville, and of course he is heavily involved in motorsport, not just as a racer but also as a sponsor, so certainly wish him well. So Ben got caught out there for a moment, but we were about to hear from Brent Cruz, who's looking for 3 wins in a row. Having had a win last time out at Nashville, and that was a really impressive one. So we're looking forward to seeing very cool, calm and collected Brent Cruz, and he's just 14 years of age. I'll be joined in the booth by a rather slightly older anyway, but no, Al Unser Jr. will be joining me, the 2-time Indy 500 winner and 2-time champion of Indy, and looking forward to getting his views. He's been meeting some of the young guys this weekend, and that actually is his MO these days. He's helping youngsters get their feet wet into motor racing and giving the advice he can have, and there's no better person to have in your corner than a man who's done it, been there, got the milk, and done it all. And it's great to give back and a chance to get involved in Trans Am and single-seater racing as well, and that's what he's been doing. And Al, excuse me, as we were just hoping to talk to Brent Cruz, you spoke to him this morning, but he's a cool cat, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He's doing a great job, and you know, I mean, 2 in a row, and in the last few races, he's got something figured out. Okay, he's got something figured out, and he's with a great team. So, you know, we're looking for him to. He had a poor qualifying, so he's back 9th, 10th, something like that. So we're going to be seeing him come up through there.
Yeah, we're going to see the best of Brent Cruz today, because he may be just 14 years of age, but he's never seen the Glen, never raced it. Had a steering problem in the first session, missed that. Had a very few another problem because they thought they'd rectified it, and it still wasn't right. So he's had about 5 laps and 2 qualifying laps, and he's right up there. He managed to get into the top 10. He's 8th, and so definitely another man to watch, the number 70 of Brent Cruz. Who else have you met? What stories have you gleaned?
Yeah, well, we went down and said hello to Evan Slater. You know, we're looking at him to run our single-seat open-wheel car and get from there. He's got Cube 3 as a sponsor, and so he's up and coming youngster. All these youngsters, I'm watching them, talk to them, and they're just so young and doing such a great job. So yeah, it's super cool.
I know it's ridiculous, but it's not, because this is how you do get guys who turn out to be IndyCar drivers or NASCAR drivers. You know, I was talking to Connor Zilic, and I said, you know, he's connected to Kevin Harvick's management company, and I said, how did you pull that off? And he said, you know what, Colleen, his son, races in karts. We raced together. I met Kevin that way. He spotted me. He offered me a test, and the rest is history. And I think that's smart moves by all of these guys. He's even brought Kevin Harvick's old crew chief in, Gil Martin, who got Harvick to a championship in the 90s back in the day. And so he's on board now with Connor Zilic, who we just saw spoken to there. So, you know, you've got some real big heavyweights now starting to groom these kids to be the best they can.
Exactly. I mean, just the minimum age has gotten lower and lower and lower, and these kids get out there. They've got lots of experience in the go-karts and just racing experience, like you heard Brent at super modifieds and stuff like that. And so, yeah, the young age, and they're out there and they're doing just a super good job.
We were noticing that the grid is kind of skew-whiffed a little bit because Mike Skeen, who was very, very quick in all the sessions, had a spin in qualifying. He starts right at the back, or pretty much. So too does Tyler Casera, who's in contention for the championship. I mentioned 105 points. Well, Tyler's very much in that hunt, but he will start 40th overall. And so too Misha Goikberg, who was quick, but he too had a problem. And both he and Skeen have changed tyres. Casera's changed engines, and that means that they will have to get through this Watkins Glen massive field of over 43 cars. Well, we're about to go racing. Perfect conditions here. Al Unser Jr. and Jonathan Green bringing you the action. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from the Glen after this.
At Ryan, we seek to understand our clients' unique business needs and offer insights from over 75 years of experience. Our menu of integrated services span the entire life cycle of your building, from financing and development to design and construction to property management and maintenance. We think like building owners because we are building owners, and we work hard to assure that your building stays functional and cost-effective for generations to come.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. Absolutely perfect conditions for our Franklin Road Apparel Classic from Watkins Glen as we turn our attention to the big boys of TA2. The championship on the line now with 3 rounds to go. Here's your grid. Connor Mosack with a 149.9 holds the pole in the Chevrolet Camaro. And then Thomas Merrill, second in the championship, second on the grid. Then it's Cameron Lawrence, a former champion. Connor Zilic, the youngster, in 4th for silver hair. Rafa Matos, the championship leader by 17 points. He starts 5th, and alongside him is Trackhouse owner in NASCAR, Justin Marks. Good to see him back. Dylan McAvern, great to see him, usually in IMSA, but coming back to our championship, and he is always a threat. So watch out for him in the SLR. Scott Lagacy prepared. Number 17. Brent Cruz, the man looking for 3 in a row, is 8th. Then Borchetta 9th on the podium last time out at Nashville. Evan Slater, another one of the Cube 3 Architecture Ford Mustang, in 10th position and looking for the Young Guns trophy as well. Austin Green, the 21-year-old, coming in. He had a couple of runs at Road America last year and this year, but this is 3rd run in Trans Am. Adam Andretti, not getting the qualifier he wanted, but he will be in a good position to move forward. Robert Noaker, 13th. Prochuk, 14th. Bose and Lostowski. That's your top 16. A massive field, though, as we go further down. Jesse Love coming in, the 17-year-old, 2-time ARCA champion, 17th. Dylan Archer, great to see him. He had some problems in qualifying, just getting the balance of the car right, but he will be trying to come forward. Elias Anderson and Doug Peterson. Then it's Mock, Sabato, Leesfield, who made a first appearance last time out at Nashville. He starts 23rd. John Atwell, 24th. Rhett Barco, former Rookie of the Year, 25th. He too is fighting for that Young Guns trophy. Ty Young, 26th. Sanders, Gallagher, Christensen, Chris Durbin starts 30th. Then Bruce Raymond, 31st. Maurice Hull, the owner of Silver Hair Racing, running, of course, Connor Zilic. Mike Attaway, Gallagher, Guthrie, how about that for a name? Jim Guthrie on the grid in Trans Am. Great to have him, former Indy man. And Mark Katenchi and Tyler Casera. I mentioned some of the fast guys having to come through. Look at this. Liqui Moly, number 77. Tyler Casera in contention, no time. Mike Skeen got a penalty for changing tyres when he flat spotted his. Same true of Goikeberg in 39th. Tommy Sheehan starts 40th, then it's Doug Winston, Michelle Abate, our only female competitor this weekend from Nevada, and Danny Bender. Rounds out our massive field, a record field here at Watkins Glen for TA2, 43 cars in all. And, well, we've got an Unser and we've got an Andretti. It's always good to see Adam Andretti. Had a quick chat with him. He's always full of beans before a race. Loves his racing. His wife also races with him, and it's always good to see them out at the track. And not a bad series when you've got an Andretti and an Unser involved. That's some big names. We've even got Derek Cope from former NASCAR racer racing tomorrow. But what about these youngsters? There's Evan Slater in the 35, the Q3 sponsored car. There's Scott Borchetta. What a story it's been. Scott Borchetta, known for his music exploitation and brilliance in the Big Machine record company, but Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers is the new name, and that is what's making a name for him. But he's #1 in the country charts with his music business, and he continues to be in the sharp end of Trans Am and coming off his best result of the season, 3rd at Nashville. Said he had a little bit of a balance issue with the car. Al spoke to him earlier today. I had a quick chat with him, but hasn't got the balance he wants. And there's several cars who didn't get as many laps in qualifying as they would like, but with 9 minutes to go and the helmets going on, certainly the wind a little bit up, I think the conditions are set fair. Austin Green's one to watch. 21-year-old Austin Green. He comes from a racing family. His father raced in NASCAR in the 90s, and his mum actually did a little PR for Mark Martin, and that's a famous name in NASCAR too. So watch out for Austin Green, the 21-year-old, looking to try to make Trans Am a full-time gig in the near future. And as you can see, a good crowd. We've got over 400 cars as all part of the Speed Tour, because we've also got Bugattis here. We've also got all the SVRA cars for their championship, the historic championship. And this is all part of Tony Perella's company, Pirelli Holdings, and this is where Tony started. He came here back in 1969 as a youngster to watch Trans Am, and so this is a lifelong dream fulfilled as we look at Tommy Sheehan's car and the all bright 97 getting ready to go. Tommy is really the Iron Man, and this is a local race for him, but he's got so many races under his belt, over 120 races in Trans Am, so Tommy, pretty much fixture here. So many great stories all the way down the grid. Chris Durbin making an entry this weekend. He starts 21st. And also, watch out for Austin Green. He's got a good qualifying. He's ahead of Adam Andretti. He starts 11th on the grid. And remember, there's also the Peter Gregg Foundation, a Young Guns trophy that all the youngsters under 23 are racing for, as well as the Rookies Cup. So the likes of Brent Cruz and Evan Slater are all racing for that. So there's a lot up for grabs here, but the championship is all about Rafa Matos and who can beat him. That's the question mark. And Rafa has been very sensible of late. He's just sort of bided his time. He did so in Nashville, didn't change the world at Nashville, but kept on going because he came into Nashville on equal points with Thomas Merrill. Merrill got hit from behind by Cruz in the Nashville race, had to come in and get a new rear wing. That dropped him down, and now the gap is 17 points. But given that potentially, anyway, you can score 35 points if you get all the points available, then you can see that with 105 in all left in the championship, it's going to be a good breeze, as you can see, with the flags flying here, the American flag flying high, and of course we are all looking towards September 11th tomorrow, a very important day in America, and historically it's a very important weekend with the monarch in England, Queen Elizabeth II, passing away earlier this week. So a lot of thought process going on to this weekend. We'll be celebrating their occasions tomorrow. Adrian Loskowski, this is a local race for him. The Hawk Performance Man will be on board with him in his Ford Mustang. And Ben Sissel, well, hopefully got him dialed in again, but let's head down to Ben. He's still there on the grid.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with my friend and neighbor. We both drove here from Franklin Road in Franklin, Tennessee, to be here at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. Ken, how does it feel to have your name, your brand on everything here this weekend?
Well, Watkins Glen is the greatest racetrack in America, and I'm so proud to have our name on it this weekend. I love driving here. My drivers love driving here. And let's go. Come on, let's have a good race.
Nice. Well, Ken Twaits, I know this is quite an honor for you to deliver the most famous words in motorsports at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. Ken, take it away.
Lady and gentlemen, start your engines!
A resounding effort there by the mighty Ken Thwaites. He'll be in action, of course, tomorrow in TA. And like I said, we're on board with Lostowski in the Hawk Performance, big sponsor of his. And this is a local man from this area, so he's looking for a big result. Got a lot of friends and family, I'm sure, coming to support him. 4 minutes to go till the green flag.
You know, Jonathan, another one to keep a lookout for is Adam Andretti.
Yeah.
You know, talking with him this morning, he's got the eye of the tiger this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, so he's excited. He's ready to get out there and keep an eye on him. He's coming through.
Yeah, and in a weird way, he's had such a tough season. He was so fast, and when he got this ride with the three-dimensional services team, he came in and he challenged Rafa, and they were 1-2 at Mid-Ohio a couple of years ago. And from there on in, he's always been a contender. He was at the sharp end of Nashville. Him and Borchetta were going back and forth.
Yes, they were.
And, Adam's one of those guys that, is quick at all times. Now, we spoke to him, and he's now looking at the points. He's further down in the points because of the season he's had. So he sees himself in a support role to Rafa. So really, his job is, the pressure's off, if you will, and that is important to a racer.
Yeah, I mean, he goes out there today, he's all just thinking about winning the race, just thinking about stealing points for his teammate Rafa, and so on. So, he's out there, he's gonna, I see him coming up through there, honest.
Yeah, no kidding. He's 12th on the grid. He's got Austin Green, a youngster, just in his third race. He's got Evan Slater, the man you mentioned from Portsmouth, just ahead of him in the Cube 3 car, starting his career. And then Scott Borchetta, who they had a real ding-dong with at Nashville, is in 9th. Then Brent Cruz. So then Rafa Matos, his teammate, starts 5th. So I think and we're on board with Austin Green. That's one of the men that he's going to have to try to get past Adam Andretti. We'll be on board with him, the Franklin Road man. He's coming in to race for Ken Thwaites this weekend. An interesting kid, actually, 21, and started in karts like everybody else, but he's been on and off and not really done that much racing, but got the bug because he comes from a family of racers. But there's the championship, 203. Thomas Merrill, 186, 17 points the difference. Connor Mosack, the pole man, 178. Big weekend for him. Remember, he won this race last year. That was his first win. The 23-year-old Brent Cruz looking for back-to-back-to-back, as it were, looking for 3 in a row on 171. And Tyler Casera, very much still in contention if he can do something really special. Tyler Casera, a big performer here at Watkins Glen, but of course he's another one that starts further back.
Yes, I mean, he had his issues or whatever, and so keep an eye on him. There's just a lot of fast guys in the back of this race that's going to truly make it exciting as they come up through there.
What is it about Watkins Glen? You raced in IROC here, and like as you mentioned, the whole family's raced here, but why is Watkins so special?
It's just, it's very, very fast. You really have to get your rhythm down, especially on the long course. And so it's just one of those places that you really need your car to turn really well and then have good power down coming off. So, and again, like I said, rhythm is the key to this place.
I asked some of the youngsters as we go through it, what was the most challenging part of learning it? So many of them coming to this place for the first time. They all said rhythm. They all said, keeping the car going. But the bus stop, the approach to the bus stop and getting that right is the one thing that is kind of like, when you're learning it, you got to get right.
You absolutely have to. That's one of the key places on the track. Now, I never raced here with the bus stop. When I was running here with the IROC cars, we just went into the carousel on that back straightaway. So now that they run that bus stop in there, you got to get through there really, really well.
Well, we'll change a few corners for you as well from the traditional names given our sponsors, but these high above shots as well as the onboards. We're on board with the three-dimensional services group, Rafa Matos, and it's going to be interesting how he plays this. 17 points isn't enough, and I'm going to put you in his driver's seat because you know this. You're in a double-edged sword here. 17 points isn't enough to win the championship, so you got to go for it. But how hard do you push knowing that you could lose all of it quickly?
Right now, because it's just too tight, because 17 points is nothing, he's got to go out there and he's got to be in championship form which means going out there and finishing the race and finishing P1.
Yeah, we've seen a change to Rafa's approach to Trans Am. He, like yourself, was a single-seater guy. He was a Rookie of the Year in Indy Cars and Rookie of the Year in Indy Lights as well. In his time coming from Brazil, they're starting to line up now. But his approach in Trans Am was always very aggressive, but he's kind of just backed off that just a little bit. And I think it's going good dividends, because you just don't know what happens. It's 100 miles this race, an hour long of sprint racing, probably exhausting.
Hey, it's long enough that you got to have everything together. You got to have your car working well. You have to have patience, because it's an hour long, okay? So you just got to be aggressive, but have patience.
Here we go then. Cameron Lawrence on board with him as well as we get ready to go racing at Watkins Glen. I got little Al alongside me. It couldn't get any better. It's Watkins Glen with 3 rounds to go. And away we go from the start. Conor Mosak on the left-hand side of your screen will try to get the jump. We go to green on our full field of 43. 2 of the 3-dimensional services cars in yellow pop out as they dive into the Mission Foods turn 1. Great clean start. Somebody going wide there. I think that was Thomas Merrill. But Merrill got a good start, bumping and bruising in the midfield, but so far clean. Out.
Yeah, they were 3-4 wide going into turn 1 there, and they're still double wide now going up through the S's. So they're doing a great job out there. Look at that.
Look, a lot of dust as well on track. Obviously, somebody's dumped something in one of the previous races. Good start from Cruz, but a good start from Rafa Matos. He got away well, but we were on board with him a minute ago. Actually, Brent Cruz didn't get away as well as I thought, funnily enough. Cruz dropped a couple of places. Zilic got away well. Lawrence got away well. And we're on board with Cameron Lawrence right now as he sits, in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, they're figuring things out. They've single filed. They've settled down now. So now it's all about just racing, just passing the guy in front of you.
Al, how long does it get to a point where you're comfortable with the car? How long does the actual mechanics of the car, the tires and so on, get you to a position where you're in that sweet spot that you were kind of in qualifying?
It takes several laps here. You know, they've all right now, all their air pressures are still low. Their tire temps are very cold. Okay, so they're just now getting things up to heat. And great move by Scott Bichetta. We got a yellow out there.
Well, you said, I was listening, you talked to Mike Skeeten, and you kind of assured him this morning, don't worry, Mike, there's going to be plenty of yellows.
That's right.
We're 1 lap in, and here we are.
Full course yellow. Yep.
Now on board with Scott Bichetta in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers car in the number 48. And, of course, he races also in that number in an older Corvette in SVRA. And we were talking to his team manager, Scott Lagacy, who's a racer himself, and he's won here in the past. Scott saying that, Scott now is the real deal after Nashville. He said it was one of the highlights of his career to watch what Scott was able to do there. And while he is known for his music exploits, a bit like Paul Newman, who came into this sort of racing back in the day, he's really made a name for himself in racing and is a serious racer. And that's not easy for somebody like yourself who's born into it.
That is correct. You got to just work at it. Racing is racing. It doesn't matter what the series is. It's tough to run top 10, top 15, no matter what series you're in. So this one, there's a bunch of competitors out there, and the race is wide open.
You're listening to Al Unser Jr. As he gives us his take on Trans Am 2022. We're under caution. It's early on in this race in TA2. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more of the action after this.
This is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house.
This is my house. This is my house.
This is my house.
This is my house.
Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
A force of nature? Man, that's good water. I feel like Chuck Norris. Seaforce water is a force of nature. What can it do for you?
Welcome back, and we are under caution here at Watkins Glen. It's a beautiful day here as we bring you action from TA2, 3 rounds to go in the 2022 championship, being led at the moment by the Brazilian two-time champion Rafa Matos, who's in the mix in the lead. We've had an incident at the back of the field, we believe, and I'm going to find out who exactly in a moment. But we're on board with Mike Skeen, and I'm interested to see how far Mike Skeen can get up the field. But he hasn't had a lot of time. He knew there would be the potential for restarts, and he just wants to get as many good getaways as possible. So we'll keep an eye on how far Mike Skeen gets through this race. And the funny thing about Mike Skeen is he's not doing the full season this year, but whenever he's in the car, he basically is at the sharp end, and that's no surprise. He's also chasing the IMSA title. They're toing and froing. He's up to 31st, Al. How far can he get?
He can get all the way up there. To be honest with you, this full course caution, it was too early to really benefit Skeen. So, you know, he's going to work some laps in here, and then later on in the races when he's going to need that full course caution.
Well, Tyler Casera is right there with him as well, the other man who had an engine change. Tyler in contention for the championship in the number 77. 14 distribution Liqui Moly, turn 14 distribution Camaro, and he is up to 30th position, so they'll want to get a good restart. But we went to the drivers' meeting, and there is a little concern about the restarts for those chasing at the back, trying to get away, because you can't overtake until you actually cross the line here, and that's tough at the back.
Exactly. That was the big discussion. The drivers were really wanting restarts. When the green falls, they can start passing immediately. But the officials are going, no, we're going to hold back on that, and so they cannot pass until they reach the start-finish line on all starts.
What about this kid, Evan Slater, 10th at the moment, still starting his career, but he's definitely somebody for the future.
Definitely. He's doing a great job, and so, you know, we'll just see how far he gets up there. Once the race gets underway, right now, that full course caution came so soon that
that's Justin Marks.
The guys just haven't felt their cars out yet. So
that's Justin Marks parking it. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. Let's find out what the latest is with Trackhouse.
From here, Jonathan and Al, we've got Justin Marks came in. It smells like and looks like a big drivetrain issue as he comes in very disappointed, the number 99 with M1 race cars and this beautiful Trackhouse Chevy Camaro. But I also noticed a little bump here on the back left corner of the Chevy Camaro. Not sure what's going on. I'm going to try to talk to Justin, I'm going to put the mic under your helmet. Can you tell us what happened out there and what's going on?
Really unfortunate. It was a good first half of the first lap, and I was excited to go racing today, but just approach failure happens in racing.
So you're going to bring it to us tomorrow in the TA race then?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to race two cars that have two chances to win. So I hate it for these guys, bummed out, but they've done a great job. The car was real fast. I'll come back and do it again soon.
Nice. Well, that's Justin Marks with Trackhouse, this beautiful SLR Camaro. Just unfortunate. He's been racing long enough to know that these kind of things happen. Al Unser Jr., Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
Yeah, I'm sure Daniel Suarez, because he's carrying his number, his driver in NASCAR, who drives the 99 in NASCAR, Justin Marks, his team owner, driving it today. But sadly, clutch parts falling apart on him, and he's out early. But as he mentioned there, he's actually racing in TA, so he's having a hell of a weekend. He said vacation. Yeah. He's on vacation. His wife's away. He hasn't got to go to the NASCAR race in Kansas, so he's come here, and he said, racing drivers, we don't have no ordinary holidays. We like fast holidays.
That's right. And so Andy knows just as well, you can prepare these cars. They're real race cars. Those are real race machines out there pushing everything to the limit, and the clutch, went out on them in that opening thing. So pace car lights are off. We're ready to go racing.
We certainly are, and it's Thomas Merrill leading Connor Mosack and Cameron Lawrence. Watch out for Cameron Lawrence. He, of course, races for Ken Thwaites for the Franklin Road Apparel team, and of course this is the Franklin Road Apparel Classic, and I think Cameron Lawrence has got his tail up. He hasn't had the best of seasons, two-time champion back in 13 and 14. Now what can he do in third place at this restart? The Honda Civic will pull off, and the race will be in the control of Thomas Merrill, who got beaten up last time out at Nashville and wants to turn the 26 into a win. The Bridge Hall HP Tuners Cope race cars Ford Mustang leads them to green. And we'll be on board with Cameron Lawrence. Away we go then, down towards the first turn, the Mission Foods turn 1 here at the Glen. Great start from Mosack, tucked right up behind Thomas Merrill as they dive into turn 1. Lawrence got away well. Zilic is right there, just where Matos needs to be. Somebody going very wide indeed, but gathers it together as we're on board with Rafa Matos, the championship leader in the 88. Wonderful onboard shots there, through the funnel and over the bridge, but a good clean start, just what we wanted. Brent Cruz just popping out in the number 70, so Trackhouse still represented, but he can't get past at the moment. Cruz starts in 9th position. He had Justin Marks in 8th. He's out. Borchetta's ahead. And Dylan McAvern, another man to watch. Whoa, fisticuffs! And out they go. 2 cars involved in that one. One of them, the 43. And that was a big moment because I'm trying to work out. That's Roberto Sabato in the number 43 for the 6th gear garage Ford Mustang. And the other is the 02. Both cars damaged, and that's John Atwell. Let's have a look at it. What do you see here, Al?
They're just 2 abreast going through there. There's only room for 1 car. So they both got together. It looks like they both restarted again, though, so...
Yeah, as you say, 2 doesn't go into 1.
No,
So,
that's a one line bus stop through there.
have you been amazed at some of the names that you're seeing here? We saw Jim Guthrie, we saw, some of the names that you've seen in the past just suddenly popping out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it was great to see Jim. I tell you, he's from Albuquerque, my hometown, and he's done a great job in the Indy cars and so on back in the day. So it was great to see him out here.
Well, as you mentioned, both of them got going again, and we're still green as one of the silver hairs. That's Connor Zilic makes his move on Cameron Lawrence. Lawrence goes wide. Both of them go wide, but Lawrence having to take avoiding action. But more importantly, Zilic is through.
Yeah, right now they're just filling their cars out, seeing where they are. If they made overnight changes, they're filling those changes out right now, and so we'll just see what happens here as the race goes on.
All of these youngsters, pretty much to a man, all get involved in either late model or sprint cars. And, as an UNZA, how important is the dirt in your learning curve for you and your family?
Well, for me, it was critical. I went from go-karts to sprint cars. It taught me how to be super aggressive without running into anybody. And that was key when I went into the Indy cars later on in my career.
But I also think the dirt teaches you feel. What's underneath you, how much you've got, where the line of grip is, and also when it's going to go. Now, you've got a lot more grip here. Everybody's been talking about how much grip they're getting at the Glen. But you start to feel, when you've done that kind of racing, where it is.
And where that's critical is when the tires start to go away. That's where you really use your throttle to hook up the tires and not burn off the rears. You're nice to the front tires when you start feel them go away. And that's what the sprint car was all about.
Al, I'm looking at Rafa Matos here in the all-yellow 88. He's doing what I exactly thought he would. Stay with the leaders, keep out of trouble, keep a gap between yourself and the man behind, but stay with the leaders. Yeah,
it's important that he stay with the leaders right now, but then just stay with them. He doesn't need to go up there and pass them and so on. There is a good view of Evan Slater right there. He's hustling up. He's coming up through there.
Yeah, it's been a good run. Evan Slater very much in the run for the youngsters, looking for that Young Guns trophy. He's very much in the mix with Brent Cruz and Connor Mosack. And Rafa Matos, there he is.
Yeah, that's exactly where he needs to be right now. early in the race. Let's just run the laps. Let's see what those guys do when they start mixing it up in front of him. He doesn't want to get involved in any of that.
Yeah, I noticed he's got a little bit of a body flap on the left-hand side as we look at Scott Borchetta in the number 48 coming up just behind Andretti. And yeah, interestingly, what's good about Rafa in these 100-mile races is his ability to save the tires till that last 10 laps, and that's the golden spot.
That's what it's all about. Yep. And I think I saw Rafa's do that right turn 1, first lap at the original start. He got together with somebody with his right front.
Well, I'm looking forward to this because he and Andretti in front of him also had a great ding-dong at Nashville as Connor Zilic sets the fastest lap, a 152.257. So Zilic got his head down and ready to go racing hard. As you can see, as we go down the list, all the way down, and the guys that shouldn't have been at the back are already moving up the field, and the guys at the back are fighting hard for their positions because you can all score 1 point if you keep going.
Yeah, it's all about patience with those guys. They've got a lot of laps here, and they just don't need to get impatient coming up through the field.
Here's Adrian Lostowski in the Hawk Performance on board, and he's had a good season. He started off in the production side of Trans Am, did very well there, got a runner-up spot, but then turned to TA and now TA2, and Lostowski's just gone on a huge trajectory in the last few seasons, so glad to see it happening, and of course, like I said earlier, a home race for him. Now we're watching Mike Skeen as he drives through the field. And yeah, no question that Mike Skeen looking to do the best he can. We're on board with him here. You can see he's got 2 cars in front of him. And I'm very delighted to say, we were talking about Trackhouse, and Justin Marks has joined us. Justin, quick question. Forget about your race today, but everybody's talking about the grip at Watkins Glen. You've raced here before. You're known in NASCAR as the guy to go to for road courses. What's it like out there?
Yeah, I mean, look, Watkins Glen's one of these places that's just a tremendous racetrack. There's a lot of grip. You know, we have a tendency to go faster on older tires as we make good changes to the car. So it's a wonderful racetrack in that regard. And just look how racy these guys are. I mean, you can just put the car in a lot of different places and make a lot of different moves. It's really great.
I bet you wish you could have fixed that clutch because Skeen's doing what you would have wanted to do if you'd had to go back out, which is make his way through. Where do you do overtaking? He's making overtakes like where there's no space at the moment, but he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, what's great about this place is that you can come through the field if you've got a fast car, just because there's so many great places to pass here. And this sort of extra part of the racetrack that we're watching right now is a testament to that, because just about every corner is a passing zone. You can set guys up, you can do a lot of different things, use a lot of racetrack like those guys are, and that's all these drivers just want to be able to come to racetracks where there's opportunities to pass, and so they can race really well.
Now, I know we interviewed you yesterday. I wasn't there, but I heard rumor that you might fancy doing a bit more of this.
I love the Trans Am series. I mean, I do maybe 1 or 2 races a year, and I'm doing both this weekend. Obviously, wish that we had an opportunity to race this one, but the cars are fun, the tracks are great, it's a well-run series, and it's just, just look at all these guys, right? I mean, it's a huge field of cars, a lot of different battles going on, and I've done a lot of different kinds of racing, and when I leave my day job to come have fun, Trans Am's the place to do it just because the competition's so good.
Well, let me ask you, as somebody who's done all of it, from trucks to Xfinity yourself and cup car racing, I've been mentioning the youngsters. You've got the color, your colors on Brent Cruz's car, and obviously everybody's looking at him. What do you see? Is this the way to go to try to train to get into NASCAR?
Well, I mean, look, speaking from a standpoint of a team owner at the top of the sport, I mean, when we look for talent, we look in places where the racing is really good and the racing's difficult and the competition is close. And that's what you have in the TA2 series. And that's why you see guys like Brent Cruz and Connor Zilic and, from time to time, Sam Mayer and Sammy Smith and a lot of these young guys coming through the TA2 series just because it's a great proving ground. And, for a kid like Brent who's just so green and doesn't have a lot of experience, it's a great place to see if we can find some talent there.
Now, I'm not sure what happened to Cameron Lawrence, but he was going slow for a moment and he's way off contention. He was in 4th place a moment ago and had been as high as 3rd at one point. So Cameron Lawrence has either gone off. We'll take a replay and... Justin, I'm going to let you see what you see, and you tell me what you think has happened, but he's into the pits now. Here's what happened.
Yeah, obviously it looks like he's probably got a mechanical problem coming to pit road. These curbs are real high here. Yeah, I mean, it could be a driveline issue, potentially broke a transmission or an axle or something like that. I mean, I had a diff issue, so that's a bummer for him. A lot of speed with that Ken Thwaites Franklin Road Apparel team, and Cameron's a real great kid. I know it's going to bum him out.
So you're racing as well tomorrow as Lawrence is in. We'll have a look at what happens to him. We'll get from Ben what the latest is. But you're racing in TA tomorrow, and obviously that's a faster car, but as you qualify that as where you want it?
Yeah, well, we qualify a little bit later this weekend. We've had some good practice sessions. We've been in the top 3 every session. It's a really fast car. Those Trans Am 1 cars they're animals. I mean, they're just beasts, and it's so fun because they've got so much horsepower and it's so lightweight. And I really look forward to it. I mean, I love the TA2 class. The cars are cool. The racing is so good. In the TA1, it's a beast of a vehicle. It's just so fun to drive.
Well, no pressure, but we want somebody to beat Dyson. Not that we don't love Dyson, but somebody's got to beat him.
Yeah, well, he's getting too comfortable out there in the lead, so someone's got to go spoil the party. But I suspect we'll have a good race. Me and him and Boris said, and we got some really good drivers up there, so it should be a fun battle.
Well, we're talking to Justin Marks, the team owner with Pitbull of the Trackhouse team in NASCAR. Got to ask you how they're getting on in Kansas.
Well, I don't know. As soon as I leave the booth right here, I'll go find out how practice and qualifying went. We had a bit of a rough start in Darlington last week. That's a bummer for Cameron. He had a real fast car there.
That's a shame.
And I'm feeling what he's feeling, or he's feeling what I'm feeling right now. So that's a bummer.
Yeah, he wanted to do well for Ken as well.
Yep. But we had a really great race. We had great speed in Darlington. We didn't have great finishes, but both Trackhouse Cup cars are above the cut line in the playoffs right now. So hoping that Kansas goes really well and we can put
some wins under you
points in.
Congratulations.
We do, yeah. I mean, that's both of my guys won races for the first time in their careers this year, and I'm glad they did it for Trackhouse and put both cars in the playoffs. So we'll see what we can't get done. It's really neat watching Brent Cruz out there though in those Trackhouse colors and see what he can do today.
I think we should tell the fans out there, if they don't know the name Brent Cruz, look it up because you're going to be seeing him a lot.
Yeah, he started at my go-kart track, GoPro Motorplex in North Carolina, and when he was 9 years old, we knew there was something special there. So he doesn't have a driver's license yet, but he's out here in these TA2 cars, and he's wheeling these things, and it's pretty spectacular to watch.
I watched him in the drivers' meeting this morning. He turned around and was starting to give some verbal to some of the older brethren, and I turned to Al and I said, man, he ain't worried about who he's talking to.
He's a pretty special talent. Connor Zilich is the same way. This next generation of drivers, these guys that are 13, 14, 15, it's like nothing I've ever seen. It's just the tools they have to develop at such a young age these days with simulation and access to cup teams and to the OEMs. It's making them so race ready so young. I think you're seeing it in a lot of forms of racing. I mean, even in Formula One, it's like Max Verstappen was 19 years old and F1 ready, and so was Kimi and a couple of these guys. So
now we've got a full caution, and as we're looking at our Franklin Road Classic, we are under our second caution here again, and that is bad news for Connor Mosack, leading the race at the moment, ahead of Thomas Merrill. Mike Skeen already up to third place, folks. That's how far he's got. He's got ahead of Connor Zilich. We've been listening to Justin Marks. I'm going to let him go and let him catch up with his daytime job and get ready for tomorrow's race. Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry about the clutch.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, and look, there's 10,000 moving parts on these race cars. One of them's bound to fail once in a while. So I had a lot of fun. Still going to have some fun and go back to my job on Monday.
Fair enough. Well, look, delighted to have you on board. You're welcome at Trans Am anytime.
I appreciate it.
So we're under caution. We're on board with Dylan Archer, another one of the youngsters for the FPEC, the Food Processing Equipment Company, blazoned on the side of that car. He's staying at my hotel, so I'm delighted to be able to have a chat with him during the breakfast and evenings when I see him. He even gave me a free hat today, so I got to give him a mention, Dylan. And I said, he said, I'm coming from the back. And I said, oh, good, I got the line then. Daring Dylan. And then we'll keep at to see how far Daring Dylan can go. He's currently in 18th position, so he's done well. He's gone forward. But Al Hunter Jr. joining me again. Look at Mike Skeen.
Yeah, he worked his way up there without us even knowing it.
I know. Yeah. Listen, without us even knowing it, Ben snuck up and got Cameron Lawrence. Ben, down to you.
All right, another one of our front runners out with some bad luck, a tough break. Cameron, you look like you were really fast out there in that Franklin Road Apparel car, but what happened?
Yeah, all these guys, Franklin Road Apparel, Showtime Motorsports, gave me probably the best car we've had all year. So we're running really well up front. You know, got checked up and ended up running 4th, but we were happy with where we're at and our pace with the car. And I just went in the bus stop behind some of those guys, and we broke a lower control arm. So not really anything that I don't think that we did, just something I maybe timed out, maybe lifed out, maybe ran something over with all the debris from that first yellow. So no harm, no foul for us, just a bit of a blow. We're running up front, set for a good finish. So guys will be back. We'll be ready for the next one.
Nice. And if you know anything about Cameron Lawrence, and like I alluded to in the pre-show, it's very unusual to see him not finish a race. Cameron, I'm sorry about your luck, man.
Yeah, a real shame for Cameron Lawrence because he is representing Franklin Road on the back of there. And, of course, this is the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. And that, of course, is Ken Plate's business in Nashville. And Ken will be in action tomorrow in TA. But you heard him at the top there giving you the gentlemen start your engines. And he'll be watching on. So, sadly, Cameron Lawrence out. And at least Justin Marks will fly the flag with Ken tomorrow in TA. So we'll see how they go. We're on board with Barry Bowes, the Texan, in the number 32 ASIO Data car. And Barry Bowes currently, I'm just looking down the list, it's a massive field here. So Bowes in 25th at the moment.
Jonathan, we've got Mike Skeen in 13th place right now.
Oh.
So he does have the 3rd fastest lap, though.
That's where I got it wrong.
Yep, yeah.
Nice.
I was looking this up and going, what? So, no, this is what Skeen wanted. He wanted that yellow right now so that he could close up on the lead.
Just want to remind people our CBS sports coverage for TA2 Watkins Glen, presented by Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, premieres Wednesday, September 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then it's repeated same night at 9:30 Pacific. So look out for that. Sorry, that's at the same times, 9:30 Pacific. Look forward to that. Looking forward definitely also to the TA. So both the TA and TA2 races will be on the CBS Sports Network.
Connor Mosak is right 2nd place behind Thomas Merrill. Connor has the fastest race lap of the race right now. So he's going to be looking for that lead on this restart.
Yeah, looking forward to the restart. And the restarts are so important. And while we've got a little time under caution, let's head down to Ben once again.
So I was talking to Cameron Lawrence off camera, and he said it's a really fast pace out there. So Jonathan and Al and Justin, if you're still up there, he was saying that the front runners are just going over those bus stop curbings, getting 4 wheels off. And that's really hard on equipment. If anybody knows anything about saving equipment, it's Cameron Lawrence. So he was surprised that his lower control arm was broken, and it's not happening to these front runners. So that's something to watch. As we know at Watkins Glen, this is always a 100-mile war of attrition. So look out for some breakages out there, possibly in the front runners. Gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, you bet. Running over those curbs, you got to run over the curbs, but you can't use too much of the curb because you get on the backside of that, it's going to hit your suspension pieces.
Yeah, it's like the Daytona, 24 hours with that bus stop. That's brought out so many people, and it's doing it here again at the Glen.
But you have to use them to get through there quick, but if you use them too much and get on the backside of it, it's going to clean out the underneath of that car.
You mentioned Adam Andretti at the beginning of the weekend. He's up in 8th. He's just behind Evan Slater, just behind Brent Cruz. He's going about his business. He's got past Scott Borchetta. He could be just, like you said, he's playing a waiting role to try and help Matos, and he's got plenty of time to do just that.
Exactly. I've been watching those 4 cars, basically. Brent Cruz, Evan Slater, Adam, and Scott Borchetta. They're stuck nose to tail. They're having one heck of a race out there.
Also keeping an eye on Austin Green. This is only his 3rd race in Trans Am, and 2 of those were at Road America. He qualified in 2nd at Road America, but then got a penalty and finished 16th. But he's definitely one to watch. So we're expecting the race to go green, but let's just have a look after 11 laps how we stand. Merrill, Mosak, Zilic. And Merrill and Mosak, the most to make up on Matos. They need to stay ahead of Matos. That's the key to this. Further down, Casera coming through. He's 18th at the moment, and we've already talked about Skeen up in 13th at the moment. So watch out for them. No real surprises. Michelle Abate actually struggling a little bit, 26 at the moment. Now in the national championship and enjoying it very much. She was very much a part of the Western Championship for a long, long time. Our only female competitor this weekend. And Dylan Archer up to 15th. So Archer's come forward. He qualified 20th. Wasn't happy with that. But just getting used to racing here at the Glen. And we're on board with Dylan right now. And he's another man with a huge history. His father raced, grandfather, all involved in racing. So, you know, the Archer dynasty, as we call it, continues. And that's, you know, as an Unser, you know all about that. And we're on board with Mike Skeen, 13th at the moment. So what can Skeen do from here? What I love about Mike Skeen is it doesn't matter. I've seen him do this before from the back. He just has this ability to almost ignore the traffic and just do his own thing. And he makes passes where you wouldn't expect him to. And certainly his rivals don't expect it. But they know he's coming, and he's coming fast. So I'm expecting him on this restart.
Jonathan, they've let us know green next time by, so you should see the pace car lights off. And we're going racing. Yep.
But these race starts are all important. You can't overtake until the
it just makes it so much more exciting getting into turn one.
Certainly does. All right, all the pressure once again on the leaders, Merrill, Mosak, and Zilic. I can see Zilic maybe making this an opportunity to try and get past Mosak, but Mosak needs a win. Rafa, currently in 4th position. We'll be on board with him as well. The lights are off on the Civic. Merrill starting to lead them out of the last 2 corners.
We got plenty of heat in the tires, everything. They got a good feel for it, so this should be an exciting restart.
Well, Merrill knows all about restarts. He's a professional, no question about it. He's in contention for the title. 17 points the difference between him and Rafa coming into this weekend. Rafa, a multiple winner here at the Glen, but away we go then. On board with Rafa Matos. Whoa, he goes round the outside of Zilic. They're side by side. And it's a 16-year-old up against the 2-time champion who gets squirrely and in a mess for a moment, loses out a spot. And that was a scary moment for Rafa. He doesn't want to get into too many of those scraps.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that too often. I tell you what, he lost the position right there just by being a little too aggressive.
Yep, no question about it. But Merrill got away well. Connor Mosak's right there under the back wing, and as you can see, Andretti's done a good job of catching up with Rafa Matos, and that's exactly what Adam wanted to do, bouncing over the curves. He got past Evan Slater beautifully there, and now this is exactly where Adam Andretti wanted to be.
Yes, it is. I told you, he had the eye of the tiger in him.
Yeah. Well, you're parked next to him, aren't you? in the
we are, as a matter of fact.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Well, through the loop they come then, and they've already got through that bus stop, no harm, no foul, and then they'll start to make their way back bit by bit over this loop. I love this overhead shot because we're seeing pictures of the Glen in modern times, which the drone gives us that you couldn't get before. You really see that horseshoe as on board with Matos.
Got the leader running wide.
Yep. Dylan McAvoon was the man who... Ooh, look at this. Mosak challenging for the lead now, but Zilic says, well, you do that and I'll take both of you. But here comes Mosak. They're glued together. You can throw a blanket over them. And Merrill under massive pressure now. They've managed to gap now after those shenanigans with Dylan McAvoon. So we're starting to spread out here. Let's see how long we go green. 13 of the 30. We've crossed the strip again. On board with Rafa Matos, who lost out to McAvoon. McAvoon now up to 4th. Dylan McAvoon, a regular IMSA guy with Turner Motorsports. Not having the best of seasons, but just coming back for a one-off. And working with Scott Lagacy Racing.
I just looked on there. Mike Skeen, he's up to 10th.
Wow.
Yep, he's working his way up through there.
And he's got, 2 cars in front of him. So that's 9th and 8th. Oh, no, he's got 4 cars ahead of him. So we really could be seeing him in the top 6. He's got the wipers on. I don't know why he's got those on. Maybe it's just the bugs he's going so fast.
Exactly. These guys are using up that bus stop big time.
Now, is Mosak just faster than the leader, or is he trying to pressure him to the point of making a mistake?
I think he's a little bit quicker, but he's got to put that lap together perfect in order to do it. And so there's another thing to be quicker than the leader, but there's another thing to be able to pass him. And that's what's going on right now. He's looking for a way to pass him.
Well, I'm looking at Zilic thinking he's the most likely man to pick up the pieces if these two do get into a dogfight. On board with Rafa again. Nice and smooth from the Brazilian. Looks in the mirrors. I always like to look at the bottom left rather than the actual front onboard, because you can see what the driver's doing. You can also see with his hands, and you know, watching a driver's hands, you know how he's feeling in a car. If he's white knuckling it, you know he's under pressure.
It all depends on how much they're moving. If they're really working that steering wheel, then their car's not handling very well.
Yeah.
But if they're nice and smooth and turning it and keeping it, then the car's handling well.
Well, Rafa's definitely a proponent of the smooth part. Ooh, who's this? Tyler Casera? Yes, it is, sadly. Tyler Casera, one of the contenders for the overall title for Stevens Miller Racing in the Liqui Moly, number 77, turn 14.
Okay, so we're coming up on half distance. We're half distance now, so time to go.
Yep, and this is looking good for three-dimensional services at the moment. They've got their men where they want them. Evan Slater's there, Scott Borchetta's there. And it's interesting to see Mike Ski now up to 9th position. And we're on board with Evan Slater. Slater in 7th, chasing Andretti. These two going at it. The youngster and the more experienced Adam Andretti, part of that famous family.
Yeah, Evan should have a bit of a run on him here. We'll see. Yep. Adam protected, defended. Yep.
It's good racing from Adam.
Yep.
And interestingly, yeah, so Adam's protecting and Skeen's coming. So he's also waiting for Skeen because they want all three cars to get points and take points away from those chasing Rafa Matos. And that's why Skeen, I think, picked Doug Peterson, who owns the team. I think that's why it was amazing, this plethora of talent at the beginning of the season. And I said to Adam, how's that going to work? How are you going to have Mike Skeen, yourself, Rafa? Is that going to work? He said, yes. He said, because we've all been around the houses. We all know what we're doing.
Yep.
And we're all working together.
That's the key thing. You get great talent. They start sharing their data with each other, and it just makes the whole team better and better. And I just looked. We got a new fast lap of the race, Thomas Merrill. He started feeling that pressure. He put one together, and now he's got the quickest lap of the race.
The man from Salinas, California. Yes, Thomas Merrill, very much an accomplished guy. And, you know, when you look at it on paper, you know, Rafa's got 2 titles under his belt. Merrill does not. So every race is so much more important. He really does want a title. His parents grew up at Laguna Seca, taking him every weekend, and his brother. Let's hang out with Austin Green and take a look at a youngster, just 21 years of age. What do you see here, Al, as we go on board and do a lap with him?
He's nice and smooth. He's just taking care of his equipment right now. So, yep, being good to the brakes. Yeah, he's doing a great job getting through turn 1. Now going up through the S's. You try your hardest to run flat through here. And when you got everything right with the car, like he just did, he was wide open all the way up through there. That's a good handling race car.
Yeah, you can hear the car not fighting him, as it were. Best lap of 1:53.06. He's currently in 14th position, just behind Lostowski, but he's got some work to do as he goes through the bus stop, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop.
Yeah.
Yep, nice and smooth, nice and done. You can hear from the way he's using the throttle as well. He's nice and smooth on that too.
Exactly. His downshifts, all that. Yep.
Yeah, his dad was a former NASCAR champion back in the 90s, so he comes from a family of that. His mum did PR for Mark Martin, so always good. And he's got a good name in green. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing a great job. Absolutely.
Well, we are midway through the Franklin Road Classic here at Watkins Glen. All the action from Watkins Glen, one of the great tracks, and that's the beauty of Pirelli Holdings and where they go with Trans Am, is we really do see all the iconic tracks, and I know that's what's attracted you to wanting to come back. Your Grand Marshalling here this weekend, but it's a great atmosphere, and these guys up in upstate New York, they know their race.
Absolutely, and it's a beautiful race weekend. The weather's great. You got a lot of campers out there.
Yeah.
The crowd is really, really good here this weekend. Impressive to see.
Yeah, kind of last hurrah of the summer before it starts
It is,
turning cold.
Yep, it is.
Well, there's Lostowski, and we were seeing Austin Green chasing this man, the number 3 Hawk Performance car. And it's been an up-and-down season, really, for Adrian Lostowski. If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any. And but he's out there today and looking for a decent result. Now, at the front, here comes Connor Mosack in the 28. Side by side, and he's through at the bus stop. Beautifully done.
Great pass. They each set that up. That was such a great pass.
Well, Connor Mosack has been wanting to lead a race for a while, and Merrill will have to rebuild on that one. But Zilic now in 3rd place will be thinking, do I need to do that too?
He may be, you know. We'll just see what happens now with Connor if he can pull away from Thomas there.
Well, that really was an excellent maneuver. We were talking about the bus stop being a one move, but have a look at it, Al. What do you see?
Yeah, he defended, and he didn't care, you know. He just came right up through there. Great pass, just a great pass.
Well, there really wasn't a lot that Merrill could have done there, really. He did the right line. He had to keep that line, but that was just good racing.
It was super good racing, yep.
Now, we'll see if this second group, which is obviously Matos. Oh, Matos! Looking up the inside of McAvern there for a moment.
And it looked like Mike Skeen behind him passed a couple of the guys.
Yeah, I think
he got Adam and Evan.
Well, that makes sense. Adam would have let him go. So, onto the straight they come. And Matos looking for a way past Dylan McAvern, who's an accomplished driver in his own right. These two have raced each other around America for quite some time now.
The two teammates right together there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Skeen plays this now. Here we go. Skeen right there with Andretti. And really, they want to work together to kind of go forward to see if they can catch up with Matos. Still got the wipers on. But flat out Ski now, just under 150 miles an hour, just over now. And now does he make a move on Andretti? Andretti not finding him, but into the bus stop they go.
Yeah, Adam was defended. Adam wants to keep Mike behind him.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, like I said, they work together, but the beauty of it is they're all very accomplished drivers. They know, they know how to race each other hard. I mean, Slater's right there, so it's not like they can relax. But through goes Skeen, nicely done. But look how Adam comes across quickly to make sure that Slater doesn't try the same thing.
Absolutely, yep.
So that's good work from the three-dimensional boys. On board with Evan Slater as he chases down these two yellow Apparels.
Now Mike would love to see a full course yellow.
He'd
love to see a full course yellow, right? And we've got a slow-moving car out there.
Well, you might have had your wish come true, but a long way to go, 18 of the 30. And yes, the battle's starting to spread out. As Ski now starting to give himself some air. Borchetta's just behind. Brent Cruz not having the show he wanted to, but he's had so little time, Brent Cruz. We spoke to him this morning with that steering issue he had. He missed all of Friday. He had a couple of practice laps, really no more than that. And then from there on in, he had to qualify. He did well enough to qualify in the top 10. But look at the gap that Mosack has already got on Merrill.
He pulled away from him, yep. Now,
just looking at Merrill's car, it doesn't look like a setup that he's comfortable with. The car under braking really moving. It's got Borchetta dipping out.
I think one of the top three was the slow-moving car back there.
Oh, okay. Slater having to take avoiding action as Borchetta comes through. The man from Nashville goes through and definitely got his tail up. Scott Borchetta. After that
great
podium
pass
last time out in Nashville, that was a good pass on Slater. Slater's car sounds top speed, and I'm on 162, and we were talking to Dylan Archer, who said he couldn't get up to 160 top speed, and that's hampering him, so he was struggling with top speed overall. And while this isn't the fastest course in America, it's a lot of fast medium corners, so you really do need top speed if you can get it.
Yeah, look to me, watching him driving when he get into the throttle, his back end came out, so he's a bit on the loose side is what I see there.
Let me give a shout out also, as we were on board with Lostowski, for Misha Goikberg, the Canadian, And this is obviously for BC Cars a home race in many ways. The Canadian border not that far away, a couple of hours. And Misha doing also a good job because
Scott's
he too,
making a move on
Scott's,
Adam.
Whoa!
Yeah.
And these two have some history from Nashville. They love racing each other, but they're both off track. And back comes Evan Slater.
Slater comes
and
through
here
there.
comes Cruz. Wow, three-way battle, and Scott Borchetta has managed to get in front of both of them. This is great racing. Yeah, but Goikberg, oh, nicely done. This is what we like to see. Adam Andretti getting in the thick of it.
There, that's one heck of a race there. All those cars bunched together.
Back to Slater. Can he get him again on the straight? Slater's got the top speed, has he, as they cross the strip. Coming up for the Mission Foods turn one. Under braking. He turns in. Nicely done. Red Cruz, though. Oh, Slater gets sideways. Cruz will pass him, and Borchetta goes off. Oh, what a shame. Meanwhile, Slater's still going.
I think that was.
Oh, no! Another big off, and that's damage to Slater and the car he was trying to overtake, and that's not going to last long at speed. Oh, no. Nasty, nasty wreck there.
Yeah, it is a nasty wreck.
And that's Misha Goikberg in the number 10. He usually drives in the number 20, but that's a shame. Misha was all the way up. I was just sort of extolling his virtues from going all the way from the back, having changed tyres to new ones, having spun out during qualifying. He likes skiing. Here's Austin Green on Lostowski. Boy, they're getting close today. Not holding back here at the Glen.
It's right. Full course yellow, which is what I thought was going to happen.
Misha Goikberg's in the middle of the track. Now, there's that caution you wanted for skiing.
Yeah, skiing's going. Thank God for that caution. What I'm seeing happening right now is it's time in the race. They're starting to wheel hop the rear end.
Right.
They're starting to lose
Explain
that braking.
My mum's watching. She'll want to know what that means.
Yeah, what that means is your brakes are starting to go away.
Yep.
And so what ends up happening is you're losing the grip with the tires to the track also. And so the rear tires start to hop in the back end, which you lose your braking and ability. You lose the stopping ability with the car. And sometimes even if it doesn't wheel hop, you've lost that rear grip. It's starting to hurt the braking power of the car. Watch this. Slater's car loses the rear end under braking. Right there.
I see.
Right there.
Scott
lost his braking all by himself.
Gotcha. Through went Cruz.
Yep.
And there's Misha. Misha got by, but then trouble.
Yeah, they stacked up on each other right here. Yep. See, they stacked up on each other is what happened.
Can you apportion any blame? Or
no, that was just a racing accident.
Yep, fair enough.
Evan couldn't see the guys in front of him what they were doing, and it just stacked up on him.
Now, I'm not saying my mum's not a good racing driver. I just like to mention her now and again. But she loves it when I give her a good explanation when it's technical like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a lot of people out there learning that.
It's the time in the race. It's, you're past halfway and you're braking, your tires, everything's wearing out, so you start backing that corner up instead of braking real deep.
Well, let me ask you this. What would you be saying to your engineer now? What systems checks would you be doing? What adjustments, if you can, would you want to make?
Yeah, since there's no pit stops,
right.
you pretty much have what you have. And so what you would actually be doing is talking to yourself and telling yourself, I don't have the brakes that I had in the beginning of the race, so I've got to make my pass happen coming off of the corners, getting up next to him, and not using my brakes to outbrake him getting in the corners.
What about adjusting bias in terms of how the car's changing?
Bias, they've already had their bias set from the beginning of the race, and so really it's just the fact that there's just no rear grip on the and even if you did turn it to the front, you're still losing your braking power no matter what.
It's not going to help.
So you just got, unfortunately, you just got to back things up.
Let's take a look at some of that action, and we talked about Borchetta on his own, but again, Al, I'm going to turn to you here. Here's what happened to Scott Borchetta, who's having a great race up until this time. So he crosses the line here. Now he's heading into turn one, Mission Foods.
Yep. Just lost the rear braking.
Yep.
That's all
exactly
that was.
What you said, huh?
Exactly that. Just lost the braking of the of the rear end and slid it down in there. The lap before he was making those passes, he was hard on the brakes during that time. He tried to drive it in the same as he had been doing earlier in the race. It just lost the back end getting in.
Well, let's talk to Scott Borchetta's crew chief. He's with Ben Sissel.
All right, well, I'm here with Dylan Hellman. Dylan is the crew chief for Scott Borchetta in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers car. What's your driver saying? He fell back. He was running really well up front and then fell back. Looks like he might have gotten knocked off a little bit at turn 1.
Yeah, he climbed his way up to 6th, and I think we got pushed out at turn 1. But Scott did a wonderful job at saving the car from sliding too far, getting into the wall. So I know his forte is battling back. So we're going to watch him now the last little bit of this race and see where he gets.
All right, well, Dylan Hellman calls it. Look for Scott Borchetta and that number 48 to climb his way back up to the top here at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic at Watkins Glen. Gentlemen, back to you.
Great work, Ben. Thank you. And, yep, there's Scott Borchetta. He's back and running. But, I mean, the car's not damaged, but will he now be more aware of the problem he's got?
Yeah, he's definitely aware but everybody has it. Right. Everybody has it. Right. So, you know, you just got to be careful. You got to actually down those straightaways, you give a little pump to the brake pedal with your left foot, give a little pump to it, and then go in and brake into the corner. Evan, it looks like Evan, on the top left of the screen, he's got damage to his front end.
Yeah, Lostowski still in, and we were mentioning the fact that the Hawk Performance Man obviously involved as well, and they're putting a new hood on that. 152.7, his best lap, pretty impressive. But Adrian was going well, actually, until that point. But it's been a season like this, so unfortunately, he's been competitive. So, Adrian Lostowski.
I'm going to have him pull a little bit of tape off so it pulls back down once you get going again. Our trumpet's pretty
Okay, they're pulling some tape off. I'm listening to his onboard, and they're saying that they're going to pull a bit of tape off, and I can actually just about hear what the engineer's saying to him, speaking to Adrian.
Just have him pull off one row. But it's big tape.
So work frantically during the caution, and of course if you've got a caution, this is the time to use that time to get it done, because you can't do it when it's green, or you don't want to do it when it's green because you're going to lose way too much time. But as you can see, slow-moving traffic here at the Glen. What a sight to see so many campers out here in the September sunshine. The clearance going on as Misha Goikberg is the Canadian struck on track. There he is. He's going to be towed away fairly soon, but it's going to be a couple more laps. When you see that, you know that it's going to take longer. You don't need your engineer to tell you that.
Exactly. What's going on right now is the drivers are very happy with this caution here because their brakes were getting hot, their tires were getting hot, losing grip, all that kind of stuff. Now everything cools down. You're going to have, once they have this restart, their brakes are going to be better. All the cars, their brakes are going to be better. Their tires are going to be better for a couple laps, and then that's when you make your moves on the guys. So look for Mike Skeen to really make some moves here, because this really fell into his lap right here.
And when the fuel load goes down, surely the car gets loose a little bit because it's lighter.
Yeah, well, the fuel tanks are in the back.
Yep.
So actually the car tightens up when the fuel gets lower. That pendulum effect in the back end of the car is less.
Okay, good to know. So they're working frantically here on Adrian Lostowski's car. And it's a good crew he's got around him for Hawk Performance.
I'm curious what Evan Slater's inboard looks like right now, because he had that hood bent up. So, and I haven't seen him in the pits.
I could see Ben out the corner of my eye. He's watching. Ben, let's go down. He's watching what's going on. Let's see if you can give us any more information. Ben Sissel, down to you.
Well, I'm here, Adrian Lostowski's pit with Fast Auto and this beautiful Hawk Performance number 3. There's even Bo from K-Tech working on it. Looks like his serpentine belt came off. I heard a report that he was hit from behind from another competitor, and now they're trying to get on a serpentine belt. And if you know anything about serpentine belts, this is very difficult to do because it's got to go over and under all kinds of pulleys and tensioners. to try to get that back on. Now they're doing this under caution. You can see Adrian looks a little bit relaxed in the car. They're asking for some brake cleaner right now, try to help slip that thing back on. But this is a tall order in a hot engine bay. The report was that he was hit from behind and the belt came loose, and that serpentine belt operates just about everything in there. The water pump, the power steering fluid, it would be, you're not driving this car very long without that belt. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you very much. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, you don't really give it much thought for. They haven't got gloves on, and they're inside a very, very hot engine.
It is hot up in there. They're truly trying to work and not burn their fingers off.
Well, let's hope they get him back out. But thanks, Ben, keeping us up to date in what will be now effectively a sprint when we get going again. And the mindset does change, especially for a Mike Skeen or whatever. It's go time, right?
Mike Skeen is going, thank you, God. That was what I wanted, was that late yellow like they had. He's been running up through there. Now, the only thing he's going to be thinking about, do I have the brakes and the tires to get up through this rest of the field, because he's been using them hard.
That's true. Good point.
All race long.
We forget the fact that he's had to come from what the mid pack, the back of the pack.
Yeah,
43 cars.
So he's been hard on his brakes versus the lead group that he's approaching now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering about Andretti too, because Andretti has been there or thereabouts. He's currently 7th. He's got Noeka behind him. He's got Cruz in front of him. And then Skeen just ahead of him. Then Matos in 4th. And that's a good result from Matos. He'll lose some points but not the lead. But Merrill and Mosak are making hay here at the Glen. What's your procedure in terms of knowing that you're going to be going back to racing? You've got to start thinking about the mechanical grip of the tires and the heat. What else?
They're just making sure their tires are clean. That's what he's doing, moving back and forth. Really concentrating on staying in the groove, not getting out of the groove where you have that pickup, and really just like I said, keeping his tires warm and clean. That's all he can do right now. He's not using his brakes hardly at all because he doesn't want to put the brakes on. He doesn't want to put any heat in there. It's just nice and easy right now.
Yeah, so because you can help the tires by using the brakes, but at this point in the race, you just want to weave like he's doing because you don't want to.
He's just settling everything down right now. We've got a few more laps. He went by the accident. He saw definitely 1 to 2 more laps under yellow. So he's looking in his mirror. He's seeing Mike Skeen and he's going, oh no.
I'm sure that Rafa would like to have a go at Dylan McAvoy. Let's head down to the pits. Ben is right in the thick of it as always before we go racing again.
All right, I'm with Jeff Hawley here with Silver Hair Racing. Connor Zilish, one of his cars was in 3rd place, looked like going for 2nd, a rocket ship, but then had to come in. Was it a tire change, Jeff?
Yeah, he had a right rear go down. I'm not sure if it was a racing incident, but him and Merle had some contact, so unfortunately we had to come in and put a tire on. So
can he climb his way back?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we're going to give it a shot right here, so we'll see.
All right, we're going green this time by. Back to you, gentlemen.
Just what we wanted to hear. They're lining up and getting ready to go, and this is key now for Connor Mosak. He's got to get this right if he wants the win. Merrill needs it badly, 2 though. Away we go. Green flag waves down to Mission Foods, turn 1. Good start from Mosak. Side-by-side stuff now just behind. Dylan McAvoy and Rafa Matos. I knew that Matos would have a pop. And Skeen looking for it. He's watching this battle too. White was still on, but through goes Matos on McAvoy. Here comes Skeen. He's going to try to do the same.
And now Mike's going to try to get a run on him down this backstretch.
Here we go towards the bus stop. Here comes Merrill. This is a chance. Can't quite do it. Here comes Skeen. He can't quite do it. Cruz is in there. Field starts to spread out. Great racing all the way through. Here's the battle. Skeen on McAvoy. But where? Feathering the throttle, being careful, but getting on the power as early as he dare. And you can see there's just not a lot of room to overtake.
Yeah, that's Rafa did a great job passing that car. Yep.
Wow, this has been top draw racing by some very, very good proponents of the sport. And right at the sharp end, the youngster Conor Mosacker made his name here at Watkins Glen this time last year with his first ever Trans Am win, and he's going for back-to-back here. Here comes Skeen again on McAvern. Oh, he's almost alongside. If he gets the drive, he might have another go, but McAvern, the experience showing, and Cruz waiting to pick up the pieces, likewise Slater.
You know, Jonathan, I'm looking at the clock up above. I think it's a timed race now.
Yeah,
There's only 11 minutes left. There was 7 laps to go, so I think the timed race is going to happen first.
Yep, and I think that's why the likes of Skeeter getting the hurry up. They know that 11 minutes, you can calculate it yourself. If you're averaging, 151 a lap, that's not many laps.
Yep, they've told their drivers now, it's 10 to go, we got to go.
Let's do it. Skeen looking for a way past McAvan. He's hounding him at the moment. But Dylan McAvan, an experienced and champion himself in the past, now racing in IMSA on a regular basis. So this is good to see our two IMSA boys who know each other very, very well, but also Trans Am stars as well, Skeen and McAvan. And so that's the quality of racing we have in this championship, the oldest road racing championship in North America, and long may it continue. Watkins Glen was one of its first ever homes, and it remains very much on the calendar. Classic venue. We've lost Justin Marks, we've lost Cameron Lawrence. Marks with a clutch issue, Lawrence with the control issue, and Austin Green having a good run here at his first time at the Glen. And Scott Borchetta back and running, and he's right there behind Dylan Archer. So yeah, we heard from his crew chief that Borchetta's car was in good battle. So here we go. How can he go now from here? Borchetta currently in 12th, Archer 11th.
Scott's making a run, trying to make up for that mistake he made in turn 1.
Well, he's through on Archer, nicely done.
Yep, doing a great job.
You know, I first heard about Scott Borchetta's racing when we did the sim racing during COVID, and he went through 3 computers, and he wanted to do so many laps.
Absolutely. He truly works at it. He loves the racing.
This is so tight, so close. Nothing between them. And Dylan Archer's certainly not giving up. So hard to work out. They're all doing the same speeds. So Skeen's got past McAvan, and now Borchetta's going after him. No, Skeen's got some work to do. There he is, McAvan still ahead. The 89, of course, of Skeen. Robert Noaker, we've hardly mentioned him. He's in 7th place at the moment, ahead of Austin Green in 8th. Andretti's dropped to 9th. Jesse Love up to 10th. This is his debut, the ARCA 2-time champion. Just 17 years of age. Great to have him on board. And another Toyota Junior joining the ranks.
There's 4 laps to go. Conor Mosack just set the quickest lap of the race, so he's trying to hunt that leader down.
Well, now it's a case of who's saved enough to really go for it. Borchetta all over the grass. Pushing on as Barry Bowes in the 32 will have to get out of the way, I think.
They're getting it on over there.
Dylan Archer on board with him now. Barry Bowes is the 32, and that's all. Rhett Barco in the Challenger, making a challenge. Nicely done by the former Rookie of the Year. So it's all happening.
Everybody knows, the whole field knows that this race is ending. They're making their moves.
Yeah,
all through the field.
If you've got anything left, give it us now.
That's right. They're out there trying everything they got.
Great race so far, and we've had a doozy here. Perfect weather conditions, 3 rounds to go. After this, it's VIR and Coda, and up the inside comes the silver hair man. And Brent Cruz makes his move on Dylan McAvan in the closing stages. Nicely done by the 14-year-old. He was going for back-to-back wins. He didn't qualify well. His first time at the Glen. He's been on the back foot, so to speak, but he's coming good at the end here. And that's a good scalp to take, McAvan. Very accomplished racer. People looking at this Brent Cruz kid. You heard Justin Marks mention him, and he's put him in the colors of the Trackhouse team for this weekend. And we're on board with Rafa Matos. Matos has done a good job, to be honest.
These top
Kept out of
three,
trouble.
they're giving it everything they've got right now.
Yeah, this has been the perfect race for Rafa. Didn't need to win it. Needed to keep a good watchful eye. He may still have a pop at Connor or Thomas Merrill before the end of it. And I think what now Rafa's doing is just waiting for these two to take each other out. And that could well happen as here comes Connor Mosack for the win. Round the outside on Merrill. Touching. Wheel-to-wheel stuff. Oh, side by side. And Mosack goes through. Merrill in trouble. And here comes Matos. I mentioned Merrill looking as though the car was uncomfortable. He just doesn't look great under braking at all. And Mosack took his opportunity. Will Matos do the same?
He's going to give it everything he's got. These three guys, they're racing super hard right now.
This has been excellent stuff. Top draw racing by these professionals in Trans Am. I bet if Mark Donoghue were watching this, the man who made Trans Am such a watchable sport back in the late 60s and early 70s, he'd be proud of what has become the great series that it is. It's good for the experienced drivers, it's great for the youngsters coming up, and we've even got some returning heroes as well who haven't raced in Trans Am for quite some time, and we've got a cracking finish here. Three-way, the championship leader in third, and the men wanting to beat him are ahead. Just what we want.
They're starting to spread out a little bit, but hey, 2 to go. They're on it.
Oh, without a doubt. And Matos now will just try to put pressure on, won't he? And if he has the chance, if I know Rafa, he'll take it. Mike Skeen coming through. Scott Borchetta, Brent Cruz, Connor Zilic. And here is Scott Borchetta.
Got right behind Adam Andretti right there.
Yeah, they're currently 9th and 10th.
Adam right in front of him. Yeah.
Zilic has dropped to 11.
He's got a run on him. He's got a big run on him.
Nice work, Scott.
Yep.
Now, but does Andretti late break into the bus stop? Oh, needle through there.
Yeah.
That was right through the eye of the needle. Nicely done. And Zilic.
Yeah, I think the handling has gone off on Adam. See, coming up through the S's, he couldn't get through there the way Scott could.
This is a good result also for Dylan Archer. He's pushed hard on. He's come up from 20th position. He's up to 13th now. And he's just behind Jesse Love, also making a debut here. Jesse Love, so another youngster like Archer. But it's Mosack, Merrill and Matos. That's been the game. And Mosack has actually pulled away now from Merrill in the closing stages. So that really, in racing terms, is quite a margin, isn't it?
Yeah, he decided to go there after that yellow because that's when he set the fastest race lap.
Whoa, look at these two. Oh, Zilic not afraid of the 86 of Adam Andretti. He's side by side with Adam. And Jesse Love trying to go through his teammate with him. Oh, they come together and Adam will not be happy with that. Adam's been racing for quite some years now in Trans Am, and he doesn't need a 14-year-old banging and busting his car up. 16-year-old, excuse me. Borchetta up to 9. Zilic drops to 10. Austin Green now 8. Robert Noaker, we've hardly seen him on track, but he's 7. So much action through this. There's Jesse Love in the number 80. Spreading right out. And we're back on board with Barry Bowes, who's been right in the thick of it for most of this race. He's in 14th at the moment. Good result for the Texan. Oh, this is great racing.
Yeah,
look at this. 4 wide. Oh, debris coming off one of the cars, or being thrown up on the track anyway. Into the bus stop then. Closing stages. Everybody's making big moves as somebody gets turned around there at the exit. Damage to the back of the number 5 of Connor Zilic. Dylan Archer trying to catch up with these boys. Archer in 12th at the moment. Still Mosack leads from Merrill. Mosack gapping by almost a second now at the front on Merrill. This should be Mosack's if he keeps where he is. 0.9454 at the moment. Matos still third. He'll maintain that now for sure. Skeen doing a remarkable job. Al to get all the way up to 4th position.
Yep. remarkable. It's been one heck of a race.
So then, well, we said at the beginning of the weekend, watch out for Conor Mosak. I know Scott Lagacy will be watching on the sidelines, delighted with his efforts. He got pole position yesterday. We see the recovering Scott Borchetta coming to a very good result. A top 10 finish after spinning, pretty impressive. Merrill will not be too disappointed, I don't think, because these are vital points on this final lap. The man from California still very much in the hunt, and he will take a couple of points away from Matos by finishing ahead of him, and that's important to Merrill, and it won't bother Matos too much. There's still a lot of races to come from this championship, and with BIR and Cota, places I know that Matos is comfortable, it's going to be a real fight to Texas for the end of this 2022 championship. Can't wait for the prize giving, but who's it going to go to, I wonder? Conor Mosak has been immaculate, absolutely superb. The youngster, just 23 years of age, came into this championship a couple of years ago, won his first ever race at Watkins Glen, and from there on in, he's been at the sharp end and taking it to the more experienced drivers in the championship. He's been watched by many, many different teams in sports car racing, in NASCAR, and of course in Trans Am. Conor Mosak, the real deal now. He's matured dramatically over the last year, and this has probably been his most accomplished performance to date. He's going to go for back-to-back wins here at the Glen, and that's not a bad accolade for any young driver.
That's for sure. He's done a great job all race long. You look on his car, there's no marks on it, there's no damage to it whatsoever. He's gone up there, clean race, has done a great job starting from the front. Can't ask for anything better than that.
Nick Taylor, the IFS SLR M1 race cars, Chevrolet Camaro coming out to the last corner in the 28, and it's going to be back-to-back wins for Conor Mosak in the 28. An excellent performance. He fought with Merrill the whole 100 miles, but it's Conor that wins ahead of Merrill. And Rafa Matos, the championship leader, will maintain that lead, but they've taken a few points away from him, and it's just getting tighter and tighter at the front of this championship. What a year of racing we've had. And Skeen, a brilliant fourth place. Rafa Matos crosses the line in third. Skeen takes fourth. Brent Cruz takes fifth place after 2 wins last time out in Nashville and Road America. And then Dylan McIvern takes sixth. Noah Akers seventh. Austin Green eighth. Scott Borchetta finishes in 9th position, and the top 10 is rounded out by the new boy, 17-year-old Jesse Love of California.
I think Mike Skeen gets the award for most improvement.
Yeah.
I think he passed the most cars out there. Did a great job.
I felt for Misha Goikberg, who had done something similar, but then got into fisticuffs.
They got stacked up on him. That was a shame.
Good result for Conor Zilic in the end, although he'll be disappointed because he was up at the sharp end, down in 12th for Silver Hair. Dylan Archer up to 13th from 20th. Keith Brochuk, hardly saw him in 14th position. Darren Mock in 15th. Rhett Baku in 16th position. Morris Hull actually did well, up to 17th place. To be pleased with that. And
on those last couple of laps, Adam Andretti just fell like a rock. So something was going wrong with his car out there.
Yeah, I think so. And the way he was getting overtakes.
Something was going on.
Well, we'll soon find out. Adam's going to join me in commentary for the TA race.
Yep. You can ask him how it was out there.
Well, Al Hunter Jr., it's a delight to have you, the Grand Marshal of the event, and enjoying the Grand Prix Festival downtown. Remember the history of Watkins Glen. It all started in 1948 as they raced around the streets of the little village as it was then, the small city that it is now. But they loved their motor racing, and in the early 50s they built this fantastic track, and we've had everything here. Trans Am, Formula One, Can-Am, you name it, it's all come here. And of course it's also a big home for sports car racing.
Beautiful day at the Glen. Awesome job for everybody. Got an exciting race coming up with the TA Championship, the TA1. The vintage cars out there. It's going to be just a great weekend. This is super stuff.
I think that's pretty impressive by Rafa, though, because he did exactly what I thought he would do, which is to just stay out of trouble but stay competitive. You're on the podium. If you can just keep doing that, third, fourth,
that's all he needs to do. I tell you what, they they may have closed a little bit, but hey, when the competition is this close, this tough, you just got to go out there and you got to make a race, do the best you can, finish. Hopefully it's in the top 3. Hopefully it's P1, then you can move out on the points. But if you can't, then just keep doing what you're doing here, and he can wrap this thing up at the final race.
Well, we always give our chill-out moment of the race, the chill-out systems, chill-out keep cool move of the race. And, of course, cool as a cucumber, it has to be this by Conor Mosack for the lead. How about this into the bus stop? Cool as you like. Merrill had no way to come back at him. There's only one line usually through there, but Conor found another.
Absolutely.
That down is the coolest move of the day. And that is why Conor Mosack is our chill-out keep cool move of the race.
Yeah, he set that up coming up through the S's at the beginning of the backstretch. Great job.
Well, I think they enjoyed that so much, they're going to do a few slowdown laps. They're enjoying it. They haven't come in.
I noticed that a little bit ago. They went through the checker twice. Yeah.
Well, maybe they weren't sure about when to come off. But, hey, doesn't matter. Cool down the car. We'll be down there in the podium in a moment. Ben Sissel will do the honours, as always. My thanks to Ben and to Alan Jr. for giving us a really fascinating insight into what it's like to be out there in the thick of it at one of the greatest circuits in America. Plenty of action still to come. If you're watching on the live stream, stay with us. We've got plenty of SVRA, all part of the Speed Tour. Over 400 cars gathered here this weekend. We've also got a special Bugatti. Not parade, a race. And those cars dating back for as far back as 1926, the year that Queen Elizabeth II was born. So we're up on things here. We know what's going on. So then, well done to Conor, and I think we'll see this young man with the curly black hair with a big smile on his face when Ben Sissel gets to him. He deserves that one. That was top draw. We always see Conor there or thereabouts, but he's been disappointed this year because he's been picking up podiums, but not race wins. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He'll be taking our winner in just a moment.
All right, as we watch Conor Mosack, 2 in a row for him at Watkins Glen. Thomas Merrill is barely squeezing in here at Watkins Glen International Raceway here. Beautiful Watkins Glen, New York. Conor's taking off everything as he steps out. Hey, crowd, let's hear it. Conor Mosack, 2 in a row here at Watkins Glen. Look at that. This is something he's been looking for all year. He's won 4 pole awards this year, been up front in most of the races this year. Conor, 2 in a row at Watkins Glen, and your open eyes, Franklin Road Apparel, SLR Chevy Camaro. Buddy, how does that feel?
Man, it feels amazing. We've been so close this year, and to finally get it done is I feel like we've really deserved one. So tried to give it away there a couple times. Gave him the lead back with some mistakes, but thankfully this car was so good we were able to get back by him multiple times.
Yeah, how many times was there a pass for the lead in that race?
Well, yeah, he passed me on the start, and then I got him about halfway through the race, and then just driving away on that long green flag run, had a good restart, and then I think I made a mistake. There was a grass all over the track, and I was just a little careful through there, and he just didn't care. So, that's on me for being a little too cautious, and then he made a mistake, and I was able to get back by him, and then the very next corner I overdrove it and made a mistake, and he got back by me, and then I was able to get around the outside of the carousel. So it was a really fun race, probably the most fun Trans Am race I've ever been a part of. Just good, clean racing up front all day.
So I was there in the talks before the race. 2 hours before the race, I asked, are you going to be on the inside or the outside? And Scott Jr. wanted you to take the outside. Scott Sr. said you wanted to take the inside. Knowing what you know now, how would you pick it next time?
I don't know. I mean, the outside was definitely better. We knew that. We didn't want to get used up on the start and get involved in an accident. We knew we had a really good car, so even if we lost the lead there at the beginning, we thought we'd be okay, and that's what happened. So we lost the lead there. I wasn't too disappointed. I knew we had the car to get back by him, and that's what we did.
Nice. Well, Conor Mosack, first place again at Watkins Glen. We were talking about that grass. You can see here Thomas Merrill with some grass on his front grille, but Thomas Merrill, a great race. For a while there, you were...
I got on the grass.
It's all good. I appreciate you.
My fault, man.
But you were in a Connor sandwich there for some of the race with Zilich behind you and Mosak in front of you. I don't know how many times you guys exchanged the leads, but first walk us through the start into turn one. What did you do?
Well, I just hit my marks. Our car was really, really good on the starts and the restarts. So full credit to my team for giving me a really, really bad fast race car. We actually finished with a bent front suspension. I was 45 degrees to the left on the straightaways for half the race there.
So a little bit of gremlins still creeping in, but we'll be back to that as soon as we can, because Thomas Merrill's given us a real insight into his day, which wasn't easy by any means by the sounds of it. It sounds like his steering went completely wrong for him. Not to worry. As soon as we get him back, we'll go back down to Ben. But what a race. What a day. And let's head back down to Ben.
Maximum flight altitude.
We had some contact there with the 5 car halfway through the race, and it bent our front suspension, actually. So we were 45 degrees on the wheel on the straightaways, and every time I would turn to the right and load it up, it would snap sideways. So it was kind of fun, actually, the second half of the race, learning how to drive a car that was kind of crabbing sideways on the straightaways. And we figured it out. We were running the same times as Connor was all the way to the end of the race. So full credit to my crew for giving me a really, really good race car. Even when it's not pointed straight, it's still pretty fast.
I love it. Even when it's not pointed straight, it's still pretty fast. And just off the top of my head, I think we have the top 3 in points, finishing the top 3 in this race, but in the different order, in the reverse order, which is going to mix up the points quite a bit. Rafa, seemed like you didn't have it there at the beginning of the race, but, man, I don't know if the car came to you or what happened, but, man, you were a rocket ship second half.
Yeah, it felt like as the car was burning fuel, the car kind of came alive, but, you know, just a little bit too loose. I was lighting the rear a little bit too much, and at the end I thought I had a shot at Merrill, but just not enough speed in the car. And hats off to my guys, Three-Dimensional Service Group team. Amazing. Those guys work until midnight every day this weekend, so trying to prepare these cars, and hats off to them. That kind of mixed up the points a little bit, but I think we're still about 12 or 13 points ahead on the championship. So now we have to work harder, try to make the cars faster, and go for the last 2 races of the year.
Nice. I love it. And one thing to know about Rafa Matos is he knows how to win championships. Gentlemen, back to you.
Great stuff, Ben. Yep, and that really was an exhibition of top draw racing. No question about it. And let's take a look at some of those highlights from what was a great TA2 race. We got underway, 43 cars and all, with Merrill at the front, Mosak right behind him. Some good bobbing and weaving early on, including this little battle. Sabato going out as well as the O2. Cameron Lawrence was the next to fall. He went into the bus stop and lost the back of the car. Some damage to that. A few cars going wide and a few changes at the front, as we heard there. Matos tracing them down, but it was a Mosak-Merrill battle all day long. Zilich was involved as well. Evan Slater getting together with Misha Goikberg. Barry Bowes in the thick of it, finishing in the good points position. Dylan McAvern made a way through to the front, but Brent Cruz was there too. But Rafa Matos settling for third and holding on to his lead. But it's a win for Connor Mosak, his first of the season. So, those are the highlights. Plenty more action to stay. If you're watching on our live stream, stay with us. We've got all sorts of action from different groups. Here's the results. Connor Mosak for the IFS SLR M1 race cars wins ahead of Thomas Merrill for the Bridge Hall HP Tuners Cope race cars. And then it's the Three-Dimensional Services Group in their Ford Mustangs, third and fourth. Rafa third, Mike Skeen fourth, brilliant by him. Brent Cruz for Nitro Motorsports fifth, Dylan McAvern sixth, Robert Noacre in seventh position, then Austin Green in eighth. Well done to him for Franklin Road Apparel, and of course they are the title sponsors. Scott Borchetta in ninth position despite that spin, and Danny Bender up to 10th position. Well done to him for Bravo Trailers. Bravo indeed. Jesse Love, 11th in his debut. Well done to him. Connor Zilich dropped down to 12 at the end. Dylan Archer, 13th from 20th. Well done. Keith Prochuk in 14th. Darren Mock, 15th. Barco, 16th. Abate coming up to 17th. Our only female racer for Ghost Energy BC race cars. Her teammate going out. Morris Hull in 18th position. John Atwell and Barry Bowes rounding out the top 20. And a little further down, Ricky Sanders in 19th. In 21st. Then Morris Hull in 22nd. Elias Anderson 23rd. Doug Peterson, Ty Young, Mike Alloway, Chris Durbin, Tommy Sheehan, Andretti, as you heard from Al there, all the way down to 29th. So something definitely wrong and awry with that car at the end. Likewise for Evan Slater, who got involved in that incident. 31st, Lostowski out. Likewise, Goikhberg, Gallagher, Casera, Lawrence, and Christensen, Guthrie, Sabato, and Marks. Let's head once again down to Ben Sissel for the podium. Leesfield, Raymond, and Katenchi also not finishing. But let's head down now to Ben Sissel for the podium celebrations.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Franklin Road Apparel Classic, Watkins Glen International. Let me hear it. TA2. There we go. All right. I got to throw out my first award. Here we go. Little hat. Who wants a hat? Little wind. Oh, there we go. Masters. This was crazy. I think this man worked his way up to around 4th or 5th. Might have gotten bumped into turn 1. Might have done it himself. Let's hear it. First place Masters. Scott Borchetta, Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers. He had his best finish at the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix just a couple weeks ago. Here, throw out that hat. Scott, let's see if you're right-handed. Who wants a hat? Oh, and look at that gentleman giving it away. Scott, take the mic. Tell us about your win out there in Masters.
I love this track, and the team worked so hard this weekend. I know you're going to hear that from everybody because all the teams worked so hard. But we had a vibration all weekend, and we kept changing stuff. And last night, the guys worked until all hours, and we really had a good race car today. I started 11th and worked my way up to 6th. I had a little mistake in turn 1, and I had to come back through the field and finish 9th. So good overall finish at 9th and first in Masters. And congratulations to my teammate Connor, man. Connor had a great day, so thanks.
Hey, and get up on the top step, but tell me the story that you told me earlier with you and Justin Marks kind of swapping drivers. Because if you don't know, Justin Marks owns Trackhouse in NASCAR. He owns the Big Machine team in Xfinity, and I think you guys did a little driver swap?
Yeah, Justin's here somewhere. So we're both Nashville-based. So Justin Marks in Trackhouse, myself, Scott Borchetta, Big Machine. And we've been working on some different driver situations this week and this year. And we spoke to Justin, and he loaned us Ross Chastain for this afternoon for the Xfinity race. So thanks, Justin. And hopefully we'll have another good finish this afternoon.
Nice.
Awesome.
I love it. All right, let's hear it. Hold that trophy up, Scott. Let's hear Scott Borchetta, Masters number 48, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers in the Masters class. Hey, I'm loving this crowd. Keep it up, Watkins Glen. One more time, Scott Borchetta, holding it up with the Pirelli flag, Pirelli hats, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, Masters. Thank you, Scott. All right. Okay, so are all represented by today's top 3, but switched. So the points is going to change just a little bit after this because coming in 3rd, but first in points currently, let's hear it, Rafa Matos, 3-Dimensional Services Group. Rafa Matos always seems to be able to find his way onto the podium here at Watkins Glen International. In 2nd place and 2nd in points, picking up a little bit of grass there on his HP Tuners Ford Mustang. Let's hear it, Thomas Merrill. And then, ladies and gentlemen, on the pole, so that added some points, but came into this race, I believe, 3rd in points, finishing 1st for the 2nd year in a row at Watkins Glen International. Let's hear it, Connor Mosack, racing Open Eyes, Franklin Road, Apparel Team SLR. So Rafa Matos, 3 heavily fought teams right here for the championship. Unbelievable. Tell us about your race out there.
I had a great time, racing against Connor and Thomas. They're both champions and very high-skilled drivers. And, hats off to my team, 3-Dimensional Service Group. They gave me an amazing car today. They work after hours every day this weekend trying to pick up speed with this car. But just didn't quite had enough today, but really happy with the third place. Winning championship, you had to finish third, fourth, fifth, so we got to keep finishing. So good day for us.
Nice. I love it, Rafa Matos. I'm going to bring some hats up here for you guys to throw out when we start the celebration, okay? You guys cool with that? All right, I don't know how many times you guys exchanged for the lead. Connor started on pole on the inside. Thomas, I was up. Oh, there we go. Rafa's throwing them out already. By the time you got to the uphill S's, you were in first place, but you guys must have swapped 4 or 5 times. Tell us about your race out there.
Well, it's good Trans Am racing. I mean, that's the great part about this series is it's upples out all the time and good, hard, but clean, fair racing. I did get into his door a little bit there, and I apologize for that. The track was covered in grass half the time, too, so that kept it interesting. The 5-car got into us halfway through the race there and bent my front suspension, so it was actually 45 degrees to the left for the rest of the race, so that was pretty exciting to figure out how to make it go fast. But full credit to Connor for driving great all weekend. He was super fast, and he deserved the win, and nice job for Rafa for a good recovery to get up on the podium.
Nice. Thomas Merrill right there, HP Tuners, Mike Cope race car. So one thing I also want to point out, we have 3 chassis manufacturers in the TA2 series. We've got SLR right here. We've got Mike Cope, and we've got Chaz Howe. So 3 different manufacturers. That's how close this TA2 championship is. And representing Team SLR, Nick Taylor, Open Eyes, and Franklin Road. Connor, take the mic. Take us away.
Yeah, it was a great race. I had a lot of fun out there racing Thomas most of the race. Thanks to him for racing me clean most of the time. I had to trust him a few times getting by and kept making mistakes and letting him back by. But it was a fun race, and you know, he kept me honest, that's for sure. But the guys at Team SLR gave me a really good car thanks to those guys, Open Eyes, Franklin Road, Apparel, Nacarado Trucks, Nick Taylor, all those guys that let us run each week. So hopefully this is the momentum we needed, and we can go get finish the season off with 2 great finishes at VAR and COTA.
Nice, I love it. All right, Rafa was early. Thomas, Connor, throw out some hats. Let's hear it, come on. Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosack, Mike Printup, I see you hiding over there. I just want to say big thank you to Watkins Glen, all your staff. This has been so much fun. Let's hear it for the president of Watkins Glen over there, Mike Printup. One more time, Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosack. Don't go too far. Put on those Pirelli hats. But, man, I tell you something about Watkins Glen International. As soon as our schedule comes out, this is one that everybody kind of circles. This is a very important race in TA2 for the history of Trans Am, and it's always on the top of everybody's favorite tracks in America. So, Michael, thank you and your crew for this. Let's hear it. Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosack. That was really a fun race. It's not often that you see the lead changing so many times out there. Uh-oh. A little bit of champagne. Connor Mosack just became legal. There we go. A little champagne battle. The 3 top teams right now. 3 top drivers. 3 different chassis manufacturers. That's what makes TA2 so fantastic. Let's hear it one more time for these drivers. So we bring out our Cometic, and then Connor Mosack, you're being paged. You got to stay up here, buddy. Don't go too far. Stay up here. Because our chill out moments of the race, and I do say moments, they go to Connor Mosack as Mike Dallenbach gives his Happy Gilmore check up here. Let's hear it for Connor Mosack, the winner, $250, chill out systems. That will keep him cool in that car. Very nice, I'll take that. And then our Young Guns Omo Legato Fastest Time Award goes to Connor Mosack. Here we go. Look at this. A beautiful Omo Legato watch is awarded to Connor Mosack. Connor, hold that up. No more excuses. No more being late to driver's meeting for Connor Mosack. He's going to be wearing that beautiful Omo Legato watch up here. Nice job. Well, Scott Borchetta, Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosack, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for being a great crowd. We are back here tomorrow with TA, so make sure you stay tuned. Meet us back here at Victory Circle. If you didn't get a hat, we're going to throw some more out tomorrow. One more time for TA2 Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at Watkins Glen International. Thank you guys so much. And we're doing a fan walk here for International GT in just a few minutes. That's going to be another fantastic race.
If any teams want to come up here for photos, feel free.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, 3-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-Dimensional Services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
So Watkins Glen continues here at pace. It's a beautiful day with a bit of a breeze, but it's absolutely glorious sunshine. I just had a quick walk around myself, but we're now getting into some Porsche action as the IGT and, of course, Ferrari action. Let's head down to Ben Sissel because he's got something very special indeed to introduce you to. Down to you, Ben.
It's Scott Conway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are down here at the fan walk on the False Grid International GT. Ken, I'm sorry, how many cars you got out here today? 52 cars here at Watkins Glen, and we've had a lot of sellouts here in International GT. Probably the most fun, the coolest racing here at any of these Speed Tour events. We've got Porsche Caymans in the Stuttgart Cup. We've got Ferrari 458, Ferrari 488s, and then we've got all kinds of GT3, GT4 Cup cars, 4Rs. I don't even know if I'm right. Ken's over there nodding his head. But one of the coolest stories here this weekend is all the females that we have racing and potentially racing. We're going to start with racing legend Pippa Mann, who's Jody Miller's co-driver. She's also strategist and driver coach, so she never knows. It's basically strategy, how it plays out. Explain why you may not know if you're going to get in the car.
Well, I can't explain too much because that would be giving everything away to our competitors. But the long and short of it is everybody stays nice and clean and clean, there's a pretty good chance Jody's going to let me take a few laps in that number 3 blue car before the end of today.
Nice. So look out for that in that beautiful Speed Tour blue Porsche. Pippa Mann might be going out there with TLM in the going out there with Jody Miller, who's also going to be racing in the TA race here tomorrow. Then Judith, you had some great racing out there yesterday with Speed Sport. So how do you explain, oh, I can't go with you this weekend because I'm going racing at Watkins Glen? How do you explain International GT to your friends?
I'm very lucky. I don't really have to explain because my husband is also in the race and he's a longtime IGT member. And we are very lucky that we get to do this amazing sport together.
Nice. Now, are you guys super competitive on the track, or do you give each other some grace?
We definitely give each other some grace, and he's in a different class, so that helps me. And I have some catching up to do because he started 10 years earlier than me.
Nice. I love it. Now I'm going to come around here behind you, talk to Maria. Maria won her class yesterday, also won a certificate for some fixie wheels, one of the great International GT marketing partners. How does it feel to be out here in this endurance race?
It's incredible. It's a great opportunity. Hope to inspire other girls to get involved in motorsports. It's a great challenge. It's a great opportunity for all of us. Let's go and win. Woo!
Nice. I love it. And one thing to know about women in motorsports, and Pippa, I'm going to get you to talk about this. How do we encourage more? But also something to know, there are no lady T's in motorsports. You guys are all on equal equipment out there kicking butt like you did yesterday, Maria. So how do we encourage more females to get involved in racing?
So one of the big things is I actually run a group called Shift Up Now, and we are dedicated to trying to help fund female athletes in motorsport. Everybody's heard about the funding disparity between women's sports and men's sports, and the same thing kind of applies to motorsport. It's tough for women to find the funding to go racing, and at Shift Up Now, that's what we're trying to do, because we believe that if she can see her, she can be her. So more female role models on the racetrack, more female role models running up front. That's our goal. That's what we aim to do.
Nice. Okay, so now I'd be remiss because now everybody's rooting for you guys. So, Pippa, what number are you going to be racing under?
TLM, blue and red with the red go faster stripes, number 3.
Number 3. Judith, what number are you?
I'm in a black, yellow Cayman, and the number is 144.
144, a gross, right? And then Maria, what are you in?
I am driving the koi car, black and white Cayman, Quirt Racing, number 11.
Nice, I love it. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Where is Ken Fangler? All right, so as we're getting about 5 minutes, Ken, 52 cars on the grid. You've had 2 great races yesterday. What are you expecting here? The weather looks great. I think the biggest crowd I've seen here at Watkins Glen for this race, and the biggest group of cars.
Yeah, it's a special opportunity to be here at the Glen anytime you get to race here. Such a wonderful circuit and the facility. Very thankful to be part of this Speed SpeedTour event, and what I'm hoping for and what I'm looking for is a good, clean race just like yesterday's. We had 2 good sprint races, and we hope for 60 minutes of great racing with International GT. I'd like to thank everyone who's come out, all the spectators, the fans, and all the teams and families who support these racers. It's a great opportunity. Very thankful to be here.
Nice. I love it. Well, let's go talk to some drivers here. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this is the Community Beer Works International GT Endurance Race. Community Beer Works is our title sponsor throughout the weekend. We're going to talk to Chris Smith here in a little bit, supplying the beer. But Colin Cohen, Maserati, you know, I know you from the Maranello Cup, and now you and it looks like your driving mate Chris Coffey from Norwood Auto Italia. You're driving a different Italian car today.
That's right. Well, that's the team of it. This is a fairly unique car. There are very few of them around. It's a GT4 car by licensing, and it should be fun to play with the Caymans in it.
So is this more set up for endurance racing, or you just wanted to get a new flavor?
Yeah, it's a World Challenge type car, so 1 hour out there is more or less what this is for. It's a comfortable car to drive. It's got a longer wheelbase, easier to deal with the curbs, friendly, user-friendly to everybody.
Nice. I love it. Well, as we come up here, I'm going to try to talk to Jimmy or anybody that I see. This is a 1 hour race with a 5-minute pit stop. Some of the teams choose to refuel. Where is Jimmy? Here he is. Let's talk to Jimmy right here in the middle of this sandwich. Jimmy Adams with Featherlight Coaches. You and Mike Skinner. I haven't seen him. Is he your co-driver today? What's going on, and how are you starting this enduro?
Mike Skinner is my co-driver today, so we'll see what happens strategy-wise, but we're going to try to get him in. He's an old hat here, man. My first time here, so I'm learning a lot, and this guy's been helping me a lot. But he keeps saying something about rubbing is racing. And I said, no, not in Porsches. But we're going to try to keep our nose clean and see if we can't get this thing up towards the podium.
Yeah, usually in Mike Skinner's kind of racing here at Watkins Glen, rubbing is racing. But Ken Fengler frowned on that comment here in the background. But you're telling your friends you're going cup racing, but this is a different kind of cup car this weekend, isn't it?
Has anybody looked at Tom Pank's car? It has patches all up and down both sides, and it's in victory lane every time it hits the racetrack. Rubbing is racing. You got to be aggressive. You got to go when it's time to go. I told Jimmy, I said, when he gets in that car, forget you're the car owner and you got to pay to fix it. Just act like a driver. And he looked at me like he didn't know if he wanted me to drive his car or not.
Yeah, the only person that gets an unlimited budget is my wife, so we got to watch what we're spending here, bud.
Yes, sir.
I love it. Well, that's this beautiful Featherlight car here. Drivers to your cars. Please, all drivers to your cars here. We're going to talk to Chris Smith here, even though he's going to give us the command. But check this out. Look at this. Community Beer Works, I believe, out of Buffalo, New York. Absolutely. Chris, tell us about sponsoring this International GT race here this weekend.
Well, we've been brewing beer for communities like this for the last 10 years. We're real proud to be associated with International GT, with our partners at RS1 and CBW Racing. We're just real proud to be a part of this community today.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're going to hear from you here in a little bit. But, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you. I think you've got some special announcements to take place, and then we're going to come back here for kind of the opening ceremonies here with the Community Beer Works International GT Enduro Race.
Thanks, Ben. Yep, absolutely. And I always look forward to these races because IGT put on a great show, International GT Racing. And look at this. What a sight here at the Glen. Packed house once again. The beautiful rolling hills. The Finger Lakes in the background to the left there. Very famous. There are several Finger Lakes all headed towards Canada, which is about, 3 hours north from here, to Toronto. And, yeah, gets a bit cold in the winter, but it's absolutely glorious in the summer. And as you can see, the RVs and campers are all out because that's what they do. They make it a festival. They come out and effectively set up shop, set up camp. And then the summer finishes off. There they are. And I know my good friend Adam Andretti, who'll be joining me for the TA race tomorrow. He's parked out there somewhere. Haven't been over for a cup of tea today, but we will do. He had a good race. And as you can see, calm before the storm. But the beautiful thing about the IGT Championship, the International GTs, is that you've got 2 different cups, or 3. You've got the Maranello Cup, the Stuttgart Cup, and you've also got... mixed in with the Maseratis. You saw that beautiful Maserati. Nice to have some different marks out there as well. And there's a nice look at the last corner on the track. Don't forget, we've got plenty of historic racing coming your way. After the IGT, we start our Group 1, 3, 4, 5B groups. We've also got something really special coming up. We've got a group at, 4:35 local time. That's here in New York. That's the Bugattis. They're a really beautiful set of Bugattis. And there you go. There's the setup. That's what you need. You get your RV. You got your wood for night. You got the Barbie going. Got the mixers. And then you head out to the grandstands. We've also got HTA, which is Historic Trans Am. And if you haven't seen them in action before, it really is quite a sight, because Historic Trans Am is just that. It's the cars from the late 60s and early 70s, all painted in exactly the same color schemes as they were back then, but with modern drivers, effectively. And that one is a good one. And we finished the day off today with Group 6 and 12, certainly one of Ben Sissel's favorites. There's also qualifying later for the TA, XGT, SGT, and GTs. So we're looking forward to that one too. And remember, TA is tomorrow, and if you're wondering when, it's 11:05 local time Eastern. That's the TA feature race 2 of the Trans Am series, and in between then, interspersed between them, will be all the SVRA. And Tony Pirelli celebrating 10 years at the top of SVRA and Pirelli Holdings this weekend. He signed the contract literally a year ago. We'll also be remembering September 11th and giving a moment of silence for Queen Elizabeth II, who passed away just a few days ago. And we're just waiting for the opening ceremonies to get underway. Everybody repositioning and getting ready for the IGT race. They've already had one race, as Ben was saying yesterday, so they have a lot of racing and a lot of track time. Is that a full-size banana? That is. That's 3 bananas. Wow. That is... You don't want to slip over there. We're staying in Corning, about 25 miles away from here, but it's a beautiful drive through the countryside. And if you've not been to this part of the state, it's a wine-growing district, and we were down at the Grand Prix venue. And as we mentioned earlier, celebrate the Grand Prix, which began in 1948, where they ran around the streets of Watkins Glen. But of course, that's a little bit hairy. And so when it started getting more prestigious, they decided to build a proper track in 1956. And from there on in, as they say, the rest is history, because Watkins Glen has been a regular feature in motor racing. It was the home of Formula One for 20-plus years. For many years. Also Can-Am. 6 Hours of the Glen is probably its most popular race in sports cars. And, of course, Trans Am has been a regular since the late 60s. And this is where Tony Pirelli got his first taste as a 10-year-old at this very venue. And he came here, and he didn't race it until 2011. So a great weekend for Tony Pirelli. So as the flags fly high, let's once again go down to Ben Sissel as we get ready for our opening ceremonies.
2 cars, International GT for the Community Beer Works International GT Enduro hour-long race with a 5-minute pit stop where they can change tires, change drivers, refuel. The reason that we do that, and you see it in other racing series where the pit stops sometimes take 3 seconds or 30 seconds, it's to give the drivers a chance. It's a safety thing. We want drivers to refuel safely. We want their teams to be safe. We also want the new drivers to come in and buckle in. So that's the best way to make it even. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is International GT, and we're going to do a moment of silence for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her death just a few days ago. So if you will bow your heads for a moment of silence for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That reminds me of a great photo of Queen Elizabeth II checking the oil of Nick Mason from Pink Floyd's Ferrari. She was a gearhead herself. We also have here, I want to introduce the Boy Scout Troop 87 from Big Flats, New York, as our color guard here. Let's have a round of applause for our color guard here, Troop 87, Big Flats, New York. Now we go for the invocation, Marvin Gray. It's great to have you out here. He's always going up and praying with all the drivers, keeping them safe. Great thoughts. Marvin Gray, take it away.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to race in the beauty of your creation. Now we ask your blessing and protection on each and every one who's a part of the event, the drivers, the crews, the officials, and thank you for all the fans who came out to support us. Now we remember our troops and safety forces and our emergency workers as they protect us. And as we think about a hurting world, we remember 9/11 as the anniversary comes on, all those hurting from that. Remember our British brothers and sisters as they mourn the Queen, and we pray for an end of the war in Ukraine. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Marvin Gray, thank you so much. Now to deliver us the national anthem. This is quite a treat coming back with us because she does such a fantastic job. Anna Hurt, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh my goodness, Anna Hurt, absolutely beautiful, unbelievable. So, Chris Smith here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Community Beer Works, a great international GT sponsor. Chris, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
So as the cars burst into action, we'll be underway. I just want to remind you we've already had one international GT race this weekend, and that was won by Tom Pank. We just got a quick onboard shot of Tom's car just a moment ago. He's in the number 42. Mark Mathis was second in the number 77, and Patrick Hogan on the podium in the number 9. There's the 42 of Tom Pank, the all green, you can't miss him. And the Panks are here, there, and everywhere. There's plenty of Panks out there today, I think 3 in all, but no question about it. Todd Sloan also in the 25, watch out for him. Jody Miller pairing with Pippa Mann, who we heard from, there in the 3A. And 77 also there. I'm just trying to look down the list of where he finished yesterday. But let me just take you through the top 10 anyway. Tom Pank won the race. Mark Mathis, Patrick Hogan in 3rd. Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger in 4th position. Todd Sloan 5th. Darius Trinker 6th. Lucas Pank, 10th. There were a lot of Panks out there. Was 7th. Jody Miller and Pippa Mann. They took 8th. Edward Baus and Scott Berkowitz in 9th. And top 10 rounded out by Jeffrey Freeman. And actually, quite a few of these drivers for the first time, they are regulars to IGT, but they're also racing in Trans Am, doing double duty today. Steve Hammond is one of them, and Jody Miller another. So welcome to the Trans Am field to both of them. So they are having a busy weekend. And Ben Sissel will be in the booth in a moment, and he will also be joined by Ken, who we just spoke to earlier, the man who organizes, Ken Fengler, the man who organizes these events, and they are really a spectacular run, and they get plenty of time on track and a huge field of over 50 cars. So I'm going to bring Ben in now as we get ready to go racing.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. This is going to be quite a race. Really excited for this. 52 cars, I think, are going to take the green flag. And if you've been following along with International GT, when I started with Ken, I think in about 2016 or 17, there were maybe 6-8 cars out there. But now he's having to sell out. So if you're wanting to race with us in International GT, make sure you get your sign-ups in early. So I don't have a grid sheet yet for International GT, but look at these beautiful shots here from the drone. But ladies and gentlemen, as they're warming up, if you don't mind, we are going to send it to commercials as we get organized up here in the announcer's booth. So we're going to send it to commercials right now, but we'll be right back with this Community Beer Works International GT Enduro.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
All right, welcome back. Look at this beautiful views up here, Watkins Glen International. Here we are at Fixie Wheels is one of the sponsors here with International GT. That's Tom Pank there in that Fixie Wheels beautiful Porsche GT.
as I believe that might be Dave Cole out there splitting here. There's David Tuati. There's that Jody Miller Pippa Man car we saw. Bob Wyson is that number 27. Blazard is the 33. There's Jimmy Adams and Mike Skinner in the number 143. I'm just going off the top of my head here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a grid sheet to announce these drivers. But now we're on board in the Fixie Wheels Tom Pank. Ultra Motorsports Porsche. I believe that's a 4R. And then you can see right now we've got 400 cars here at this Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix with the Community Beer Works International GT races and the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, Franklin Road Apparel Classic. So we've got Trans Am International GT, a Bugatti reunion, and the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, all here for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix, one of our favorite races of the weekend, as we see right now through that Fixie Wheels camera of Tom Pank, just trying to get some heat in the tires. The pace car has to go this slow because we have such a huge field of cars. They have to get out of the pit. They have to be split into the pit lane, and you can see this huge field. How beautiful is that as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop.
Yeah, it's a huge field. Really impressive indeed, and can't wait for this. Like I said, they've already had one run already, so they're dialed in. Some of them doing double duty, but perfect conditions, Ben.
Yeah, oh yeah, we could not ask for better conditions. I don't know what the track temperature is out there, but I would say it's ideal. The track, you can see the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. You can see the crowd starting to gather around. There's Mark Matisse there. Lucas Pank, father and son out there racing. We also have the Hammonds, father and son out there racing, like we talked about with Judas. We have husband and wife out there competing against each other. So this is always a lot of fun. 3 different groups, lots of different classes. We've got the Maranello Cup, which is obviously the Ferraris. The Stuttgart Cup is the Caymans. And then we have a lot of Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy cars in different classes. We have the what Ken Fangler calls the 4.1 class. We've got the 4-liter class. We've got the 3.8, the 3.6s. So lots of different people as we look there on what we call the cars are coming in the toe of the boot here at Watkins Glen. We are at the heel of the boot with our beautiful drone shot, and the cars are coming down the laces. So you'll hear a lot of people refer to the toe, the heel, and the laces of the boot. We're on the sole of the boot right now as he follows around Kyle, our pace car driver. If you're following along on SpeedTour TV on YouTube or our Facebook channels, please leave some comments where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and we'll be reading those as well. As look at all these campers out here. What a beautiful weekend the campers have.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying it's like the end of summer, really, isn't it? It's a beautiful day here, but it's pretty much, once you get into mid-September, there's not a lot of opportunity to get out and get the tent out anymore. So last hurrah of summer here in New York, and a great festival of color and noise, and long may it continue. But, yeah, just absolutely loving the weekend here so far.
So I don't know what's going on. We're changing it a little bit. In drivers meeting, International GT and SVRA cars were doing the short course, the NASCAR course for pace laps, and they just did the whole course as they come into Franklin Road's Apparel Turn 11.
And the lights are off, so I guess we're going racing.
Take a start here. Reg Williams on the right side of your screen right now. Tom Pank on the left side. We're going to see what's going to happen.
Okay, gathering up for the start then towards the Mission Foods. Turn 1, the green flag waves, and we are International GT Racing, race 2. Good clean start, everybody spreading out. And these are all professional drivers. They know how to handle these Porsches, how to stay out of trouble, and how, more importantly, to last the full hour.
Look at this as they go up the uphill S's. That's Bob Wyson there in the 27. Now we're on board the Fixie Wheels camera of Tom Pank coming through. He's 152 miles an hour, 55. He might hit 158 to 160 there as he hits hard on the brakes into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, followed by Lucas Pank. Reg Williams has been passed by several cars. There's David Tuwati there in that bright orange TLM car. David was not happy with his performance yesterday and hopes to make up for it here today as they all come cleanly through the bus stop, Jonathan. This is some great images here, isn't it?
Yep, Lucas Pank leading Jody Miller. Thomas Ballister in, third position at the moment. And starting to get the field into a regular position now. Lucas Pank leading the way then.
No, it's off because Thomas Pank clearly is leading the race here. Our machines are off. We're mixing our grid sheets. So we're going to have to go off the top of our heads here, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize for these glitches, but it looks like from what I can see, Lucas Pank is in third place. Mark Matisse there is in first in that group, but he's second place overall, followed by David Tuwati. Then there's Reg Williams. That's Jody Miller there in that all-blue number 3 coming around, followed by Jimmy Adams in that Featherlight Trailers car. That's Blazard in the number 33, but there is Tom Pank looking like he has it hooked up, followed by Mark Matisse, followed by Lucas Pank. And Lucas Pank, to my knowledge, is in just a 3.6. Maybe he's in the 3.8 this weekend, but he's doing a really great job if he's in that 3.6. Now it looks like we're back up to live as they cross the start-finish line.
Yep, there you go. That's official. Tom Pank, Marcus Mattis, and Dave Tuwati, as you mentioned, in third.
There's that 33A of Blazard, I believe from Kansas City, Missouri. And it looks like he's trying to pass Wyson, but Wyson shuts the door, and there's Tom Pank. Now remember, you can see the timer, 42 minutes up there. This is supposed to be an hour-long enduro. We might have had to cut it a little bit short, but there is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. As we were talking to Pippa Mann in the pits, and she has a strategy with her Jody Miller. If it goes full course yellow, she might be in the car, but if not, she might keep him in the whole time. And we're going to see Jody Miller tomorrow in the Trans Am XGT, GT, and SGT races. And there's Stephen Hammond coming from the back all the way up to, I'm not sure the position, but he seems to be about midway through. It looks like he's 18th at the start-finish. He's probably 15th or 16th now as they come around the toe of the boot.
Perfect conditions for racing, Ben, and as the field spreads out, obviously we will see them catch up to some of the slightly slower cars as the race goes on, but there are different, classes and different championships going on, so that won't be a surprise.
So it looks like Lucas Pank has dropped back behind Reg Williams. So David Tuwati and Reg Williams got it back. Now Jimmy Adams trying to make a pass. There's Bob Wyson and Blazard still as they come into WeatherTech Raceway, turn 9. Sorry, WeatherTech, turn 9. Look at this racing. This is some fantastic racing we've got out there, Jonathan. Yeah, coming into Mission Foods, turn 1. There's Jody Miller, followed by Jimmy Adams. This looks like the battle out there, but we've got Tom Pank in first. Reg Williams in second, I think, is what I was showing. Did he get by him? No, there's Mark Matisse. So it's Tom Pank, Mark Matisse, David Tuwati, Reg Williams, and then there's Lucas Pank.
He's in 5th place, yeah. Jody Miller behind him. Thomas Ballister in 9th position, and Robert Wyson in 10th.
That's not right, though. Yeah, that's what we're showing, but that's, I think Thomas Ballister would be in about 8th. There's Jody, Jimmy Adams, Bob Wyson, still the battle as we look further back. There's our first, well, Steve Hammond moving his way up. That is crazy. All right, we just got grid sheets for here for International GT. Somebody stopped there at the bus stop. I saw a green car. I'm not sure.
No buses coming, though.
In the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop as we ride on board here through the heel of the boot with Tom Pank in that Fixie Wheels camera car leading the way. Now, yesterday in race 1, Tom Pank was really frustrated. He thought he was being shown a black flag. He admittedly jumped the start. He came in under the black flag that wasn't for him, so he called it, he self-imposed the penalty for his admittedly jumping a start, came into the pits. talked to somebody at Black Flag, and then went back out and I think finished 6th or 7th overall, which was pretty amazing. As here we go, back to battle with Bob Wyson, who was in a great shootout for his championship just last year. These cars handle. If you're wondering, I don't believe Ken Fangler imposed an out of bounds for the drivers at turn 10 or turn 1, but he could correct me on that. Trans Am has no boundaries. SVRA is 4 wheels off, and you'll be penalized. But there's Bob Wyson coming in. So it's Tom Pank in first, Mark Matisse, followed by Reg Williams in third, David Tuati. And then my scoring is showing Steve Hammond, which is not correct. Trying to work this out here. Lucas Pank is 5th. Brady Bierman is 6th. Jody Miller 7th. Jimmy Adams 8th. Thomas Ballister 9th. Bob Wyson 10th. And that green car is cleared. There was a green car there just as we go. That's Steve Hammond there in that red car coming through with TLM. He has worked his way up through the field. And I'm looking for the Caymans as we're back on board. The soul of the boot here with Tom Pank. Look at how relaxed he looks. You can see the bottom right, foot on the gas, foot on the brake. Comes down to 66. There is that green car that we saw, obviously having some troubles.
Yeah, it looks like he's got an intermittent problem of getting the engine going because he just seems to sort of lurch forward and then slow down again. So obviously problems for him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's Christopher Lee, 2016 Porsche GT3 Cup car. And here's still the battle. Jimmy Adams, Jody Miller here as they come around WeatherTech turn 9. Jimmy Adams, of course, racing with Featherlight coaches as we see Chris Lee duck into the pits. Thank you, Chris. And Lucas Pank is having that battle right there. Lucas Pank, and I believe that's Tom Ballister. Look, he's trying to get in the draft. That's Brady Bierman in a 2016 Porsche GT3 Cup car and a 3.8 liter. Lucas Pank and Brady Bierman going at it. And there's Jimmy Adams, Jody Miller, Bob Wyson. Some great battles. This is the beauty of International GT is even a couple laps in, it spreads out, and there are great front battles, there are great mid-pack, there are great back-pack, then there's the Caymans. So it's just good racing throughout, which is making for some really fun viewing here for our scores of spectators all around the track, and beautiful weather as you can see here. Beautiful Seneca Lake area of what people call upstate New York, but we're in kind of southern New York. There's David Tuati, Reg Williams there. They've had some great battles throughout the season. I'm sure Stephen Hammond would like to catch up to David Tuati. And David Tuati and Nathan Bird had some great races. They were splitting the car yesterday. Nathan Bird put it at the top step yesterday. And there's Mark Matisse from Put-in-Bay. So now they're starting to catch up to the Caymans in the Stuttgart Cup. So now that they're getting up to lap traffic, you can see the marbles bouncing around the track and these great shots that green light's getting us here at Mission Foods Turn 1 at Watkins Glen.
And Ben, just for the audience that may not have seen an IGT race, explain the strategy of either having two drivers or when to make that pit stop.
Yeah, they want to make the pit stop, obviously, in double yellow because then they can they don't
lose
out
time.
So
yeah,
much. Yeah, because it's a mandatory 5 minute. But a lot of times it's just friends, or maybe they have a driving coach, like with Mark Matisse. Sometimes he'll have Aaron Quine or Mike Skeen racing with him.
Yeah,
like we saw at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. David Tuati, I think, has Nathan Bird. We've got Jody Miller and Pippa Mann, but we can see now here clearly with the Fixie Wheels camera that it looks like he's coming up on some of these Caymans. And this is not a great place to catch him. I think he's going to try to gap himself here and try to get him at the sole of the boot here. Let's see. Good. Every racer's told to hold their line. We saw also there the blue flag being waved by Watkins Glen, so thank you for those blue flags. Telling the drivers that you've got, there might be a car coming up to pass you. So we love the corner workers throwing out the blue flags. We love Tom Pank racing there cleanly, making sure he gets by. He's got a good gap, so he doesn't have to risk anything out here. But if you know anything about Tom Pank, you never know what's going to happen. Do you, Ken Fangler?
That's the absolute truth, Ben. We don't know what's going to happen, but just an excitable boy, as they might say, but in a good way. A great enthusiastic competitor. Races here with his sons, and he's out front right now.
Yep. Yeah, no, we're not talking trash. I think Tom Pank, he loves to give it as much as he loves to take it and dish it out. So Tom Pank's a longtime friend of International GT and personal friend of mine. And it's an honor to have him out here with us, racing like he is in that Fixie Wheels camera car as he's navigating this Stuttgart Cup pretty evenly here.
Yeah, Tom will be the first to get out of the car and complain about slow traffic. And I go, Tom, isn't that what sports car racing is about? Being able to navigate the challenges and that's put in front of you. And he just smiles and walks away.
Sebastian Coppola there in that beautiful white Ferrari with the Maranello Cup, giving Tom Pank some room as they come around this carousel here. This is a difficult area, and now he also has to know that these cars are in their own race, so they might not be looking in their mirrors too much because this is a close race here in the Stuttgart Cup. And Ken, I can see your legs tightening and twitching over there as you're watching this.
Yeah, I'm seeing, some things being sorted out. We've got quite a bit of time to go, quite a bit of racing, but things are settling into a groove, and it will be about moving forward, playing the traffic, and also obviously the strategy of the pit. And, that always comes into play, it seems, in these enduros. Will there be a yellow, will there not? And we will see.
Yeah, so you're hearing the voice of Ken Fangler, president and owner of International GT, at this beautiful Community Beer Works International GT Enduro, as he's passing right here the Community Beer Works car. Ooh,
oh boy, yeah.
That was a little too close for comfort. That was about a beer can between them.
I think that was, cheers right there. Yes, it certainly was.
So explain the involvement here with Community Beer Works in this event.
Well, Tom Kopinski came to us about 3 weeks ago, and he knew he was going to be racing here with us. He runs in a number of series, and he said, gee, we'd like to be involved with sponsorship for this particular race. We're a Buffalo-based brewery, and we put it together. It's Chris Smith, his manager there at the brewery, got in touch with him, and they've been here all weekend. This is their first foray into this type of motorsports. They do some other local short track stuff. They do other sports. I think they're very involved with their very victorious Buffalo Bills this past Thursday. But first time, here at Sports Car Racing, and I think they're enjoying it. And we're enjoying the beer. That's the great part.
Yeah, the Community Beer Works and the Mission Chips, what better combination can you have than that? As we see now Mark Matisse and David Tuati and Reg Williams trying to work their way through, but this is where it gets a little bit, tense in my mind, because these Caymans are having their own race, like I said, and they're not so concerned about what's going on in their mirrors sometimes as they are what's happening with their own race in front of them. So it's up to the faster car to pick a good place to make the pass. That's what International GT is all about. It is up to the Mark Matisses, the David Tuatis, the Reg Williams to pick a good time to make a pass. We've got a long time left in this race, so make sure you're doing that to finish the race. You first have to make some good, clean passes on these cars.
Look at that crowd there. Wow, amazing how many people showed up here at Watkins Glen for this Speed Tour event.
Yeah, it's so much fun to see. And I tell you what, crowd, if you're watching this on Speed Tour TV, the drivers notice it. You don't think they can hear you, but they can hear you. So make sure you're loud out there, you're waving your flags and telling them you're rooting them on, because they love it. These drivers, a lot of the places we go to don't have this kind of crowd, so they love coming out here and feeling like they're Mario Andretti for an afternoon. Maybe in International GT's case, they feel like Derek Bell for an afternoon.
There we go. Yes, our brand ambassador and good friend.
Now that's David Tuwadi. Something I love about International GT is I think you kind of put fun first as the priority. Let's have fun first, and then let's be safe and some good, clean racing kind of second. And David Tuwadi, who's usually having a great time, gets up on the podium yesterday. First time I've ever heard a driver completely blame themselves for their performance, and I love that.
Yeah, he was not on his game yesterday as he watched him, in the 8th or 9th positions in yesterday's races, which is kind of unlike him, certainly. And so he was not happy with his own performance.
Now, I don't know how to say Rick's last name there. That's Rick Iorio?
Yeah, that's what I'll go with that.
Porsche GT3 Cup that he just passed there, Tom Pank. And then that's the 47 there of Albert Lukasik, the 2015 Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Yep, that's correct. Yep. Here with his wife.
Oh, yeah, his wife Judith is out there racing too. We talked to her earlier on the grid. So Fixie Wheels just came on board with you here at Sebring this year. And what a great partner to have a great wheel company like Fixie Wheels, who has a long history in Porsche.
Yeah, Brant's here this weekend taking in the race. Matter of fact, he might join us here in the booth shortly. So great to have Brant here in the Fixie brand talking with his customers, which are our customers, and potential business to be done, and a great partnership.
So Tom Pank now looks like he's got a clear track in front of him as he hits his marks. We saw the other Hammond going through there into Mission Foods, turn 1. Oh, Mark Matisse coming into the pits. This might be one of our first front runners coming into the pits here. And you see his teammate there waving him, and Reg Williams, another one of our front runners. So we're going to see what happens here. Mark Matisse is kind of notorious for having some big pros coming in and driving. We see other teams telling their drivers to come in. So this is a big strategy as we see RS1 coming out here to change its brand new tires, brand new Pirelli P0s. And who do we have here in the booth with us? If you'll introduce yourself, you're with Fixie Wheels, is that correct?
My name is Brant Gladstone.
Let me get this a little closer to you. All right.
Thank you.
So welcome on board, Brent, with Fixie Wheels. I can't tell who that is getting in to the car there with Mark Matisse, but if I'm judging by the height, is that Skeen? So Mike Skeen gets out of the TA2 race car, starting in the back of the field, finishing in the top 8 and getting in. So look for Mark Matisse to come in as Lucas Pank drives around here. Now, when I think of Fixie Wheels, I think of those Porsche wheels. Seems like you guys were kind of famous for that. So did this International GT seem kind of like an easy fix or an easy fit for Fixie Wheels?
Oh, most definitely. When we reached out to Ken, he was totally tickled pink to have us as a sponsor. We've supported many race series throughout the world. International GT is just an envelope that we can definitely slide into. International and Trans Am as well.
Yeah, well, this is a good weekend to be here then as we look at them closing those really light doors on those Porsches. Yeah, that is Mike Skeen. You can see there on the helmet. So how cool is that? There's Kelly Heafy, his girlfriend there, and Mark Matisse and Mike Skeen. They've had a partnership for a while. They were with us at Daytona just this last, I think, December. And he raced Road Atlanta with us. But now we're in the Fixie Wheels camera car, Tom Pank. So walk us around here. What are you seeing here, Brent?
Well, he's certainly flat out. He takes no prisoners. He's a great guy in and out of the car. We spent a lot of time with him this weekend, and he's a joker. He's a complete race driver. He respects everybody inside and outside, regardless of who they are.
But loves to have fun. I got to throw some more shade at Tom Pank. If you ever hear a golf cart squealing its tires, that is Tom Pank coming up right behind you. He does it to me 10 times a weekend. Just scaring you to death, and then he's just giggling like an 8-year-old.
I had an introduction just like that the other night.
Yeah, that's kind of his trademark thing, and we hear it. Sometimes throughout the paddock we hear that, and we go, well, there's Tom Pank again. So here we're back on board in this Fixie Wheels camera car of Tom Pank, hitting his marks and going fast. 130 here he should hit before he almost 140 there as he comes into the heel of the booth.
Yeah, he's a killer when it comes to this car. He walked me through the whole chassis the other night, showed me all his his ins and outs of what he likes in terms of his seat. Oh, a little wiggle there. He's on the power early. He knows he wants to lay down a hot lap.
Coming around Franklin Road, turn 11 there. Tom Pank, our current leader here at the Community Beer Works International GT Enduro at Watkins Glen International. Beautiful car. I tell you what, those that lime green, that day glow green really shows up.
Yeah, unmistakable. Unmistakable. You know when he's coming up behind you or if he's in the field, regardless, he shows up.
Now I'm seeing some wiggling as he's on the gas and he's hard on the brake. So, you know, this is an endurance race. Look at, he looks relaxed though. You can see his hands here in the bottom right-hand corner. He looks relaxed, but there's been a couple times that we've seen him get a little bit loose in the rear end. We'll see as he gets hard on the brakes here coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop.
Yeah, he could be experiencing some hot track and hot tires at this point.
Everybody's coming in here.
Coming in, yeah.
Lucas Pank coming in. There's Stephen Hammond in that red car. So it looks like they've all abandoned the full course caution and they're all coming in. So we might see Pippa Mann get into the car as we see the Community Beer Works 520 car come in. So this is the big, I love this camera shot here. Thanks for staying on this because this is the big strategy. I'm not getting any alerts of a caution, but this has the looks of a caution with all these cars coming in at the same time.
They're probably all experiencing hot tires, hot track, and probably running out of water in the car.
Yeah, that is true. Look, we see water coming right here
exactly.
to Stephen Hammond, who I don't think is changing drivers in this race. But I do notice they're all coming in pointed
on
out.
an angle.
You know, they're not coming straight in. They're pointed out.
Yeah.
And here at Watkins Glen, it is a downhill pit lane. So if they can't get it started, sometimes they can bump start.
That's a good call.
We've got a car here off at the bus stop. We appreciate them pulling off there because we don't have to stop racing for where they pulled off there. They'll give a local yellow for about a lap just to alert people where they are as we get a thumbs up from Steve Hammond as he's getting some water. It doesn't look like they're in a hurry. No refueling. They're just checking the temperatures of the tires and they're checking the pressures.
I'd like to thank TLM. They've been hosting me this weekend. We're working with them, and we're excited to see how they operate. They're top notch. Those guys are a great group to hang out with.
Yeah, they bring the party wherever they go. That's one thing about Dave Tuwadi and his crew.
Yeah.
They bring that Miami flair, even up here in upstate New York.
Yeah. And it continues off track as well.
So we're seeing Mike Skinner there, just beyond Black Flag, getting into the Jimmy Adams Featherlight coach's car.
I just came off the pit, and it was getting really hot down there, so everybody's feeling it.
176 is James Hammond, Steve Hammond's dad, coming into the pits there. And so I wonder what Kurt's saying right now to Tom Pank, saying, I wonder if he's saying, hey, you want to come in? Oh, I'm hearing that the plot thickens. Ken Fengler's telling me in my ear that they have to come in at the 20-minute mark. So expect Tom Pank to duck into the pits here and see what happens. And now, if a caution comes out, that's really going to change the look of this race for Tom, as Mark Matisse and Reg Williams and Dave Tuwadi might try to catch up to him here. As look at all the teams waving him in. Says, yeah, he's got a pit here, doesn't he? There's Colin Cohen there, and that beautiful Maserati, Norwood Italia, Auto Italia Maserati coming in. Great shots here from Tony, the cameraman, as we see Colin Cohen stepping out. And this is why we do the 5-minute pit stops, ladies and gentlemen. We want to just have the drivers take their time, no hurry. So much safety involved here as we watch from the Fixie Wheels camera of Tom Pank coming in. We might be able to hear him here. Get ready for that bleep button. Looks like he's just a little cough. He doesn't seem to be heat on high at all. It looks like the race has come to him. He doesn't seem to be yelling at Kurt, his mechanic. So sounds like everything's good. There's Dave Tuwadi. He should be coming out, basically, from what I saw. So now he's out and should have a clear. No, but it looked like he ducked into the pits. I thought he had already pitted. He didn't pit? Okay, so he's the last car in, is what I'm hearing from Ken. I just heard Tom Pank say something's running a little hot That just might be the tires or the brakes. Doesn't look like he's in a hurry to do anything, so looks like all smooth sailing right there for Tom Pank. What do you see him, Brent?
Yeah, he had his arm up on the steering wheel like it was a Sunday drive for him, to be honest with you. Obviously, he's seeing stuff and feeling stuff in the car that we don't feel or see. But if he can continue moving forward and staying forward, he's probably going to pull out a checkered flag here.
Now, straight ahead, you see Alex Miller watching from his scooter, watching Tom Pank.
Yeah.
Alex Miller also knows Tom Pank's reputation, and he's kind of the overall director of this this whole event. But, you know, he also doesn't seem real panicked. I think he's just making sure we have rules that only certain crew members coming over at certain times. If they're going to refuel, they have to wear gloves and a helmet. If they're not going to refuel, they can come over just as is. So Alex is probably responsible for those as we watch Lucas Pank coming out. There's Steve Hammond.
You're probably going to see maybe some cars get heat soaked sitting for 5 minutes in this heat. They may or may not start again. They're probably going to have to get push started.
Explain heat soaked. I'm not
when a car's running hard and then it comes in and stops, you could get vapor lock in the fuel system. You could run into ignition issues, or any number of things. Could overheat even. So that's crucial for any car going forward.
Well, now that's good to hear. As an MG British car guy, I can put my car away running fantastic, go to start it again, and won't start for days.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about Porsches, though, is that you can beat on them all day, and you just start them and they go. Occasionally they won't, but it's usually no fault of the driver.
So I just heard reports from race control. Sounds like somebody came out of the pits way too quick. We do have a speed limit down there, but I did just hear from Skip. They don't have a gun, so we don't go off of the naked eye. We just go off of a gun. So we're going to see what happens here as we try to get our timing and scoring back up and working. But Brent, have you had a good weekend? Do you like being involved with this International GT?
Oh yeah, most definitely. We came out here letting Ken know that we were going to be a part of this, and he and Julie have been fantastic as well, allowing us to share their trailer and do some business as well. We're meeting with a lot of teams, discussing business going forward. We make wheels inside and outside the track. We can support your Honda Civic all the way to your C8 Corvette or your GT3 RS. We've really continued our storied tradition of supplying and supporting any form of racing and or customer base.
Now this is Steve Hammond. He flew in late. He's at chiropractic school and didn't get to do a lot of the testing and some of the qualifying. Has to start in the back of the field of some of these races, but usually one of our fastest racers. Gives Dave Tuati a run for his money. So now we're going to see how this thing shakes out with just a little over 16 minutes left as we see the clock ticking down at the top there. We see Tom Pank coming out. Tom looks relaxed. We do have a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit in pit lane. That's what we were talking about earlier with the gun. And there's his son, Lucas Pank, who has just really taken to this. Been really impressed with Lucas Pank over the last few years, and seems the addiction bug to racing really seems to have bitten him, and he has some of the greatest races. He had an unfortunate event here last year. The craziest thing, this is so Pank's. Right where he is, he ended up on his roof.
No.
And then the next day, I think he was back out there in the same car. Isn't that true, Ken? So that's so Pank of him to do that, as we see Tom Pank seems to be going slower than 40 miles an hour, but they have to hit that 5-minute mark at the end of the timing. So there's lots of strategy here, where Colin Cohen might have been upset because Colin Cohen might have timed it there a little bit better. Or actually, that'd be Chris Coffey in the car now, taking over in that beautiful
I met
Italia Maserati.
The young Pank the other night, and I didn't even realize he was his son. He looked so young.
Yeah. And Lucas would come to us right out of school. I think he's graduated college now, but he was coming from college a lot of the races in the past few years. Here they come around. Lucas Pank looks like he's on it.
Yeah, he's flying. He's curb hopping. He's power down. He's looking for another victim.
Now let me talk about the camaraderie here in not just International GT, but in the paddock. So we've seen Tom Pank come out in his Flying Lizard Audi R8s, and Danny Lowry yesterday in Trans Am running an XGT broke apart from his Audi R8. Came to Tom. Tom gave him the keys to his shop. Danny Lowry drove through the night to Maryland, took the parts off of Tom's shelf, came back, and now he's going to be able to race in the Trans Am series. So it's just kind of the camaraderie that we see throughout motorsports. Everybody, they want to race hard, and they don't give an inch on the track, but then we'll give them their B cars sometimes, or anything they can to help them stay on the track.
Yeah, I mean, you see that all the way down to go-karting. All, you know, the lowest and fastest, doesn't matter. Camaraderie, guys want to race. They want people on track, and it's disappointing to have that conversation why they're not on track. If the car's broken, everyone steps up. Everyone looks like they're prepared to help each other, and that's what I like about this series.
Back on it, Fixie Wheels camera car as he comes up to Mark Matisse. Unfortunately, we're not able to get good timing results up here right now, but I'd love to know where this is all shaken out, because this is where it all happens here. Right now, I'm showing Tom Pank in 4th place, Mark Matisse in 3rd, but for some reason it won't show me my 1st and 2nd place. So there is Mark Matisse there in the Put-in-Bay car.
Did we see Mark Pitt?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
We saw him, and that's actually not Mark Matisse. Sorry, that's Mike Skeen.
Oh.
TA2 champion from a few years ago. He's raced in everything with IMSA, NASCAR. One of the best, smoothest drivers I've ever seen, period. I watch his in-car from different series, and the guy just looks like he's out on a Sunday drive, but he's putting in the best time.
Well,
so,
it looks like Pank is chasing him down. We're going to see if he's actually going to catch him and pass him.
I don't know. That's going to be tough for Tom Pank. We saw a little bit of this at Road Atlanta. We saw Mike Skeen making up some time on Tom Pank. So we're going to see if Pank can get it. Or as Ken Fangler would say, we're going to see if Pank has anything left in the tank.
Well, he's hitting his marks, and you can tell maybe he's going to save those tires for the last 10 minutes. Both these cars look fantastic. When you walk through the pits and you see them on the, in their lying livery, they look fantastic.
Yeah, they always say smooth is fast.
Yeah.
And sometimes Mike Skeen, with any car that Mike Skeen is in, doesn't look like it's going that fast because it's so smooth. And then you look at your stopwatch and you're like, oh, well, he's half a second faster than anybody else on the track.
Yeah, let's see what he does here. If he holds up, or he's got to be patient through the S's here.
Yeah, and coming up against the different mixed group classes, but Mike Skeen has a ton of experience in mixed class racing. And see, there we saw just a little twitch there on the rear end of Tom Pank coming into these brake zones. It seems like anywhere that he's hard on the gas or hard on the brakes, the rear end's wanting to get out from under him a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. But there's Mike Skeen up against this little bit slower traffic.
Yeah.
But it's up to Mike Skeen, like we talked about, to make those passes. Yeah. The driver ahead is supposed to hold the line and not do anything out of the ordinary, and then the car behind is to make a safe pass.
Oh, 3rd gear.
Yeah.
He's holding it.
But I heard a little something in there.
Yeah, he might have been feathering the throttle there. He's trying not to burn up his tires. You can tell he wants to wait for the car to hook before he gets back on the power.
Watching his hand, he looks relaxed.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like, sometimes the driver will get a lot more up on the wheel if the car's getting away from him a little bit. So
we'll see how he does when he catches up to these slower cars.
Well, that's Reg. So he's racing Reg Williams.
Yeah.
They should be probably in the same timing and scoring. I can't see that, but I'm just guessing here. They're in a race. There's David Tuati. They're probably all within the same 20-second window of each other. Okay, so right now, and this could be wrong, I'm showing Mark Matisse and Mike Skeen in 1st. David Wildrick, well, no, that's all changed again. Mark Matisse, then Reg Williams, then Tom Pank, and David Tuati is what I saw there for a second. But
that's a good-looking car.
Yeah, David Tuati, you know, the flash is just as important as the racing for him. But does he have 2 sets of wheels on, or is that brake dust?
No, I think they're brake dust. Yeah, because you see the other side, the right side.
Good.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of brake dust on his rear left. So there is second place, Reg Williams, according to my timing and scoring. Tom Pank third, flashing his lights, and David Tuati fourth overall. We're going to see how this shakes out. And Ken, pardon my ignorance, but are Mike Skeen, Mark Matisse, Reg Williams, Tom Pank, are they all in the same class? But just like in any racing, there's lots of different goals for each driver. Sometimes it's the overall win, sometimes it's the class win, sometimes it's just a finish. And to have the greatest race with your buddy in 32nd place. And that's what I love about this kind of mixed class racing like this. And these campers here at Watkins Glen International are getting quite a show this weekend with full fields of cars. 52 cars took the green here in International GT, and just a lot of fun as they come into WeatherTech turn 9 here.
David's making moves. He's moving forward.
Yeah, you see that? Is that the wheel or is that the brake dust? I can't tell.
It might be brakes. It might be brakes because that one brake looks like it might be squeezing harder than the rest. Like I say, when these cars get hot, you never know what's going to change.
Yeah. Oh, Tom Long is in Reg Miller's car. He's hurt. Ken. And then there is the 54B. Is that Rob? That should be Rob Menta. We don't have a 54B. 546. We're going to call that Ricardo Stewart Milne, 2013 Porsche GT3 Cup. Tom Pank, hard on the curbs, Tom.
He's curb hopping.
He's trying to make some time up now.
He's straight lining that chicane, yeah. Oh, we got almost 7 minutes left. He's probably got another, 3 laps, realistically.
You can see there, that's a really difficult part of the track. A lot of people get it wrong there. It doesn't look it until you walk the track, but he was just very tightly hitting, or just slightly hitting the brakes, feathering the throttle, coming around that part of the boot. And we've seen a lot of people get it really wrong there. And if you get it really wrong there, it's kind of a weird camber to that turn. It's really a deceiving turn. It's why NASCAR isn't brave enough to run the boot.
Oh, this is an off-camber corner. This is a tough corner. You really have to wait for it.
Yeah, Dorsey Schrader took me around the track one time in my pickup truck and showed me the concrete gets really unlevel. There's a tunnel there, and when they poured it, there's a couple of bumps there that are just in the worst spots possible. And sure enough, that day in Trans Am, we had somebody get it really wrong there. It was because of those bumps. So you get all kinds of insight from the different drivers of things that they're looking out for. It's really fun to see. But there's Mark Matisse. Mike Skeen. I keep saying that. Mike Skeen, currently our leader according to timing and scoring here in this Enduro. And he seems to, I love the drivers when they wear white gloves. Mike Skeen, you got my memo on that. Thank you so much. White gloves really show what the hands are doing there.
Yeah.
And we can see him working the wheel. Tom Pank behind him, trying to close, but I think that's a tall order. 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see how he cuts through these back markers. Makes up a lot of time if he can. The car looks strong still. Can he make 2? Oh, he can make 2. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of the drivers, when they see Tom coming, they realize that they might have to move out of the way.
Yeah, I think it's a huge advantage for Lucas.
Yeah.
Because I think people might be like, I'm not even judging if that's Tom or Lucas. I'm just going to get over for him. So I'm hearing timing and scoring, making sure that everybody's made a pit stop. Janet Harhay, our queen of timing and scoring, talking to Skip down there on the grid, making sure everybody's legal. I love it. Twatty's kind of closed the gap on Tom Pank.
Yeah, I think Tom might have got held up a little bit through those back markers, and Twatty's making up the difference. You can see that's one of his cars, Twatty, right there.
Yeah, don't knock out your customer.
No,
Dave.
no, you got to be respectful. But it looks like the door should have been left open a little bit more for him. Here it goes.
There's one of our Maranello Cups, Sebastian Coppola there, and James is going to give him, but I think he's closed the gap a little bit more.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Tom.
I wonder if Pank's tires are going off a touch.
Ooh, and you can see he got a little front wheel slip there. Twatty did, had to kind of make a little overcorrection coming out of one. Excuse me, Mission Foods turn one.
I know that they made a lot of changes to that car overnight after the sprint race, race 2. And they made a lot of camber and or compression rebound changes just to get that front end to bite a little bit better. It looks like it is working now.
Another great blue flag from our Watkins Glen safety team and corner workers. Love seeing that when appropriate. A lot of drivers will complain when they don't see it. Did you see something there?
Left a lot of rubber going out of that corner, yeah.
3 minutes left in this Community Beer Works International GT Enduro here at Watkins Glen International.
Yeah, it's funny. Pank came up to me the other day and said, hey, I'm changing the sticker on the dash. What color do you want? I said, let's put a red one up there. Let's fix these colors. He was like, yeah, no problem. Plus the glare with the sunshine.
Yeah, looks good. Next time we need to reverse it so it's glared the right way, right? All right, well, there's Mike Skeen, I believe our current leader, followed by Reg Williams, followed by Tom Pank. Now, I'm having to go off of what my gut is saying, so I could be wrong here, but that's what I'm seeing with my naked eye because we're not getting the most reliable of our electronic scoring here. With 2 minutes left as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. There's one of those yellow Ferraris in the Maranello Cup, but from my naked eye, there's Mike Skeen.
Yeah, oh.
Look at Mike.
That's tight. That's tight. Looks like we're getting bunched up here near the last minute of racing. These guys are getting tired. They're getting hot. The cars are obviously showing their age as well during this race. You got to be mindful of everybody. You can't be late on the brakes and back into somebody.
And so, based on the time, Ken, if they come around and there's time left, they're going to get the white flag, correct? So we might have about a lap and a half left in this race here. And I think Mike Skeen, look at this great shot here as he comes around WeatherTech Turn 9 with those white gloves. Thank you, Kelly and Mike, for getting our memo on these white gloves. That really just shows us so much because you can see their hands moving.
Yeah.
Come around Franklin Road, turn 10 and 11.
That's a great corner to stand at and watch.
Yeah.
When they power out of there, you can really feel the back pressure coming out of the exhaust when they shift coming out of there. It moves your feet.
All right, white flag has been shown at the starter stand. We are looking at what I believe to be our current leader, Mark Matisse, and Mike Skeen, really showing us that driver skill and strategy really came in. They kind of came in first of the front runners and kind of set the tone for what all the other drivers had to do.
Yeah.
And again, we're seeing blue flags there from Watkins Glen. The safety crew is on it here. I really appreciate seeing that.
This is going to get pretty tight in the bus stop here.
There's Reg Williams, who I think
that was close.
is currently second place. in this race. And I think Tom Pank has really fallen way back. There he is, coming into view now in that day glow. And David Tuati's closed the gap. Let's see if Tuati can pull out a third overall. I don't think it's... Tom would have to really fall off for that to happen.
Yeah.
Ken, are you seeing anything different in the scoring than I'm reporting? Yeah. He says he thinks that we're about right. Can't get the official yet, but there he is. There's our current leader, as I see it, Mike Skeen.
Yeah, final lap.
Just a couple more turns left, and the car just looks smooth and planted. And if I were a team owner, Mike Skeen is so gentle on equipment, always finds a way to finish races. So there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Skeen, Mark Matisse showing us how it's done. That beautiful PutInBay.org car of Mark Matisse. Congratulations, Mark and his whole team coming up from Put-in-Bay, Ohio, showing us how it's done here at the Community Beer Works endurance race with International GT. There's the Fixie Wheels camera of Tom Pank. Tom Pank, you know, finishes on the podium overall, but I think he's going to be a little disappointed in himself. And I think, honestly, I don't know if it was he or Kurt might have gotten their strategy just a little bit wrong. And I think David Tuati's got the car feeling good again.
Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a podium position for both those guys.
Good finishes here as we finish up on that Fixie Wheels or uphill S's. One of my favorite parts of Watkins Glen. Usually that's a single file part of the track.
Yeah.
But Brent, so great to have you here in the booth with us. Bringing Fixie Wheels along. I know Ken, when he told me about it at Sebring, we were putting up the banners and everything at Winter Circle. Excited to have Fixie Wheels. It just seems to be such a great fit for International GT and this high group of Porsches, but like you said, you do not only race cars, not only Porsches, but you can do anything.
Yeah, we have a storied history with racing all the way back to, many wins at Daytona, wins at Le Mans, wins in international races all over the world. There's Tom giving everybody a thumbs up, waving at the fans. Yeah, Fixie's really, really proud to be a part of this organization.
Yeah. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was so much fun to watch. The Community Beer Works race here with International GT. Brent, thank you so much for coming on board with Fixie Wheels. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to commercial, but stay tuned. We've got some great racing here on SpeedTour TV.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber, feel the power.
right, so excited to be back. This is my favorite group. Historic Trans Am may be the crowd favorite. This is my favorite. We're going to start off here at the front end with Chris D'Amico and clear something up from last time. So this little arrow here is for his retard in advance of the distributor, and he even says he has to make these notes. He has a hard enough time getting around the track. He makes these little notes for himself. But we'll notice the top two may be fast because we have the top two best mustaches right here on the grid. Chris D'Amico always up front in our Group 5. This is a 1971 Malik 11B. We've got a lot of cars. If you don't know what a Malik is, don't worry. We've got more cars you've never heard of in this group. This car you should have. Now I'm going to show you some secrets here. You can see the Ragogo girls out here cheering on Doc Bundy. Another great mustache in the group. Check out their outfits. How cool is this? So I want to show you something here. He's got two buttons. One is for the radio, and one is a mister that mists water into his braking system to cool him off. He also goes, I think it's clutch, brake, gas. That's his pedal. He's got 4 pedals so that he can do left, right whenever he wants. He's a legend. Doc Bundy, he's been in motorsports for a long time. Surely you've heard of him. Out here in this beautiful Ragogo. Then we've got a Brabham. I think it's a BT8. I've never even heard of this next car. Daewoo MK2. How cool is that, ladies and gentlemen? Whenever they bring out cars we've never heard of, that's what makes this group 1, 3, 4, 5. Anton Julian, all the way from New Zealand in this beautiful Lotus Elan. Wait, we got to get a shot here, though. Look, there's Rob Dyson right there hanging out. He was talking to the drivers. Legend Rob Dyson out here enjoying the times. So cool. This Elva, beautiful. Number 70A, Elva MK6 prototype. Then we come to Randy, who is local here. This is his Group 4 E-Type Jaguar. He's got a Triumph TR3 finish just like this. He's got Group 6 cars finished just like this. Spec Racer Ford here of David, the number 25. Then we've got another Brabham. So just how cool is that? All these different manufacturers. This crazy Devon here. Devon was a, so what chassis is this car? What engine is this car running?
1960 Group 3 with a Porsche 356 engine.
So this is one of the Porsche Devons. These are famous. So it's a rear engine, Devon-bodied car, 356 engine. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you got to check this out. Tom Raganetti always brings out some fantastic cars. This Group 4 1956 Alfa Romeo Special. Look at that. If he didn't have these arm restraints, he could touch the ground in that car. Beautiful. Then we've got Lotus 7s. An actual Bob Sharp. This has been a race car his whole life. Beautiful car, prepared just as it would have been raced out here. Lots of fun. Then we've got David Nicholas, MGA. David Nicholas, front running MG, dude. Nice. Hawaii Dave, Honeybee Racing, out here in an MG, my favorite of the car marks. And then here we go with our Group 1s and 3s straight up. So Tony, as we walk up, I'm going to send it back to them because it's getting a little bit too loud. Can't wait to come up in the booth and cover this race with you, gentlemen. I'll send it to you.
So we're releasing cars for Group 1, 3, 4, and 5 Bravo. Beautiful cars out there, the English cars along with the Formula prototypes. Lotus 23Bs are usually the cars up front here, as we have Group 5 Bravo, Chris D'Amico, and that Malik, a beautiful car, the Sir Arthur Malik designed entry. About 80 of these were produced, with each one being an evolution of the next. We have Lotus 23B. Doc Bundy is out there in the Lotus 23B. Doc Bundy, who has 3 Bell Helmet Championships to his name.
Talking about original.
Yes, he is. And he has 24 Hours of Daytona win, 24 Hours of Le Mans win, and Al Holbert Porsche. And an accomplished driver, Bundy, who was going to be probably in the thick of the Vintage National Championship race last year, actually had a mechanical problem in the qualifying race, started in last and finished in third. We went by 26-something cars. Also out there is the Travis Engen. Yes, the very same Travis Engen that just won in a beautiful Audi. You'll hear Travis Engen's name
Talk
many
about
times.
a juxtaposition. I mean, that Audi once driven by Alan McNish to Le Mans and, of course, in IMSA, but an amazing machine down to this tiny little thing.
Yeah, you can imagine downforce, paddle shifters, all types of electronics, and now he's in a Lotus 23B.
That's nuts.
Made famous by Colin Chapman.
Yep.
In our Group 4 FIA racing. That Daewoo, I know Ben was talking about it. Daewoo, there were only 5 of these that were ever built. 4 of them are actually still remaining. This is an original car. This one is
where does it get its name, or where does it get its, I don't know, heritage?
Well, each one of them, Leo Cassigny designed this car, and they were just building them because they wanted to race them. But this one is called the Shrike Special. Each one of these cars has a particular name. This is a Shrike Special. And it's a very interesting kind of collaboration of different makes. It has a fiberglass body, has a Jaguar rear suspension, and underneath the hood is a Ford 437 Traco engine. And don't be surprised that this Daewoo gets up amongst the 23Bs. It was very quick in qualifying.
And sort of put some history perspective on this. These were what we call the giant killers, weren't they? These were cars that were small displacement, light, nimble, but able actually on their day to beat much more powerful cars that just weren't as nimble.
No. They were the, I guess what you might call in Britain or England, the saloon cars,
yeah.
which were very powerful, but they were a handful in the turns.
And they suited English roads perfectly because they haven't got any bigger.
But now, further back in the pack here, one of the better races might be the Group 1. Arnold Carbaugh, who won both races last year in a Lynx, I believe, is back there along with Nathan Ryder and a Mysterian. And we have some of the Mini Coopers you see coming through there. John Gorsline is out here. That is the famous John Gorsline, an honorary member of the Road Racing Drivers Club, and he has a scholarship for up-and-coming drivers, and that is how he got that honorary membership to the Road Racing Drivers Club.
I could see myself taking a day out in that number 56. That would be impressive.
But as we have had all weekend long, we have a great turnout here. Look at the number of cars here, 2x2 forming up. We may have a potential problem here, Jonathan. I heard something about a double yellow.
Another lap, yeah. I think they're going to do another lap. The light's still on.
Yes, it is. I believe it's been on driver's right between turns 3 and 4. I'm assuming it's just a mechanical problem because we were on the pace lap, but unfortunately that has happened between 3 and 4. They're going to get that car taken care of as quickly as possible. Look at the disparity in the pace car and the little Lotus 23B right behind it.
Yeah, and that's a Honda Civic.
Yeah.
That's kind of not a huge boat of a car, but it really, you can really tell. And then there's a Corvette back there with Bill Trefford behind the wheel that just looks huge compared to some of these. But let's run through the list here. Starting in first is Chris D'Amico. Unfortunately, Travis Engen is not able to make this grid. I saw his car being brought in on a rollback. I hope everything's okay with that. So Doc Bundy moves to second. We've got Joe Blacker in a 64 Brabham. Dennis Bigioni in a Daewoo. I've never even heard of that, which I love about this.
We were just talking about that one, yeah.
Anton Julian in a 65 Lotus. Joey Bajalad in an Elva. You guys haven't run through the grid yet, have you?
No.
Okay, good. Randy Williams out there in his E-Type Jaguar. David Bauman in that Spec Racer Ford. Dan Chapman in a Brabham BT8. Cliff Murray in a Devon Model D Porsche. I talked to him on the grid. That's that air-cooled 356 rear-engine Devon. Tom Raganetti. Those are pretty famous cars. Tom Raganetti in that Alfa Romeo Special. Beautiful car. And Raganetti brings out some cool cars everywhere he goes. Michael Khalil, 62 Lotus Super 7. Michael Unger in that Datsun 2000. I was talking about that Bob Sharp car. Bought right from the factory. Dave Nicholas in that MGA. Doug Sharipa in an MGB. Patrick Darrow in an MG Midget. Larry Smith is in that SVRA Blue MG Little People. Can we call them midgets? I don't know. It just seems wrong. John Fang in an Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. Andrew Moore in that MGB. Jesse Darrow, Triumph Spitfire, but it's not out there. The Louis is not out there. Bob Eagleson in an MGB GT, Bill Trefford in that Chevy Corvette Group 4, then Frank Morelli in that other Chevrolet Corvette. Beautiful cars. Bill Trefford's is black, Frank's is white. Richard Zipkowski, the R is silent, another MG midget, MG little people, sorry people. Alan Good, Triumph TR4A. Michael Zappa, that beautiful TVR Vixen. It's rare that we talk about TVRs in vintage racing, but right behind David Dart and an Austin Mini Cooper is another TVR Vixen driven by Mark Brown. Brian Sharano on a Triumph GT6, Ted Hershey in an MG Midget, Doug Faust, MG Midget, Peter Lambrinos in a Volvo 142E, Stephen Herschritt in an Austin Healey Sprite, Charles Kelly in a Mazda Miata. They're doing the full pace laps. I don't know if anything's changed. Lauren Fritz in that TR3, Jim Holliday in an MGA twin cam, people. Twin cam. I love MGA twin cams. Dan Reynolds, Volvo P1800, beautiful car. Did the downtown parade with us last night. Arnold Carbaugh Jr. in a Lynx B Formula V. Alan Kostic in an MGB GT. Joseph Puma in what I think might be a show-winning MG Midget. Beautiful British Racing Green Midget. Mark Pladsen in a Morgan 4.4. Timothy Scopes, Lotus 11. Anthony Hess, MGB. Stephen Kuhl, Lynx B. Richard Brown, Austin Mini. Michael Patton, MGB. Michael Silverman in my favorite car here this weekend, that MGA. Heather Richards, first time with us in SVRA as a driver. She's been here many times as a photographer, so welcome Heather Richards, MG Midget. Glenn Moore, MGTF. Dave Morgan, Austin Mini Cooper S. Dale Osterly and a Triumph Spitfire, and Peter Eustavinas in an MG Midget. 54 cars are about to take the green. What a beautiful sight. My favorite group. Look at that Lotus 11 right there. So cool. Now notice those right-hand drive minis. At Watkins Glen, a right-hand drive mini, or that right-hand drive Malik or Lotus 23. That should be a pretty big advantage with all these right-handers as they're showing the yellow, they're showing the yellow, they're showing the yellow, they're showing the yellow, they're showing the yellow. Let's see that. There goes the green. Woo! That was scary. Look at that late green, but that puts a lot of cars in the field. As we look at Doc Bundy coming out, but then that Malik's got a little bit of power on it, but Doc Bundy takes it, and Chris D'Amico then takes it right back as they go into Mission Foods turn 1. So Chris D'Amico puts the power down, and a little bit later on the brakes, the gentleman Doc Bundy gives it to him and lives to fight another day. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing that. Scott, what's your favorite in this group?
Oh, my favorite, probably the Dailu, just because it's such an original car. But I'm a big MG Midget fan. I raced one in F Production, so that's always my favorite cars. That Chris D'Amico pass, or actually preventing Doc Bundy from passing, that's what those cars were known for, was their handling.
But he's been passed back by Doc Bundy. We were pointing out that Doc Bundy's racing with 4 pedals in his car. He goes clutch, brake, gas, and he's got that little mister. He really knows how to drive cars. I'm sure your long history at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, you've seen him in just about everything. Oh, yeah, he's from Gainesville, Georgia. In fact, he won the first Deep Production National Championship for Porsche 924 back in the day. He also, in that same year, driving for Al Hobart Racing, won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in his class. So, yeah, he's a very accomplished driver. He's won the Endurance Challenge in the Lotus Esprit. And Doc Bundy, we were just talking before you came in, he has won 3 Bell Helmet Championships in this group 5 Bravo FM in that particular car, and had to start from the back of the pack in the Vintage Championship last year. Drove all the way up into 3rd, and had there been a couple more laps, he may have taken another Bell Helmet. Well, speaking of starting at the back, Peter Eustavinas, that we just saw passing Timothy Scopes in that Lotus 11, he had to start in the back, but he's always one of our fastest MG little people. And we're going to expect him to move his way up to the front, as now we've got, hold on, getting my piece of paper out here. Joe Blacker, I think, in that Brabham BT8. Yes, that's Blacker. And I've been pronouncing it wrong. It's Dailu, you say? I believe it's Dailu. All right. Sorry about that, people. Yes. See, I'm learning something new every day. I love it. And there's that Dailu there, that number 41. Beautiful car. And look at this, Blacker making a move on Doc Bundy coming in, and there's that Lotus Elan. Is he dragging something there on the bottom right? And the Alfa Romeo Special, our Spec Racer Ford. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you think modern racing, all the cars look the same, I can't tell Formula One cars apart. All the Indy cars look the same. NASCAR cars are they look better this year. I do like the look of them this year, but you can't say that about this group.
Not at all.
All of these cars are so different. We've got air-cooled rear-engine cars. We've got front-engine, front-wheel drive cars. We've got front-engine, rear-wheel drive cars. We've got a little bit of everything in this group.
Yeah, Peter Oostdevenis, that was very unusual. He started at the back of the pack because he was usually very quick. He won both of the rounds here last year in that MG Midget and is very high in the SVRA sprint points coming in. But Doc Bundy trying to catch up to and hold off the Malik there.
Well, Doc Bundy's leading over that Brabham of Joe Blacker. I'm sure you would know this. That looks like a USS RC car, or early Can-Am car. What would that have raced in?
Brabham BT8, most of these in the Group 5 Bravo FM, they are the Group 4 FIA cars. But that Brabham, I think it did race in the USRRC. It just recently bought, it was for sale for several months, Blacker just having bought this Brabham BT8. And that Daily, we covered it, but it has a Jaguar rear suspension in it and a Ford Traco 437 engine in it. There were only 5 of those made, 4 of them still are in existence, and that one called the Shrike Special. That Lotus that you were talking about, that's the Elva Mark 6 prototype you were talking about, that has an 1100cc Coventry Climax engine in it, and it was one of the first what you would call modern low type or low seating formula cars. Yeah, Bundy and Black are having a good race out there.
Yeah, great race. Doc Bundy's had some of the best races we have. I wish Travis Engen could be out here, but here's that beautiful Dailu, that number 41, Dennis Bigioni. I hope I'm saying your name right. That Group 4, 1962 Dailu MK2. Thank you so much for bringing that out. That is such a cool car. And speaking of that, of these, what did I say? There are 54 cars that took the start,
right.
21 different manufacturers in this race. And I'm not talking like MGA, MGB, MG Midget counts as 3. That only counts as 1. I'm only counting MG or Triumph. So different manufacturers here, because we've got TVR, we've got Lynx, we've got Mazda Miatas, 21 different manufacturers and 54 cars. There isn't another series out there that can boast those kind of numbers.
You were talking about the TVR Vixens. Again, it's very unusual to have one. We have 2 of them. One is the Vixen, one is the S2. The difference being the type of engine that was used in them, but those were hand-built cars. And the TVR, we always talk about the Morgan having the plywood. TVR, the very first original TVR did have a wooden frame as well. Then they switched to the steel frame, but they have the Ford engine in them. But they're hand-built, and that is very rare to have a hand-built car doing that well. But they were very, very fast for their day.
Oh, yeah, and you've got to look at the Zappa's preparation, the dots in that TVR. They're like Concours-winning show cars that are out there racing. If you get a chance, and that's the beautiful thing about these Speed Tour events, you get the chance to get up close, personal. A lot of these drivers will let you sit in the cars, and most of the teams, almost all of the teams, will let you come in, ask them questions, look under their tents. This is all inclusive, and every driver here wants people to know more about their cars, and that's what makes these events so cool. That's why we have so many people out here camping at beautiful Watkins Glen International for this Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. And thank you so much, Hilliard. I believe this is your 2nd year as coming on and the title sponsor of this, and what a great partnership it is with Hilliard. Now, what is this? This number 70, it was up front. I think that's the Elva. Let me look here. That's with that spec racer. That's Joey Bajalad and that Elva MK6 prototype.
Right.
And there's that spec racer 4. We got some rubber down there between 10 and 11. That looked like a big chunk of rubber. I hope that's not an important part. And it looked like an important part. It's very, very rare that much rubber is not needed. And you can see when these gentlemen are hard on their brakes, the cars are moving from left to right, and that's kind of some of the characteristics of these older brakes on these cars.
And this is one of the tracks that we visit. Road Atlanta, Road America are 2 as well. It has a lot of turns on it, but they are very flowing turns. This is a very fast track, so when you get to these braking zones, you really have to stand on those brakes. And these brakes are not the modern carbon fiber brakes that you're used to.
Yep.
You really have to stand on them. Some of them are disc brakes. They just are very, very difficult to get slowed down.
And we see there the number 26 out of his car and on the side of the road at Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers corner. I'm just trying to see who that is. Oh, Larry Smith. Oh, no, that's Larry Smith in the 67 MG Midget. I'm so not used to seeing Larry Smith in a blue midget. I'm used to his British Racing Green. There's that Volvo. And there's that early TR3. Look at that. And there's another Volvo P1800 racing with an MG Midget.
There was supposed to be a Marcos GT out here. And the Marcos GT had, when it first was done, had the Volvo P1800 engine in it. That Volvo there is a very, very, very good car to have. P1800. You're talking about the Corvettes earlier. I heard you down there on the grid. Bill Schwack and I believe Bill Trefford having Corvettes. They were named after a maneuverable warship called the Corvette. And so that was where that name came from.
I'm hearing reports of a black flag out on, I believe he said 1 Alpha. I hope it's not 41 Alpha. That's my favorite car out there. Look at this. E-Type from Randy Williams. Randy Williams in the 1966 Jaguar XKE or E-Type. He brings a few Group 6 cars that he races with us. He's got a car set up for an Enduro. They're all painted. He says they're not fast until they're painted British Racing green and yellow. And I think he's the owner of all the dandy convenience stores that you see all over this area. I stop at one on my way in, on my way out every time. And there she is. Check this out. There is Heather Richards, I think. And that, let me make sure this is her. Yeah, and that 50A. Heather Richards is in a 1968 MG Midget. So you can see the rookie stripes there. This is her first time racing with us. Doing a great job, Kevin Richards. Longtime friend of mine, a mechanic, and she's been here many years taking photos with us, but now she's in the car living the dream. So congratulations to Heather, Kevin Richards.
Yeah, that Jaguar XKE, that was a beautiful car when it was developed. It had a lot of innovations in it that were copied by a lot of different manufacturers, racket pinion steering being one of them, disc brakes. It was independent rear, front-end rear suspension, and the Jaguar very good in club racing. SCCA Bob Tullius driving in Jaguar won one of the C Production National Championships. That MG Midget has won over 20 F Production National Championships. And that was always my favorite. That was the class that I raced in an MG Midget in F Production in SCCA.
All right, so here we come. Last two turns. That Malik of Chris D'Amico got right up behind Blacker in that BT8 Brabham, and then you'll see Doc Bundy behind him. It looks like he's trying to get side by side coming into Franklin Road, turn 11. This is the last chance, D'Amico. Let's see who's got it here. He comes real wide. The others, Blacker's trying to block. This should be the checkered flag. Get it out, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. So close. Blacker, and then D'Amico followed by Bundy, and hopefully D'Amico gets up to him. And I hope that was a
friendly wave.
The nice finger. You never know with D'Amico. I love it. And that was a fun race as they're waving out to everybody. Chris D'Amico did our downtown parade with his wife, and he's done that for last several years. Hopefully he had a lot of fun doing that because he puts on a great show. I think last night he was in a Lotus 7, and now he's out here racing this Malik.
Did you see how wide he went outside? That car handled that car has the distinction of out-handling any car of its time, and he did that to Doc Bundy when he was able to keep him out of turn 1, Mission Foods turn in the lead, and he almost pulled off that second place position around the outside of Joe Blacker.
Yeah,
but there's no denying Doc Bundy, though. He gets in the lead, and you usually don't catch him.
Yeah, that might have. We thought that might have come down to some lap traffic, but no, that was really good.
A great disparity of cars, great racing here at Watkins Glen International. Congratulations to Doc Bundy. He made his return pretty much to full-time SVRA racing last year right here at Watkins Glen, so glad to have him back with us.
Well, beautiful views here high above Watkins Glen International. Look at that Mini Cooper. They're coming in to finish. See, as the other cars were on their cool-down lap, they're still racing. Great shots here. And here we are. So we've got Joe Blacker first in that Brabham BT8, followed by Chris D'Amico second, Doc Bundy in that Lotus 23B. That's top Group 5. First in Group 4 is Dennis Bigioni. Then Dan Chapman in Group 5. Then we've got Anton Julian first in Group 3 in that Lotus Elan. Joey Bajalad in the second in Group 4. Peter Lambrinos in that Volvo 142 is second in Group 3. David Bauman in Group 5. And then Cliff Murray is third in Group 3. That's our top 10 here in Group 1, 3, 4, 5B. That does it for that group here at Watkins Glen SpeedTour, but stay tuned. We've got some more great racing here, but please check out these commercials from our great marketing partners and sponsors.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
All right, look at that. Here we go, Group 9, and Watkins Glen brings out a large group of Group 9 cars. Group 9 is open wheel, wings and slicks, purposely built race cars, and there is that Judd-powered car right there. That is that's a 2007 Panos DP01. Now, Scott, you and I were talking, I can't remember which event it was, but where would that Panos, would that have raced in? Karts? Where would that have raced?
Yeah, that's an Indy car. It was raced in kart. Originally, it had a Cosworth 2.3-liter turbocharged engine in it, but the guy that bought it was kind of scared of the power because it did 0 to 60 in 2.2 seconds. So when he bought it, took it to England, he put a Judd V10 engine in it, so that's what it has now. But yeah, I would definitely race in kart.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're hearing the camera audio right now. Anything can happen on the grid at an SVRA event. We're looking at Ben Sinnott's Klein Tools Cool racing car there, but I love his helmet. Ben Sinnott, watch for him to move up. He's in a 1997 Lola T9720.
You know, there was.
You got to put your headphones on, Jonathan, because you're hearing some great audio happening right now. Somebody's mic is on, and when there's a hot mic, you never know what's going to happen.
This is true. At Stuart Crow's here, Vault RT40.
Yeah, Stuart Crow has been with us a lot this year. If you can hear us over this, that's you said a 1994 RT41, but he was all the way out with us on the West Coast, Laguna Seca and Sonoma, and now he's out here with us there. Let's see, which car are we here? That looks like Mark Giroux's helmet. That's the direct way, and that is Mark Giroux, 1997 Lola T97. Then that's Scott Dick in a 2005 Dallara Infinity. Obviously Dallara. Look, it says Scott Dixon, or did that say Scott Dick? I can't tell. Both of them drive Dallara, so it doesn't really matter. 2005 Infinity. That's the number 96 of Ted Zorbas in a Swift 016A, red and white. There's Travis Engen pulling down his Red Bull visor in that 2001 Lola T9720. Oh, the cars are leaving, Tony. Watch out, Tony. They're going to run you over, buddy. Hope you can hear me, Tony, the cameraman. They're leaving on us. Mark Sherwood, a Ralt RT41, followed by Nathan Bird, who has raced every single weekend this year except for 2 weekends. You heard me right. Every weekend this year except for 2 weekends in a 2008 Elan Mazda Pro. Charles Parsons in a 1976. This is where it gets interesting. We've got some Formula 5000s out there. Lola 332C. Andy Schaufelberger in a Swift 016 from 2006. Paul Subject, 1998. Star Cars Formula Mazda. Matt Clark in a 2012 Elan DP06. Rick Work in a 2017 Swift 016. Jim Stengel in a 1973 McRae GM1. Gordon Medinica, thank you. 1975, the year I was born, March 75B. Paul Dudiak in a 1969 McKee Formula 5000. John Miro in a 2014 Elan DP08. Sebastian Coppola, I think he heads up that Formula 5000 group, in a 1970 Lola T192. It was also an International GT and a white Ferrari. Thomas Simpson in 1972 McKee MK18. David Zavetsky, 1968 Legrand MK7A. Mark Green in a 1988 Ralt RT5, and unfortunately Philip Lewis said he wasn't going to make it, but I think I see him back there in that orange car. So maybe Philip Lewis, he's not on my grid sheet, but my naked eye says that's Philip Lewis in that orange car in the back in that Formula 5000. So that rounds it out. Scott, Formula 5000, kind of like Can-Am, just a class that shouldn't have been but was. Explain to everybody what Formula 5000 was.
Well, Formula 5000, as the name would suggest, 5-liter stock block engines, most of them Chevrolet, but it came about from Formula A and Formula B. Kind of combined that into the Formula 5000. They raced here in the United States. Brian Redmond, one of the champions, and usually one of the names that most recognized. In fact, one of his cars is in this field, the number 1, with Baraxo sponsorship on it, the Lola T332C, that he won one of the championships in. But they also raced in New Zealand and in
well, you can see Brian Redmond's car. It's a huge snorkel out there as they come to take the start. But, yeah, we're going to hear more about this. Don't worry. So who's going to take turn 1? Is it going to be Lewis Cooper Jr. in that Judd-powered car or Ben Sinnott? That Judd-powered car should just take off. It sounds like a Formula One car. Ben Sinnott there on the outside in the green car. And it looks like Mark Giroux made a pass there as Travis Engen goes around. It looks like everybody's safely through Mission Foods turn 1. And yes, the graphic is correct. Ben Sissel and Scott Conway. Scott Conway knows a lot more about these open wheel cars. So continue on with the Formula 5000.
Well, the Formula 5000, we have several of the original chassis out there. One of them is called Alita LT25. We also have a McRae out there. The McRae actually was the LT25 that was developed by the champion of that era, Graham McRae, who won the Formula 5000 series. He designed and developed and laid out the LT27 and the LT25 designed by Lynn Terry. LT27, which became the McRae, was finished up by Lynn Terry. But that is now a McRae. But the lead LT25, that is the first chassis that is out there, chassis 001. Also have a McKee Mark 18 out there and a Mark 12. Those were Formula 5000s as well.
Well, hold on, I got to interrupt because a lot has happened. Ben Sinnott, who's always one of our fastest drivers. Peter Krause, if you're watching, you should be really proud because your student, Ben Sinnott, has become the master and has passed Lewis Cooper Jr. And I think maybe something's going on with Lewis Cooper Jr. because that car should be heating up a little bit more. And then there's Mark Giroux, and he told me it's Giroux. It sounds like kangaroo, he says. Followed by Stuart Crow in that number 3. Now, Stuart Crow, he's had this car for quite a long time. He's raced it in a lot of different series, and he's still developing this car. That's one thing you should know about vintage racing. We don't ever stop developing our own cars. As Stuart Crow looks inside there, and there that should be Nathan. No, that's Bruce Hamilton in that 2001 Swift. Look for Bruce to move up. Bruce is always one of our fastest drivers. Races in all kinds of different series. Last time I saw Bruce, he was in LMP3.
Yeah, Lola T9720 that Ben Sinnott is driving, that was raced in the Indy Lights Series, has a Buick 4.3-liter engine in it, and Tony Kanaan, Helio Castroneves, and Cristiano D'Amata finished first, second, and third back in 1997 in the Indy Lights Series. Stuart Crow, a Ralt America factory driver, that is the original tub chassis, and he is still developing that car, but he won the Formula 2000 National Championship in it, also finished third in the Formula Atlantic Series, winning at Mid-Ohio, that his only win. But he was a Ralt America factory driver, and he developed that car back in the day, and as he says, he still is developing it.
Look at how Scott Dick is moving his head there in that number 2, moving it with the force of the car. A lot of G-forces, a lot of downforce on these open-wheel downforce wings and slicks cars, and you can see his head is taking a beating in there. Lots of G-forces. We go side by side into the toe of the boot. I think that's Giroux and Stuart Crow going side by side. And you don't see it really from this angle, beautiful angle from these drones, but that is a very cambered turn, but you're coming a lot more downhill than it's showing. So it's a very deceiving turn, and I can't tell if that's Giroux or Crow. It looks like Giroux getting up front in that direct way. That is Giroux in front of Crow, followed by Bruce Hamilton and Scott Dick. There's Travis Engen coming in his Indy Lights car. Travis Engen, I just really got to give it up for this man. One of my favorite people in the paddock. He has taught me so much about racing and vintage racing. He races in about 4 or 5 different classes a weekend, and just such a nice guy. Whenever I have questions about tracks or cars, I seem to always kind of go to Travis Engen because he always gives me a well-informed, honest answer.
One of the Formula 5000 cars that's more interesting here is the Legrand. You don't necessarily hear Legrand mentioned in Formula 5000 much, but that was designed and developed by Red Legrand in the very early days, back when it was called Formula A, before it actually became known as Formula 5000. And Legrand was a very simple, straightforward design. It was easy to work on, and it was very fast until the competition became more sophisticated. And when it did, Legrand decided to switch to the small bore sports racing cars that bear his name, the Legrand.
And then just behind Travis Engen, looks like somebody's trying to make a pass out here in what I'd call the DRS zone in this group. I'm waiting for those wings, and then that looks like that should be Nathan Bird. One of the coolest stories. Yes, it is. I spoke to him, and Dustin, his PR agent, texted me a lot during our broadcast that he started out the year trying to race every single weekend. I thought, there's no way you can't do that. There's not enough races. Turns out he's raced every single weekend but 2, and he wants to keep that as it's going because it just so happened there were no races 2 of those weekends. He would have still probably raced if he could have found somewhere to race. And just somebody trying to make it in professional motorsports. He won his International GT race this weekend. Always a great driver. Hasn't put a wheel wrong that I can remember this year. So if you're looking at some up-and-coming talent, look to Nathan Bird.
Yeah, he was at Road Atlanta way back when we were in the early part of the SpeedTour season and won the F4 category at Road Atlanta. So a very talented driver, and he was the first winner in the International GT feature race. He came from quite a ways back, and through attrition and also through his good driving, managed to win that first race in the International GT feature.
Now look at that. There's that Brian Redmond. And when Brian Redmond raced and everything, but for some reason when I think of Brian Redmond, that's the car. And that's just badassery on wheels. It's just way, way too much engine, not enough support, way too much downforce. It's like too much of everything good and not enough of everything bad. And it just made for a lethal combination in those Formula 5000s.
Yeah, that's chassis HU56, and it was driven by Brian Redmond. It was purchased right from the factory by Carl Haas, who he drove for, and Haas Racing, and Redmond winning many races in that particular car and won the championship in that particular car as well. I believe that is the one that was made into a Can-Am Profit, and then it was restored back to its original Paraxo #1 Brian Redmond Formula 5000 livery.
Now, I've talked to some IndyCar owners, and they come out to these races and look at these cars, and they're like, even before the Indy 500, their cars don't look as good as these cars. Something about the vintage drivers there, like Mark Sherwood in that 3A, they keep their cars looking so good because it's a point of pride for them. These are their babies. IndyCar drivers look at cars like tools, and our drivers look at these cars like it's their pride and joy.
Well, SVRA's motto is some people collect art, we race it. It's definitely art out there on the track, and these cars are priceless, they're collectibles, and they're out there racing them on the track where they should be.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this at home, go to SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us a comment. If we're getting it wrong here in the announcer's booth, tell us why, what you'd like to see more of, what you'd like to hear less of, and give us some of your knowledge. We've got some experts out there watching this, so tell us what you would like to see here, and we're going to monitor the comments. Tell us also where you're watching from.
There's a number 75 out there. That is a 1973 McRae GM1 that was designed and built by Graham McRae. This is chassis number 006, and it was built for the 72 Formula 5000 season. And a lot of these chassis are the original chassis that were raced back in the day. There's one out there that was what they believe was driven by Bernard Jourdain. Cars are beautiful, and they were so fast. They became the kind of basis for the Can-Am cars. They were basically Formula 5000 cars with Can-Am bodies on them, and a lot of these cars were developed into Can-Am cars and then again restored back to the Formula 5000, the liveries and the original engines and what have you that's in there.
That beautiful green car, that number 69 there in the front, that is Gordon Medekina. That's how you were saying it, right, Scott? Medenica.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a 1975 March 75. Beautiful car. And I think that's Philip Lewis there in the orange car. So, Philip and your crew, way to go. Get that on there. Philip always comes from almost the furthest away. He came this weekend from, I think he said, Bangkok. Sometimes he's come from Singapore. Sometimes he's come from Perth, Australia. We're Facebook friends, so he's a world traveler, always around the world doing business. So I'm sure he's had to remake several passports as much as he's traveling. And his crew guy drove like 3 hours to fix a part of his wheel. Then he gets back out there and he goes, sure enough, I break the transmission. So they had to work again to get it running, but he's running out there really fast. So Philip Lewis, man, keep at it.
The March 75B that you're talking about, that was known as the March 722 in Europe. And this particular car that Medenica is driving, that is believed, it hasn't been documented, but they're pretty sure that was the car driven by Gilles Villeneuve back in the Formula Atlantic days for Doug Sharson Racing. Doug Sharson was the great team owner for Gilles Villeneuve, and I believe later on Jacques Villeneuve as well, but definitely for Gilles. And that is the car that he drove, the great Formula One champion. And I was very privileged to see him at Road Atlanta, as Formula Atlantic used to be a support race, and they had great names in it like Howdy Holmes and Bill Brack, Jacques and Gilles Villeneuve. We were able to watch him at his best, and of course, he was a magnificent driver.
So we have a question here from Corey Bingham. Great question. So not the track, but the vintage equipment. Isn't there a worry about safety in these classics, or is there a speed limit? Not familiar with vintage racing. Well, first of all, welcome to vintage racing, the greatest, purest form of motorsports that I can think of. Yes, there is a huge worry about safety in vintage racing. No, there is no speed limit. And many times these drivers are going faster than they did back in the day because of better tire and shock technology. But we trust our drivers and the teams that take care of these cars to stress test the cars, to test the metal fatigue that's happening in some of these older cars like you're seeing there in that Formula 5000. And the preparation that these cars go under, and the teams and the rigorous everything that all these teams are putting into it, they stay together really well. And we have improved the safety equipment like roll bars and roll cages. There's fire suppression systems. They are wearing Hans devices, most of them. They are wearing hand restraints so their arms don't go out of the cars. But other than that, they are as they would have raced, with a little bit better shock technology, tire technology. And like I said, a lot of these drivers are still developing their cars, and they're going faster and faster each year.
Ben, I'd like to talk a little bit about the number 65, the Ralt RT5 Formula Super V, driven by Mark Green. More about the driver this time than the car. Mark Green was the Finger Lakes Region Formula Continental champion back in the day. In this particular vintage racing and racing in general, he was watching a Formula One race back in 1959. That's your program about Formula One in 1959, and he was interested in racing. Went to an SCCA autocross, then to a driver's school. Wound up being the New York Region Most Improved Driver of the Year and the Finger Lakes Region Formula Continental. And being that we're at Watkins Glen in the Finger Lakes region, shout out there to Mark Green.
I've had some questions about when's Group 10 and NASCAR coming out. They are next. The Group 10 and the NASCARs with front row Joe Nemechek on the front row. That's the very next race that we're going to get to. And did you say Super V?
Yes, Formula Super V.
Oh, man. Well, our friend Tom Freilich, who's always looking for another Super V to race with, isn't here this weekend. So, Tom, if you're watching from Key West, we're sorry you're not here, because you would have had a friend to race with. As we look there, Ben Sinnott has been passed by Lewis Cooper Jr. Ben Sinnott currently second overall, first in his class.
And you were talking about Ben Sinnott, that you thought something might have been wrong with the car because it wasn't right at the very first of the race at the front. But he is obviously had everything warmed up, and he is on rhythm, and he has taken the lead.
Now, what was that flashing on that board? It looked like they were flashing the white flag.
It might have been.
We can get a shot of the white flag station. We are running late, so they might be trying to take up some time. So we probably need to take the time boards off of the races, because we're going to be making up some time this weekend, or today at least. So we watch Ben Sinnott go up the uphill S's. And there's Lewis Cooper Jr., our current leader in that Judd-powered car. There's Ben Sinnott coming into view there as they come around Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's bus stop. If that white board was correct, we should be on our last lap, but I can't tell. I can't see if they're flying the white flag or not.
You can tell these are purpose-built
All right, I'm hearing
cars.
that's not the white flag. Sorry.
You can tell these are purpose-built cars. The way you just barely touch the steering wheel, and that car just goes right through. Unlike the Trans Am cars that we had earlier in the day, where you kind of slid them to where you wanted to go and then go in.
But now I'm seeing a graphic that this is the final lap, so I'm not sure who to believe. Lewis Cooper Jr. taking it on the outside. Call the boot, because it's a boot shape here. Now in the heel of the boot. Look at the people there on the inside of the heel of the boot. Great viewing there as they come into WeatherTech, turn 9. A very deceiving turn here as this turn 9. And then you come up so close to the banding on those tires. So we're not sure. He might be coming up to the checker flag here as he comes around Franklin Road Apparel, turn 10 and 11. And there's the checkered flag. Lewis Cooper Jr. takes the checkered flag in his Panos DP01. That is a beautiful car, and the sound is phenomenal.
Louis Skipper Jr., a great SCCA club racing veteran that usually runs in Formula Atlantic, so he has been here to Watkins Glen many times before in the Majors Championship that they run. He has track experience, and he loves that car. He's had it for many years.
Great views. I've got to give it up to the corner workers here at Watkins Glen. They're doing a great job of displaying the blue flags when they should. Always on point. Look at that thumbs up. If you've ever been interested in being a corner worker at these tracks and obviously having the best seat in the house like these gentlemen here do, going to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop, you can sign up. Go to the SCCA. They're always looking for new corner workers. We're always needing corner workers, and good corner workers are becoming more and more harder to find. So if you want the best seat in the house in racing, volunteer at your local SCCA, become a corner worker, and you will have an absolute blast. Some great overhead shots here from our Green Flight drone with green light. There's the toe of the boot. If you're unfamiliar, this is the part of the track that NASCAR's scared to run. NASCAR just isn't man enough to run this part of the track, but we are. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for Group 9. We will be back with Group 10 and our stock car group with Front Row Joe running up. And the vintage stock car NASCAR group, they do run the toe of the boot. So take that, NASCAR, and here's a word from our sponsors. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Front Row Joe Nemechek. This is our Group 10 and the stock car feature race. Front Row Joe up there, that is a 2006 Toyota Camry. He's building a plethora of different cars to run in the stock car group. One of our fastest growing groups here. That is Scott Hawley there in that 2000 Penske Dodge Miller Lite car. Who would that be? That'd be Rusty Wallace, right?
Wallace, yes.
Rusty Wallace car. Yeah, I need to make notes. That.
Yeah, we have both Rusty Wallace and Ryan Newman's car with their teammates in Dodge there.
Second here. That's the number 12, but the hood says that's Joseph Burke in that 2003 Dodge Charger. Then that should be Kurt Vogt there in that Ford Fusion. Kurt Vogt, let's see if we get a thumbs up from him. Come on, Kurt. The M&M's car, right? Oh, you're going to go away from him, huh? Not going to get that thumbs up. In that number 9 car, that's Stephen Keneally, the Dodge Intrepid 2002. Who would that be? Casey Kane?
No, that would be Bill Elliott.
Oh, the Bill Elliott, $1 million Bill Elliott.
That particular year,
How
Bill
could
Elliott,
I not know that?
Bill
Number
Elliott
9.
Jeremy Mayfield both were teammates for Ray Abraham for that year.
I should immediately be
fired.
fired.
I'm going to know that. I'm from Georgia, where Austin Bill's from.
Yeah, Austin Bill from Dawsonville. Look at this Toyota Camry there. That's the 46 of Donnie Strickland, 2013 Toyota Camry. Here's my favorite car. Check this out. The A.J. Foyt Copenhagen Oldsmobile of Mike Slutz. That is like a Concours winning show car there that Mike Slutz brings out. And, you know, paints it black. You're just asking for trouble. And his crew and Jim Barfield, they're constantly making that thing just look fantastic. So this is going to be really cool. It's NASCAR races here at Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago, right?
Right.
That whole Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, that unbelievable race. One of my favorite races that I've seen in a while here. And here we have stock cars from all different eras racing together. And then we've got some stock car legends like front row Joe Nemechek racing out there. Then after the stock car group, we go into 10 GT4 with Dylan McIvern is going to be racing a car that his dad raced in Grand Am in a 1994 Ford Mustang. As you see some of these Group 9 cars coming down here, some great shots. Look at all those beautiful banners of our sponsors and marketing partners and those flags. Some great cars. And now I'm confused. What number was Casey Kane? Was he 8th before Dale Earnhardt? I thought he was in a red Dodge like that, or was he?
Well,
or did he take over for Bill Elliott?
Kane was 9, but he took over for Bill Elliott. This particular year, Elliott and Jeremy Mayfield were the teammates for Ray Evernham, but Casey Kane came along after Bill Elliott.
See, Scott. If Scott wasn't here, I'd be getting all kinds of nasty comments here. And we are watching our YouTube channel, SpeedTour TV. Mike Skinner is actually here somewhere in the building. So Mike or Angie, if you're watching, come on up to the booth, man. 2nd floor, Media Center. Come call a NASCAR race.
Yeah, you have several of them out there. I'm assuming it's out there. I'm not quite sure, but you have the ex-Terry Labonte Kellogg's car out there, the number 5, driven by Larry Hoopaw. The Kurt Vogt car, the M&M's, co-driven by Elliott Sadler and David Gillen, I believe, back in the day. And of course, the 2 Dodges. That was 2003 was the first year that Penske had the Dodges. And it was Rusty Wallace and Ryan Newman that were the teammates. Ryan Newman finished 4th in the series in that year.
All right, so here's some of the feedback I'm getting on YouTube. I love this. I'm getting a lot of feedback bragging on Greenlight that they love the angles that we're showing, that the angles that Greenlight's showing is showing a lot more of the undulation of the track and the hills and everything like that. The commentators could be more level, it says. That's probably me shouting and Scott being a lot more professional, keeping his commentator voice going. So I apologize for me. That's probably my fault. So now we're going to do a split start here. As you can see, they're going to hold back these GT cars so we can really look at the stock cars. They're going to all be racing in the same group. So I'm going to go through the grid here. Joe Nemechek, front row Joe, 2006 Toyota Camry. Scott Hawley in that Rusty Wallace Penske Dodge. Joseph Burke in that Dodge Charger. Kurt Vogt, the Ford Fusion. Stephen Keneally in a 2002 Dodge Intrepid. Tim Rubright in a 1997 Ford Thunderbird. Donnie Strickland, in a 2013 Toyota Camry. Michael Slutz in my favorite car, the 1988 NASCAR Oldsmobile Cutlass. Larry Hoopaw. This is also a really cool car, the 2006 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Some people would say that's Terry Labonte's car. NASCAR people would say that's Terry Labonte's car.
Ex-Terry Labonte, yes.
Brian Pritchard in a 2015 NASCAR Toyota Camry. Carlos Gann, this is my close second favorite, 1987 Ford Thunderbird. I just love that era of NASCAR and stock cars. Scott Dolphy in a 2013 NASCAR Ford Fusion. And then Christopher Evans rounds out our stock cars in a 2005 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. And then we go to the split start. You're seeing there Brian Fassler in a 2017 Ford Mustang. Dylan McIvern in a 1994 Ford Mustang. Looks like Dylan Archer in that 2022 Ford Mustang. I don't see him out there, though. And then there's Scott Borchetta in the 2015 Ford Mustang. Doug Richmond in a 2008 Ford Falcon. Alan Cohen in a 2006 Mustang Port City Tube. Jeffrey Bernatovich in a 1990 Chevrolet Corvette. Dick Leuenberger in a Dodge Viper. Jen Krullen in a Chevrolet Impala. Ike Keeler Ford Mustang. Timothy Haynes in a 1979 Porsche 911. The lights are out. So here we go. We've got the stock car group, and then we've got the GT cars. I'm sorry, Jen, if I got your name wrong. I'm sure I did. But here we go. Let's see what kind of start. Hopefully they throw a late green as Joe Nemechek leads the field over Rusty Wallace, driven by Scott Hawley. Let's see what we got here. And they're on it. Green flag. They cross the start-finish line at the same time. Joe Nemechek just gets on it just a little bit more. Joe Nemechek into there. Joseph Burke side by side with Rusty Wallace of Scott Holloway, followed by Kurt Vogt. And there he goes. Rusty Wallace ducks behind the number 12 car.
That would have been his teammate back in the day, Ryan Newman. Larry Hoopaw driving the Terry Labonte Kellogg's car. They have the number 15, Carlos Scan, driving the ex-Ricky Rudd Ford Thunderbird. And then one of my all-time favorite drivers, Mark Martin. That is Tim Rubright's number 6, the red, white, and blue, which was, I believe, at the time sponsored by Valvoline for Jack Roush Racing.
So there goes front row Joe Nemechek, followed by Joseph Burke and that Ryan Newman Dodge Charger. Great information. It was fun to watch Ryan Newman in that SRX this year.
Oh, yes, it was. Ryan Newman's always been one of my favorite drivers, too, and I would always agree with him because have you ever seen him climb out of the car? He is huge.
Yeah, he's a big dude. He was with us in TA2 at Road America last year, and just what a nice guy.
Yes. Again, Stephen Kennelly in that ex-Bill Elliott Dodge Intrepid. Elliott driving for Ray Evernham. His teammate that year was Jeremy Mayfield. And, of course, we mentioned the ex-Gilliland and Elliott Sadler car. That's Kurt Vogt. Vogt with one of our favorite, one of our great manufacturers and great marks here this weekend is Ford. And Vogt owns Cobra Automotive, one of the best and most recognized restoration and maintenance places for Fords and for Cobras.
And the president of the Shelby Club.
Yes, indeed.
And out here running in that M&M's car. There's Scott Hawley there. SBC Wealth Management. That Miller Lite Rusty Wallace car. So this looks like just back in the day right here.
Yes,
I mean, this looks like, we're watching this era of NASCAR, except it's in high definition here at Watkins Glen International.
Now, one of the cars back in the other half of the split start that I'd like to kind of focus on is the Ford Falcon of Doug Richmond. Folks, that is not your father's Ford Falcon. That Ford Falcon is one of two built by Tommy Riggins. In fact, Dylan McIvern, who was out there, won a championship in a Ford Falcon built by Tommy Riggins. That particular car has reached 201 miles per hour on the Daytona Tri-Oval when Tommy Riggins was building it and was driving it. So that is a very, very fast Ford Falcon.
Bill Elliott coming around. Now Billy Elliott is usually there in the spotter stand watching his son racing in the number 9 car. How cool is that? And then followed by Mike Slutz is turning it up in that A.J. Foyt Copenhagen car. Get after it, Slutz. And look at this. If you're watching thinking NASCAR doesn't run this part of the track, you're right. NASCAR doesn't have the cojones to race this part of the track, but our NASCAR drivers do here in our stock car class of SVRA as we look at Joe Nemechek, followed by Joseph Burke, followed by Scott Hawley. So we could say Joe Nemechek. There's the Elliott Sadler car, as you were talking about. Rusty Wallace out there, Ryan Newman out there, Bill Elliott's car is out there. How cool is that?
We have the ex-Ricky Rudd Ford Thunderbird. That's the Carlos Gann number 15. And the ex-Mark Martin number 6 for
okay,
Tim
so now
Rubright.
our newer GT cars are starting to mix it up as I see Dylan McIvern and Brian Fassler in that 2017. And these are not equally yoked cars, ladies and gentlemen. Those GT cars with the wings and slicks are about 1,000 pounds lighter than these stock cars. They have that Dylan McIvern car has a similar engine, but quite a bit lighter. You can see there's smoke coming out of the back of one of those cars. That might have been Dylan's car. That's Dylan in that blue number 48. That 018 right there is Brian Fassler. Beautiful car. That will be in our all Mustang race too, and there's a lot of technology in that 2017 Ford Mustang.
Okay, you have the 5th generation and 6th generation Ford Mustangs out there. The 5th generation represented by the 2006 and the 6th generation by the 2015. Ford, one of our featured marks here this weekend, they were actually sometimes they were referred to as 64.5 Mustangs rather than 65 when they were first built, because they were actually rolled off the assembly line and sold to customers before the actual 65 year began.
Some of these GT cars now coming into the toe of the boot. This is where they're going to have the huge advantage, just on braking. They're quite a bit lighter, a lot more nimble than these stock cars. Dylan McIvern and Brian Fessler have that huge wing on the rear end, so they can put the grip down a little bit quicker than the cars with just the NASCAR plexiglass spoilers. Lexan spoilers, sorry, Jim Barfield. And there's Mike Slutz in that Copenhagen AJ Foyt car coming into the heel of the boot. That should be Donnie Strickland right behind him, but that is a beautiful car. I hope you get a chance to look at that car up close. So well prepared. And that is Donnie Strickland right behind him. Donnie Strickland in a 2013 Toyota Camry. Look at this race here between Mustangs. Totally different Mustangs running about the same lap times.
Yeah, that's rather incredible because there are different engines in those cars, different generations of development in those cars. The 2015 had a 5-liter engine in it. A Coyote 4.8 liter was also available for 435 horsepower. Fifth generation had a single overhead cam V6 4-liter in it, making about 300 horsepower. So rather incredible that they're running together and very close together. Joe Nemechek car that is out front and trying to pull away from the Rusty Wallace and Ryan Newman X cars. He has won 10 races so far this year. This car was sitting in the corner of the shop, and he kept looking at it, kept passing by it. He said, I think that'll make a pretty good race car. So he decided to dust it off and make it a vintage car. He has come out and has not lost since he's been out there in the stock cars. Now, he has been beaten overall, but not in the stock car division.
There is that Ford Falcon that you were talking about, one of the coolest cars out here.
Yes, and it gets a lot of, it's pretty much a fan favorite because, number one, you don't see Ford Falcons that much, and Ford Falcons were not thought of basically as a race car, but the Ford Falcon subcompact was actually what the Ford Mustang came out of. It was based off of the Ford Falcon platform. And again, Tommy Riggins took, again, that's a Ford Falcon body, but underneath it is all business. It's a tube chassis, and Riggins, an excellent stock car builder, excellent builder of automobiles, and he has that car, that one, and the one that Dylan McIvern drove. That was the number 60, I believe, that Dylan McIvern had, and he won the Eastern Conference of the SCCA GT1. And a driver that he beat several times, once at VIR, was somebody named Simon Gregg.
That's Alan Cohen in that 2006 Mustang Port City tube car there. And there's Scott Borchetta with his friend Mike Slutz. Mike Slutz is not going to like being passed by Borchetta. And then here comes that Falcon of Doug Richmond. GT1 car. We saw Thomas Merrill driving either that car or the other car at, what was it, Sonoma or Laguna Seca this year.
I believe it was the other car Merrill was driving, yes.
And then look at that, the front fender of the 46 is off there.
What else would you expect from a stock car?
Donnie Strickland, 2013. Toyota Camry, missing his front fender.
Look at the driving talent difference between Joe Nemechek. Those are basically within a year or so of the same Toyota Camrys, but yet Nemechek is way out front.
Yeah, at Indy, Scott Holly and I were talking. I was like, Joe, just for the show, can one time we do back row Joe Nemechek and just see if you can win the race from the back row? And you know what? Surprisingly, he looked at me and he said, I'm down for that. Yeah, let's do it. So we need to pick. What do you guys think? Leave some comments. Would you like to see, just for the fun of it, moving him to back row Joe and see if he can win? As Corey Bingham leaves a comment that Falcon looks insane. Yes, we are going to broadcast Group 11 tomorrow. And then Jenny is watching from Bangkok, looking for Philip Lewis, was in the last group. It's 3 a.m. over there as we look at Carlos Gann and that beautiful Ford. What was that, a Ford Falcon?
No, I guess
Ford
Thunderbird.
Yeah, Ford Thunderbird.
The ex-Ricky Rudd Ford Thunderbird back in the day. Carried Motorola sponsorship, and it is one of the great cars of the NASCAR stock car division.
You know, even the NASCAR drivers from that day sounded like NASCAR drivers, like Ricky Rudd, Dick Trickle, Rusty Wallace. You always had to say their name like you had some dip in your mouth, you know? Some Copenhagen, as it were, for Mike Slutz.
Yeah, that car, that Oldsmobile Cutlass NASCAR, it just looks like an A.J. Foyt car. It's big, it's brutish, and with that paint scheme on it, it's looking for trouble. And that pretty much sums up A.J. Foyt all the times that I've seen him drive.
That should be Brian Pritchard there. Or is that Nemechek? That's not Nemechek, is it? Because I don't see an A on there. There's Christopher Evans.
Chris Evans, a SCCA driver that came from the V8 Road Racing Series, which uses some of the older stock cars. That's one of the classes. They call it GTA, if I remember correctly, in the V8 Road Racing Series. And Christopher Evans also has driven with us in the Trans Am.
And there is Jen Kripata in a 1991 Chevrolet Impala. A little fun fact here about SVRA. Jesse, our registrar, and Josh, our website person, said that Chevrolet is misspelled more by our drivers than any other make. It has been spelled in registrations in the last 10 years. This is our 10-year anniversary. I think they said 46 different ways. So the drivers of our cars don't even know how to spell their own cars. That should be Ike Keeler in that TA2 Bud Moore-looking tribute car to that era of Parnelli, Jones, George Fulmer. For the just real brief time in Trans Am that they ran that instead of the school bus yellow Bud Moore cars in Trans Am. But a great tribute there. Great to have Ike Keeler out here with us with R&R.
And he'll be out there later in the historic Trans Am in a Mercury Cougar.
Well, Joe Nemechek is racing. All right, so we've got Tom Drum saying, I don't know why NASCAR insists on not running it in the Infinity race. Maybe he means Xfinity race, I'm not sure.
Xfinity, yes.
But yeah, I'd like to see that once. You know, like just last year, NASCAR went back to the carousel section of Sonoma. And then I guess they didn't like it because they're going back to the old configuration now.
Well, our Trans Am 2 cars are very close to the Xfinity in terms of weight and horsepower, and we seem to handle it very well.
Yeah.
Had a lot of fun with it.
And a little faster lap times as well.
Yes, indeed.
To throw more shade, I guess you could say. This might be my last broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been nice working with you, Ben.
Yeah. Trying to find the number on that car there, that white Camaro. He's not on my list. But that's that Protofab Wally Dallenbach Jr. Camaro out there. I'd like to know. And there's my favorite car right there. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. Timothy Haynes, 1979 Porsche 911 black. Look at the wing. He's got a wing for his wing on that car. And we're on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, here at Watkins Glen International for the SBC Wealth Management Stock Car Group and our Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix Group 10 with SVRA running at Watkins Glen. And whenever I post on social media our schedule for next year, I always ask people, like, what are their top 3 tracks? And rarely does Watkins Glen not make everybody's top 3 tracks. And there he goes, front row Joe, making the pass into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Carousel, coming into the boot for the final time today in our stock car class. Joe Nemechek showing why he's Joe Nemechek. You know, I was really disappointed that I didn't get to see him. He was supposed to run, 2 or 3 weekends ago with his son at, where was it, Daytona?
Daytona, yes.
And he didn't get to because of the rules and the weather. And I think, honestly, another thing NASCAR's scared of is letting Joe Nemechek run with him and blow away the field. So they didn't let him run this year. So maybe next year, Joe. But we love having you here. And from what I hear from him, he's coming back and bringing more weapons next year, which is just so cool. Because it's an honor to have these guys like Bill Elliott's joined us a few times, Joe Nemechek, Ray Evernham, these legends of the stock car world coming out here as he comes up WeatherTech turn 9 here, about to pass that Protofab, beautiful car, the Wally Dallenbach Jr. Greg Pickett car in Trans Am there. championship winning car. Joe Nemechek just checking up, making sure he doesn't do anything wrong, but this should bring us to the checkered flag. So there it is. Joe Nemechek wins another stock car NASCAR race. Watkins Glen International for the SBC Wealth Management stock car races. That is just beautiful, isn't it? That's Brian. Well, I don't know. I can't find out.
That'd be Joe Nemechek's 11th win this year.
11 wins. That is great.
And I believe 10 of them have been overall. I know at Road Atlanta, he had damaged the car in a qualifying session, and that was the only reason that he didn't win overall. It was finished second, but he did win the stock car division.
Nice. Look at that. So it should be followed by Joseph Burke. Looking for Scott Hawley to jump through here. Joseph Burke in that Ryan Newman car. I believe that was Scott Hawley back there in third. Hopefully we get the official standings as he jumps the curbs a little bit. Going back to some more finishes here. There's the Bill Elliott car coming into Mission Foods turn 1. .45 of Alan Cohen, 2006 Ford Mustang. We're going to have a lot of different Mustangs in this Mustang race tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. One of the featured marks, along with Bugatti. What a contrast, the Ford Mustang, the modern car, all the way back to the 30s, where the Bugattis founded in 1909.
I have a funny, for those in the know, Corey Bingham's secret entry in the NASCAR group is L.W. Wright driving the Camaro. I like that. That's good. All right, here are the results. Joe Nemechek first. Joseph Burke second by just a half a second. Brian Fassler and in third. Dylan McIvern comes all the way back even after the split start in fourth, first in his group. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Brian Fassler first in his group. So that was impressive by those two. Scott Hawley third in stock car. Kurt Vogt fourth in stock car. Doug Richmond third in GT4. Scott Borchetta fourth in GT4. Stephen Keneally, I believe, fifth in stock car, and Alan Cohen rounds out the top 10 GT4 and our stock car group. I have to rush down, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to rush down to the to do the awards ceremony. And Scott, we're going to take a break and go to our commercials as we see some great shots here. But let's hear from our marketing partners because I have to run down. We're going to go to a commercial break here as we get some great drone footage high above
SVRA
Watkins Glen.
action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Well, Scott Conway, this is a sight for sore eyes, isn't it? Yes. Bugattis in their finest, and a lot of them too.
Yeah, I think we have 16 Bugattis entered this weekend. We've had as many as 30 entered on one of the West Coast events that we had. But yeah, this is a beautiful, historic. What a contrast. We had the Trans Am contemporary cars out here earlier, and now we have cars. There's a couple of Bugattis, one that dates back to 1913, another that dates back to 1922. Most of these are in the mid-30s.
What I love when we get close up, and Tony Garcia, our cameraman, doing a great job, you start to see how motor racing developed and how cars developed. I mean, I'm looking at the chains on the outside. I'm looking at parts of the leather to get in and out. I'm looking at the dials. And you really are watching a stunning history of how the motor car and the race car came to be.
Yeah, Ettore Bugatti, the cars were known for their advanced engineering in the road-going cars, and of course they had great success in Grand Prix, early Grand Prix racing. In fact, they won the first Monaco Grand Prix back in 1929, I believe it was. But these advanced engineering, you'll hear us talk about supercharging. That was back in the 1930s. Bugatti had that. He wasn't a big fan of it, but decided he had to go that way with Grand Prix racing. You also hear about all aluminum engines. You'll hear about lower center of gravity. I mean, he really had advanced engineering in these cars. And the 1922 car out there actually has Ettore Bugatti's signature on the engine.
Wow. Here's the sort of technology I'm talking about. Look at the chains used to effectively pull the brakes.
Yep. Yeah, he was not a fan of hydraulics, so those cables were actually used to pull the brakes to stop the car. Can you imagine being in a Grand Prix race and having to pull that to stop the car?
Well, can you also imagine watching it snap?
Yes.
Also, early day mirrors. Yes. I remember it was, Ray Haroon at the first 500, yes. Or the first winning 500 that used mirrors. And that was a bit of an anomaly.
And the engines in these cars are stunning. We have a 3.3 liter single overhead camshaft, which was an Ettore Bugatti engineering design. Again, a lot of these things you hear us talk about are now in modern racing cars, or when racing cars that were developed way after the 1930s.
Beautiful sounds as well.
And the only two Le Mans series wins that they've had back in 1935 and 1937. And the Bugatti was wonderful advanced engineering. And these cars were very, very fast as well. Some of these engines produce like 260 horsepower, 290 horsepower. They even have a 3.3 liter, 2.3 liter, 1.6 liter. I mean, can you imagine being back in the 1920s, 1930s and having a car like this?
What I love is I was reading up on Bugatti last night, and of course the color blue for France. But interestingly enough, Volkswagen in more recent times took over the Bugatti name and managed to, basically bring it back to prominence with some kind of one-off cars. But to have that special name and carry it on, and also replicate, they built a factory not far from where these were originally built, and so somebody definitely had an eye to keep the history going.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, after the passing of his son in a testing accident, John, and then when Ettore passed away, there wasn't a successor. So this company actually started as an airplane parts manufacturer.
Yep.
They were going to try and get the airplanes for World War I. That didn't work out, so he went into racing. But when the company went into financial difficulty, it was actually purchased for its airplane parts manufacturing. Then when you said the Volkswagen took it over, I believe that was the Chiron that they that came out with. That was actually named after the driver back in the Bugatti days that had won more and been on more podiums than any other driver. And the Veyron, which was the most recent Bugatti, that was actually named for the driver that won in Le Mans. And they're getting rolling off the grid there. Again, these cars are historic. They're beautiful to watch. And I was fascinated the first time that I saw them go around the track here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I went back to the paddock, and there's some 20-plus cars. There's just one, maybe two left in the paddock, and I was asking the two guys looking after them, what the problem was, and they said, well, we've got a few things. We're just saving them until tomorrow. They're going to get another on tomorrow, and we'll have all of them out there. That's an amazing feat when you, like you say, you consider that some of these cars go back to 2013. Excuse me, 1913.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking here, I think that's a little more modern than I have down. Yeah, the 1930s were their heyday, so to speak. They actually were kind of the forerunners of the Grand Prix championship winners of the modern day.
Yeah.
But I'm just fascinated by the engineering prowess that Bugatti had. When they had a lighter engine, they have to make the car lighter. So what did they do? They drilled holes in the chassis just to be sure that the car would make weight, because they changed the regulations in Formula One at their time. But just to have the forethought to say, okay, we have a little bit lighter engine. If we put it a little bit lower in the chassis, that will lower the center of gravity. To me, it's just fascinating that, you know, back in the day that they would think of those things and be that far advanced to you know, have that as part of their design. Yeah, the number 57, that is a 1937 Type 57 Bugatti out there. Also have a 1933 Type 59. That was the last of the production race cars for the Bugatti. They had a couple of specialized cars, but that was the actual last production. And you'll notice sometimes when we kind of go back in the histories, the earlier cars, it'll say the number that were built. And then as they went on a little bit, the cars became such classics, and everybody wanted them, to hear us saying produced. Also have a 1935 Type 35 out there, 1927 Type 37, 1925 Type 30. Have the Type 22 out there. That is the one that has the engine that was actually signed by Ettore Bugatti. And as these cars became more and more popular, of course, more and more people wanted them. So some of the earlier models had somewhere between maybe 400 and 500 built. And then as you get into the production, it's more like about maybe 1,000 or so built. But all these are very rare and very classic cars. A lot of them from far away. They have several drivers that are from California, several from Arizona. And I believe we're coming up towards Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11 here, John.
Yes, and here we go to the start of this race, and hats off. I was at the Monaco Historique, as you mentioned, where Bugatti won the first ever Grand Prix there, and I don't think there was this many Bugattis at that event this year, so hats off to the organisers here in the United States, because that's quite a feat when you consider all of these were made in Europe, and they really have got the total history of motor racing here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, they won Le Mans 24 Hours twice, as we mentioned. They won the Targa Florio 5 consecutive years, and as the engine...
Which I find amazing when you think about it.
Yes, and that's a Targa Florio over the streets, a rally over, was it several thousand miles?
7,000 miles,
like?
yeah, that's ridiculous.
And
now, look at that, you've got a bent wheel, or under braking, the wheel really buckled. Pulling those levers, as we mentioned. But they're hustling them, aren't they?
Oh, yes. They actually race these cars. I mean, this is just like, you know, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association. They are actually racing these cars. They're throwing them around, and these cars, they don't have, you know, rack and pinion steering. They don't have the very precise steering. Kind of have to, well, I want to turn there, I better start here. That's their type steering.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, this truly is a wonderful look at these wonderful cars. We've got a nice little race on here between the 14.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to try and work at 37, I think it is.
37, I believe that is a Bugatti Type 37. Just trying to find that particular car. 14 is a Bugatti Type 59. This was the last production race car for Bugatti. It was built for the 1934 Formula One season. It used the Type 54 chassis with the engine. This is the one we were talking about that was placed a little bit lower for center of gravity, and this is the one that has the holes drilled in the chassis just to be sure that it was going to make weight, because they changed the regulations in Formula One.
There's the 32, 1931 Type 51. Charles Camille Jones at the wheel of that one. And there's your number 14. That's a 1967. Excuse me, not 67. What was that? That's the wrong list. That's Charles McCabe, excuse me, in the 1932 T59. as we take a look at the number 11. That's Nathaniel Green in a T35 Bugatti, that light blue. About the only thing modern are the helmets and the fire suits.
It was a Type 35 and a Type 35C. 50 of the Type 35C were built. They basically used the same body, but one had a 128 horsepower. That was the 35C, and it was the 1928 and 1930 French Grand Prix winner. They raced at Pau and also raced at Gertrude. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. Being so close to Canada.
Well, you got to say Pau.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
Pau. And I wonder, because Pau became famous as a street circuit, and I wonder whether it always was. It became, it became a famous street circuit for Formula 3, but maybe back in the day they actually ran it on the roads back then.
And I believe you mentioned the number 11. That is a Type 35. It was produced in 1925, and this is the most successful of the Bugatti models. And listen to this, John. It won over 1,000 races in its time. I don't even know if we have any cars today that could withstand 1,000 races, let alone win 1,000.
Yeah, I don't know many NASCARs that have done 1,000 races, let alone one of these great vintage cars.
Included in those 1,000 races was the 1926 Grand Prix Championship, and this is the car that won the Targa Florio one of the 5 years, which was from 1925 to 1929 that it won the Targa Florio. 96 of these were built, has a 90 horsepower 3-valve, 2-liter overhead cam, straight 8 engine. Now, some of this engineering you can't even find today, let alone back in that day. This is what fascinates me about these Bugattis, is the engineering and the engine prowess that are in them.
Now, the factory of the Bugatti company was actually founded in 1909 in the city of Molsheim in Alsace. So it was effectively originally a German manufacturer,
right.
and then that's why perhaps Volkswagen felt the need to kind of bring it back.
Well, the actual original factory was actually bombed during the
Yes,
World
right.
War II, and it was rebuilt, and they actually started producing the modern-day Bugattis in a factory near Molsheim. And that was the Alsace, what is now known as France.
Yep.
And it was funny because it was in Germany, it was in the Alsace region of France, but he was from Italy.
Yeah, Alsace-Lorraine, as it was known.
And Bugatti, unlike a lot of designers of the time, Bugatti designed these cars, but he actually had a hand in developing and actually building or producing these cars. And not a lot of designers were doing that at the time. They were designing cars possibly, but not actually having a hand in the actual cars themselves. And he always loved motor racing, and something that is true today, and something was true in the historic Trans Am days, that he was building these cars for road going, yes, but he was using racing as a basis for his engineering. He was using a basis for his development and to sell those road going cars. In fact, one of the famous road going cars is the Royale RP41. And it looks almost as big as some of the stretch limousines that you'll see on the street today.
Wow.
And had about as many luxurious appointments inside that Bugatti as you find in the stretch limousines these days.
Yeah, you were quite right. It was 1929, the Monaco Grand Prix, that Bugatti came to fame, effectively as a racing machine.
Right. And that's what they were known for. They were known for their engineering. They were known for their luxury, the road going. These cars had coil leaf springs. Again, in the 1920s and 30s, I just find this absolutely fascinating that these cars actually had a suspension. We did a race earlier this year where we had the Ford Model T.
Yep.
Ford Model T was basically a body on something that when you went over a bump, you felt all of it. These actually had suspensions to them.
Wow. So, McCabe, Baker, and Green, your top three at the moment. And, yeah, what you were saying about the two Le Mans wins, the one in 39, it was Pierre Viron who won. And then, therefore, that's where the Viron name comes in modern days, Bugatti, right?
Yes, it is. And the other one, which I'm going to let you pronounce it because you do a much more better job of that, that was the driver that had been on the podium more times than any other Bugatti driver. And they named that car the modern Chiron, I'm going to say, in honor of him.
Pierre Viron. Right.
See, I told you say much better than I
There
did.
you go. Well, when you're born in in England, and that's so close to France. You've got to get these things right, you see. And as you well know, as earlier in the day, Ben alluded to, we could almost say that it's a bit of a celebration of Queen Elizabeth's era.
Yes.
She was too, born in 1926, and over the years was a keen motor racing fan, and watched it all the time, often went to Aintree and many other races, and yes, she was a keen follower of this, so part of our celebration of her wonderful life, perhaps on display here today.
And we were watching the qualifying session on Thursday when these cars were out there during testing, and then they had their qualifying, and you're going to find remarkable that these times were in the 2 minute to 2:20 range. And again, that is quite fascinating by the cars. But again, these engines, they're 1.4 liters, 2.3, 3.3 being the Grand Prix racing engines that they used. But they were engineered so well that the weight was distributed well. Again, something that you find a lot in racing. The only thing that they didn't like was the cable pulling on the brakes. And hydraulics were back in the day, but he just did not subscribe to them.
Well, back in the 30s, Ettore Bugatti also got involved in the creation of racer aeroplanes.
Yes.
And so these bigger engines that you're talking about were obviously made steady and fast and also reliable from use of airplane engines. And, of course, in the early days of motor racing, manufacturing and technology from engines often came from the airplane.
The Number 3, that is the 1913. I think that is the oldest car that we have out there on track at the moment. That is the Type 22. It was introduced in 1910 with 435 of them built. It was the first Evolution and first Bugatti to have a 4-cylinder valve head engine in it. And again, can you imagine, this is 1913, and you already have 4-cylinder valves. And he went from there to single overhead valves, and of course he was the person that came up with the overhead camshaft.
Yeah, and you talk about their attention to detail and design. They were hand scraped to ensure that the surfaces were flat and that the gaskets were not required for sealing. It's pretty impressive.
Number 33 was just being shown on screen there, Jonathan. That's the 1927 Type 37. Only 290 of these were produced, and you notice now that we've gone from built, where they were actually hand-built, to produced because they've become so popular. That has a 1.5 liter engine. That was the normal engine that was in it, or a supercharged. That was the Type 37A, which was the racing model, and the Type 35 had a chassis relying on its lightweight development. And again, for racing, you look for where you can save weight savings wherever you can, because that less weight equals more speed. And the ways that he did this is rather remarkable too. Again, the engineering that are in these cars is just magnificent, and you need to come over here and take a look at these cars, fans, if you've not already seen them.
Yeah, and we should take our hat off to that design, because so much of what followed afterwards was sort of in line of keeping style, keeping design, and he was miles away. I mean, Bugatti were ahead of their time in many ways in making, he described the Bentleys that were around at the same time as fast lorries. So he was all about making it stylish, typical Italian, typical French, making it both, competitive but also stylish.
Yeah. And if you look at the road-going cars, obviously these that are out here now were the racing versions of the road-going cars. But if you look at the road-going cars, they are absolutely elegant.
Yeah.
They are definitely works of art. And they had so many things that, again, going back to the Model T, that was the basic transportation. These, you stepped in there and you knew you were in luxury. And that's what he wanted people to feel, was get in that car, feel like it's just not, you're driving to wherever. It's an experience to drive there, and you'll be happy to get there because you are just in such a well-made and well-built and well-engineered car.
Well, we're on the final lap here, coming up to the loop and the boot, as they call it, and it's still Baker McCabe and green as it has been throughout this race, and it looks like the number 32 of Baker will take the checkered flag. They'll be out again tomorrow. So if you enjoyed this, let your friends know on on our chat, and speedtour.tv. Tune in again, because they'll put on a show once again and put on a great race. Look at them sliding through there. Beautiful.
Another thing, just when you were talking about them coming through the loop, these had mesh gearboxes, not synchro mesh, but mesh gearboxes. Again, fascinating engineering, fascinating racing development in these cars.
Well, we've got a close finish, that's for sure. McCabe caught him up. Gap of 1 second. It's less than that now as they come out of the last corner to finish this wonderful Bugatti race. All Bugattis involved. And
look at this finish.
Yeah, it's a pretty darn close finish. There you go. But it is Baker that takes it.
Just barely.
Yeah, just barely.
And McCabe kept him honest those last couple of turns there. Coming out of WeatherTech turn 9, he suddenly caught him, and he almost was able to get by him, but not quite.
So who would make the tires for these cars, I wonder? Good question, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I know Bugatti like to keep everything in-house, so but obviously the tires would have to be imported from somewhere, but I'm not sure where.
Mm-hmm. Well, what a joy. Motor racing started here in 1948, but these cars even ellipse that, and that's pretty impressive. Well, he's got his spare. And that's what that leather is you see there. Most of them don't carry the spare, obviously. For now, it's a sort of an effect, but they've still got the leather where the spare tire would go. And I'm sure back in the day, you needed that spare tire just in case.
Yeah, it wasn't like you could call somebody to come get you and fix that tire, huh?
No.
Now I know that when we were. What was it that we were doing the Ford Model Ts and what have you? Was that out in California?
Yes, probably. Yeah, yes.
And
yes, I think so.
And I believe that for some reason, I have no idea how you did this, but somebody actually let you on one of those cars where you were a spotter or
yes,
whatever.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
Maybe you could get a ride in one of those Bugattis there.
I would happily take one. I tell you, I love the Ragtime boys that did that in California, and that's a great. Show if you ever get a chance to watch the Ragtime races, they're called. Look them up on the internet. And, yeah, they put on a wonderful show. Well, that concludes our Bugatti race. They'll be back out again tomorrow, and we'll take a short break here from the land of the Finger Lakes. Join us at Watkins Glen in a moment.
Performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
Look at this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the crowd favorite, historic Trans Am. One of my favorites, too, because working in the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli currently, me and Scott and Jonathan all do that, and this is the genesis. And this car right here had a lot to do with the careers of Roy Woods and Roger Penske. This is we'll call it the George Fulmer, but you would have seen Peter Revson, I believe Tony Adamowicz driving this. This is Ken Epsman, 1972 AMC Javelin. Before they went out, he told me a funny story that was a Penske Roy Woods Javelin. But if any of the Penskes went down, Penske had the right to go take that car and use it as a Penske car. And speaking of Penske, the car right behind this beautiful Javelin, look at this, Follow Me to Sears Point, Roy Woods. Now, These are the actual cars that raced in the Trans Am Series from 1966 to 1972. These are not reproductions. These are the cars. So that is a real Penske Mark Donohue Camaro there, driven by Bill Aukerland. So much history in this field, so much history in these cars. That's Jim Halsey there driving the Dan Fury 1974 Mustang Boss 302, and Fury still races with us in SVRA. Was with us last year at Mid-Ohio. Super cool. Then right behind him is Scott Joy, 23 years old, but has been driving for more than half of his life. His father, Mike Joy, who I consider, no offense, gentlemen, the best broadcaster in motorsports. I just always love Mike Joy, even the Mecum auctions, the stuff that he can pull out. But that's Scott Joy, 1970, of Walter Perkins Chevrolet Camaro. This is a very famous car, built by Herb Adams, driven by Bob Tullius. This car should not be a race car. I don't know who looked at this and said, let's make that a road racing car, but it was a great car, the 1964 Pontiac Tempest GTO. Then there's Ike Keeler in the Bill Pendleton Mercury Cougar. Ike Keeler, his father probably created that door handle right there. His father made all the hardware for Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln back in the day. Jim Haig, always one of our fastest drivers, in that Jim Whelan notchback. That's the car I'm used to seeing Mike Joy driving. There's Tony Pirella out there flexing for us. These are the cars that got him into the Trans Am Series. These cars would have been racing here when he saw the series in 1968, where he became addicted to Trans Am and now owns the Trans Am Series. Tom Forgione and that Steve Ross. Beautiful car. Look at this here. That's the Rick Jeffrey car, giving us thumbs up. He was who was in that Protofab car in our Group 10 race that we couldn't figure out the name. That's Rick Jeffrey there, giving us that one. Number one, look at the finish on these cars. A lot of them hand painted just like they were back in the day. A little salute there. I love it.
See a lot of them with the AS on the side. That was A Sedan. That's where the Trans Am Series came from. Yep. The SVRA Club Racing A Sedan.
He's too cool for school right there. I think that was Brian Farron. We saw John Romano, and here they're coming out, getting split. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on SpeedTour TV, we've got somebody tuning in from Austria. Well then, put another shrimp on the Barbie. That's from Dumb and Dumber. Get on SpeedTour TV, leave a call. At the end of the day, I'm getting a little bit hairy, but there he goes, the professional Mike Joy. And then this car right here, the 1968 Championship Donohue car, the car that really put Penske and Mark Donohue on the map in motorsports. They won 10 of 13 races. It's a miracle to finish 10 of 13 races. They won 10 of 13 races in there. There's the Jerry Thompson car right there of Mike Joy. Beautiful car.
That is the Owens Corning fiberglass team. We not very far from Corning. That car was put together by Spare Parts and the Chevrolet, Corvette, and Camaro Club Racing. Very successful Owens Corning glass fiberglass team.
Yeah, I always think of the Owens Corning cars as the Corvettes, but I guess predating that was the Mike Joy car here at Jerry Thompson.
Well, actually, it was the other way around. The Corvettes is the way that they got into Trans Am racing. They had the Club Racing Corvettes before they had this.
Okay.
But the car was delivered late. It was a body in white, and they just took parts whatever they could find from the Camaros and Corvettes that they had in their shop. But being that we're not very far from Corning, New York, just had to bring that up.
I love it. Check that out. We've got Croatia. Alan Batt watching here. This is so much fun. Group 6 is next. Margaret, I can't say your last name, Margaret, but Group 6 is next. So don't you worry. Stay tuned, because this is basically the real Group 6 here, but these cars are prepared exactly as they were 1966 to 1972. The actual cars that would have raced in the Trans Am Series. That's what makes them eligible. In fact, Jim Haig is racing a car that only competed in one Trans Am race, but because it did back in the day and is set up per the rules, he can race in that notchback Mustang. Now, they're taking the short course for the pace laps to cut time, but in the race, they are going to be taking the long course through the boot, and this is such a blast to watch. Bill Aukerland, Ken Epsman up front. Let's see what happens. Jim Halsey's always up there in the front. Scott Joy, I haven't watched him race in historic Trans Am, but everybody says a really good racer. You can remember a few years ago at Laguna Seca, Tommy Dreese won the race in Vic Elford's car. We just showed the Vic Elford winning race here in 1970 on the SVRA Facebook page. After this race, you can check that out, but a lot of these cars were in that race. As the lights go off in the pace car, we've got a Javelin versus a Camaro up front. Let's see what happens. I love how they bunch up their starts 2 by 2, take a late green. Historic Trans Am puts on such a fantastic race and makes such great noise right here when they hit the loud pedal. Green, 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 here we go. Drag race between Bill Aukerland and that Mark Donahue Camaro and Ken Epsman in that Roy Woods George Fulmer. Looks like Bill Aukerland takes a little bit of the advantage going into turn 1 as we look at Ike Keeler side by side with Hildebrandt. Still side by side. Look at this 2 by 2. We haven't seen this yet all weekend as they come up the uphill S's. How about that, Scott?
That was fascinating, and it's strange that we think of this as a George Fulmer car. Actually, Peter Revson was supposed to drive that car in 1971 at the last race of the season, but he had a scheduling conflict. So Fulmer climbed in, won the pole, won the race, and was signed for the next year. Wound up winning the championship with Roy Woods Racing, which became the factory team for Javelin. It was a 2-car team with Roy Woods and George Fulmer.
Look at that. Bill Aukerland takes the advantage going into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's bus stop turn. I wonder if Peter Revson's conflict was Formula One. Not sure, but here they come in. Down the carousel, you can really see the body roll of these cars. And like I said, no modern technology. These cars are set up as they were, so they roll and jive like they did back in the day. And they're still 2 by 2 as they come down here, about to enter what we call the laces of the boot. And Scott Joy keeping right up there with Jim Halsey just ahead of him and Hildebrandt just to the side of him. Oh, gentlemen, I don't suggest going 2 by 2 into the toe of the boot. Be careful. And that is a lot more cambered than the camera shows there, that turn, but still a very treacherous turn. As some of them are still 2 by 2 here at historic Trans Am at the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. How about that?
How about that? That Camaro is 330 horsepower. It is 430 horsepower, rather. 303 cubic inch engine in it. And it was the reason that the Boss 302 came about. They were worried about the short block Chevrolet Camaro engine at the end of the 1967 season when Camaro started to win. So they stole 2 engineers from General Motors. They went to work and produced the Ford Boss 302, named for the 302 cubic inch engine in it. And of course, they went on to win another championship in 1974. Did. These championships were kind of very evenly spread. Ford winning 3 manufacturer championships, 66, 67, and 70. And then it was American Motors that won with the Javelin in 71 and 72. And then Chevrolet Camaro, mostly with Mark Donahue and Roger Penske winning the other 2 of this particular era.
Well, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Right at the start-finish line, we had a pass for the lead. Kenny Epsman in that AMC Javelin that would have been a Revson, Fulmer, Adamowicz car from 1972, taking the lead over Bill Aukerland in that Donahue Camaro. And I didn't get a close look, but I think that's one of those famous Camaros with the fabric top. Is that right, Scott?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, what does that mean? I think Penske got away with a little bit there.
Well, you know, less weight is more speed. A lot of these cars were famous for being in the acid bath or acid dipping, as it was called back in the day. And of course, anything that Penske could get away with, he did. And Mark Donahue was his driver, so Penske was very, very good at the kind of bending the rules, so we say.
And that's dipping acid, not dropping acid. That would have been another thing that the people in this era would have done. As we look at Scott Joy, man, keeping at it. But that Hildebrandt car, that Pontiac Tempest GTO of Herb Adams and Bob Tulia, seriously, that looks like a mob car where they could put like 6 bodies in the trunk. Making that a race car, and then fast as it was, is just absolutely crazy to me.
Yeah, a daily driver made into a race car.
Yeah, because that's for getting groceries.
Yes. The Ike Keeler Ford Lincoln Mercury Cougar. Lincoln Mercury, the only time that it had factory backing was in the 67 season, and it lost the manufacturer's championship by 2 points. But this particular car was cut off the showroom floor, the manager was convinced by his engineer and salesman that they should take the car and make it a race car. So they did. What they didn't know was that the salesman had Carcraft engineering as part of his background.
Oh, wow.
And he had worked on the Carcraft engines along with Lee Dykstra. So they took this car. When Lincoln Mercury was getting towards the end of the season, they were worried about maybe losing the championship. So what they did was they secretly shipped the body and chassis over to the Lincoln Mercury dealership, which became a semi-factory effort for Lincoln Mercury. That car was used to hopefully help Lincoln Mercury win the championship, which unfortunately lost by only 2 points.
Wow. And was that the Dan Gurney, Parnelli Jones era of the Cougars?
Yeah, well, Budmore Engineering had the 3 factory Cougars, and that was what they were normally winning their points with, but they were concerned about the third car.
It's taking the lead, too. Ike Keeler in that Cougar, now taking the lead over Jim Haig. We've had a lot of changes happening here, followed by Dan Fury, Bill Ockerland, Hildebrandt. There's Ken Epsman there. A lot of changes here. That's what I love about historic Trans Am, staying so close together. But don't count out Ken Epsman. Ken Epsman seems to kind of fall back sometimes, waits for the car to come to him or maybe the tires, and then takes off like a rocket ship. There's the number 37 there of John Romano.
Yeah, 2 of the cars that I don't see out here, my favorite is the Dodge Challenger, and you could be able to see that, this lime green with a black hood, the Examposi factory Dodge. The other car that's not out here, that at least that I didn't see go by, was the number 1, and I bring that up because in 1966 was the first Trans-American Sedan Championship race, which is what it was known as back then. That number 1 Ford Mustang, which is here, was the first car ever entered in the first ever Trans Am race. That's why it has the number 1. It was issued that to signify that.
Well, that's the 1A. That's not it, right? You're talking about the silver one?
Yes.
And then also Ken Adams, the Reventlow Mustang, isn't entered in. So we're missing Richard Goldsmith and Ken Adams. The Dan Gurney Cougar is here on display, but not out there racing right now. But we got to get back to this race because it has really heated up. The scoreboard on your left can't even keep up with all of the changes that are happening. And it looks like I'm calling him Dan Fury, but Jim Halsey in the Dan Fury car maybe taking the lead as Ken Epsman moves up on Scott Joy. I can't even keep up, but these campers here to your right are having just a blast watching this. That orange Camaro there, I believe that's the Warren Agor car of Dennis Singleton. Agar, I believe, I'm not sure.
Agor.
Beautiful car up front. What's the pronunciation?
Warren Agor. That's one of the Ace Sedan cars that Warren Agor actually won the Ace Sedan National Championship with.
See, I love having all this knowledge right here, sitting right next to me. It's beautiful. Some great images. There's Mike Joy there in that Jerry Thompson Camaro. Look at these cars. Listen to that sound. There's the Warren Agar car. He did the downtown parade with us at Watkins Glen. You can see their hands moving. I just absolutely love how much they're having to fight each and every turn with these cars. Way too much power with very little handling and almost no brakes.
Yeah,
what could go wrong?
Yeah, no, what could go wrong? We were talking about on the BA over here at Watkins Glen. If you look inside these cars, these steering wheels are the size of some of today's tires. They're not the pristine and precise steering mechanisms. And you slide these cars to where you want them to turn. You don't actually turn them. And the gearboxes, you don't just generally paddle shift. You slam these gears in because that's what you had to do at the time.
Yep. And we had great shots there of the Mike Joy car. And it's so cool to have Mike Joy here joining us. Huge, he works in racing and then he spends his vacation out here racing. But one of the things that I got to say, sometimes you don't want to meet your heroes, but meeting Mike Joy has made me like Mike Joy even more. I mean, he is an absolute, pardon the term, joy to talk to. And we were talking earlier, in the trunk, he's got this one vent that comes out of the fuel cell, but then it comes out when 2 hoses. And I was asking him what that is, and he's like, you know what? I don't know what that is. And it's very tough to stump Mike Joy.
It is. Some of the historic years in Trans Am was 1968. That was the only year that the 12 hours of Sebring and the 24 hours of Daytona were included in the Trans Am Championship. Ben, can you imagine trying to wrestle these cars around for either 12 or 24 hours? had to be absolutely exhausted after that.
Yeah, if we went to our current Trans Am drivers now and said we're joining it, they would
maybe
revolt.
Throw things at you.
I mean, they would burn us down. Look at this. Ike Keeler going into the heel of the boot, followed by Hildebrandt, followed by Halsey, followed by Ken Epsman, then Bill Aukerland coming up right beside Ken Epsman. Two of the most historic cars out there right now. I love that Tom McIntyre is out there also in that 68 championship winning car. And then there's Jim Haig. So watch for Jim Haig and Bill Aukerland and Kenny Epsman. If they work together, they might be able to catch these top 2 or 3 here.
And again, we can't overemphasize enough. These are the original cars with the original parts in them. The only thing that is not necessarily original are the tires. The only reason that they have a spec tire is to kind of level the playing field because you have such a disparity in the years and the development of the cars. But other than that, these are the original cars. These are not replicas. These are not cars that have remanufactured parts. These are the original cars.
I really appreciate that Hildebrandt is wearing white gloves so we can see what his hands are doing as we see what I think is maybe the 6th lead change of this race. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Just like Trans Am back in the day, we have another lead change here at Watkins Glen International.
And those lead changes were very important back in the day. This was the original win on Sunday, sell on Monday concept. And if you want to race on Sunday, the showroom would have a picture of that race win up in the showroom display floor. And of course, if you won the Manufacturers Championship, you could tout that all year long. And that's why these manufacturers were so adamant and they recruited such great drivers, was because this was all about selling cars. This was all about using racing as a way to sell cars.
Just heard from our producers that up front, John Hildebrandt in the biggest car in the field is a second a lap faster than the rest of the field. How incredible is that? So Herb Adams must know something that I don't.
And again, that is a daily driver that was used to go and get groceries back and forth. And he looked at it and said, you know, I really want to go Trans Am racing, but I don't want to do any factory thing. I can't really afford a big car. And how about this car? And so, lo and behold, they developed it into a Trans Am car. And as you can see, it's very competitive. In fact, it won.
Oh, but they're catching them. Look at this. They're going almost three wide into the heel of the boot. I believe that's Bill Aukerland there.
Yes.
No, Bill's back there. Is that Haig? No, it's Ike Keeler.
Ike Keeler again.
Ike Keeler takes the lead. Then Halsey, then Aukerland, then Hildebrandt, Jim Haig, Ken Epsman side by side. Look at this. Another lead change here as we look at Bill Aukerland in that vinyl-topped Camaro, because I know that the tech guys leaned on it at one point and it just dipped in. The stories and the cheating that happened back in Trans Am in those days are absolutely legendary.
Yeah, that was on the Sam Posey Dodge Challenger that they had actually been able to get it through tech, and the tech official leaned on the top of the roof, and it caved in, almost caved in. It dimpled so badly that they didn't pass it. They had to go down to a downtown Dodge dealership, cut off a roof on one of the show models and put it on that car to get it to pass.
Side by side, Mustang and Cougar. Ooh, Ike Keeler kind of cutting off Halsey there. Way to go, Halsey, for seeing it happen. But Ike Keeler getting a little bit of aggressive. And there's Halsey in that Dan Fury car. Side by side, up the uphill S's. Mercury Cougar versus Ford Mustang, followed by that Donahue Penske Camaro, and then that Pontiac Tempest.
Just like back in the day, we have Mercury, a Ford Boss 302, and a Chevy Camaro. Manufacturers, these different ones up in the top. Halsey keeps showing the nose to Keeler, but Keeler just will not relent.
No, but Halsey's got it this time. Coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, it's Halsey, followed by that Mark Donahue, Bill Aukerland Camaro, really showing us how much lean he's got. I love those gold wheels on that Camaro.
And Keeler, who was leading at the line, I believe he now is, what, third?
And look at the angle of that rear wing there on that Boss 302. That's a big angle. Trying to get as much downforce as he can. Look at that. There's a little bit of side-by-side action happening in the back. So final lap here, half a lap left, and it looks like we've got, from my naked eye, Halsey, followed by Bill Aukerland, followed by Ike Keeler, followed by Ken Epsman, John Hildebrandt. I think that's Jim Haig there in that notchback Mustang. Can't really tell. But what another race here. Historic Trans Am seems to never disappoint at Watkins Glen International Raceway.
They put on a great show, and just like back in the day, different manufacturers up in the top five.
Yeah, we've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5.
Exactly.
We've got Ford, Chevy, Mercury, AMC, and Pontiac. There isn't any racing today, modern racing, where there's 5 different manufacturers racing in the top 5.
And just like back in 1970, that was the only year that all the factory cars were in. All the manufacturers had factory-backed efforts.
All right, here we go. Jim Halsey could take it here for Ford. We might be selling some more Mustangs on Monday, right?
That's exactly.
Jim Halsey, but no, Bill Ockerler's trying to come at him. Let's see. Checkered flag is out. Was it Ford or Chevy? I can't tell.
I'm not sure they know.
It looks like by .096, it looks like Halsey won.
Wow.
Jim Halsey won by .09. What is that? Is that
96 1,000ths of a second.
96 1,000. That's like now. It's like that quick. Unbelievable.
And you have to know that the closest race ever in Trans Am history was decided by 3 feet between Parnelli Jones and a similar Ford Boss 302, and I believe it was a Chevrolet Camaro that was second. They were separated by 3 feet after 4.5 hours of racing. So just like back in the day, a very, very close finish. Great driving.
Unbelievable. My heart is pounding as we show some results here. Unbelievable. Jim Halsey, Mr. Fury, I hope you're watching this. Jim Halsey doing your car proud, your history, because Fury's still an SVRA racer. Jim Halsey winning, as we said, by such a small margin, followed by Bill Ockerland in that Penske Camaro of Mark Donohue. Ike Keeler out there on the podium. Nice job, Ike Keeler, followed by John Hildebrandt, who had the fastest lap, I believe, and had the lead for a while, as Ken Epsman. Jim Haig is 6th, Tom Forgione in 7th, Jim Glass in 8th, Rick Jeffrey 9th, and John Romano round out our top 10. What a fantastic race. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out here with historic Trans Am. Awesome race. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen. I got to catch my breath. We're going to show to some of our commercials and marketing partners, but stay tuned for Group 6 and Group 12 here at Watkins Glen International.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're back here at Mission Foods Turn 1 here at Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Group 6 and 12A coming up next. And look at that right there is Scott Borchetta, I believe our 3-time Group 6 champion. You can see the number 1 there, racing in honor of Bobby Unser, his good friend. Scott had a really good showing today in TA2 as well, and in our Group 10 GT class. Then there is the Dr. Claire Schwindeman. This guy here, I actually had to kind of yell at him here at Watkins Glen a few years ago, and I don't yell at our drivers a lot, but he is, by nature, a neonatologist. He works on premature infant babies in the hospital, sometimes still in the womb, but he's under the car getting his hands all dirty and burnt. And I'm like, dude, those hands are way too valuable to be doing that.
That's one of my favorite names, Taco Lobster Racing, and this one, Prancing Moose Racing.
Prancing Moose.
Yes.
Do you guys have a grid sheet for this group? I don't see a grid sheet for Group 6. Jonathan says, hold on. I know that car. That is Mike Donohue. That was one of our V-Rock winners from years ago. co-driven by Matty Brabham, but that is a beautiful Chevrolet Corvette. Mike Donahue, this is all top of my head. Oh, here we go. Here's a grid sheet. Beautimous. Gary Moore.
Gary Moore right there in the Shelby GT350.
Yeah, we usually see him in that Mercury Cougar. I haven't seen him out here in a while on this. That is an actual GT350. Gary Moore from Pennsylvania, 1965 Shelby GT350. Gary, thank you for bringing that out here in the American racing colors of blue and white. Then we've got David Needell in a 1968 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Ray Zisa in that yellow Chevrolet Corvette there, you can see right by all of our banners. Stephen Coleman in a Group 6 Ford Boss 302 1960. Ellie Jones and George Fulmer. David Agritellis in a 1974 Porsche IROC RSR. Scott, I hope you have a lot of information about the IROCs from the RSR days here in a little bit.
I'm ready for you.
Art Habert in a 1967 Jaguar E-Type. Kyle August in a Ford Mustang. And again, if you're watching on SpeedTour TV YouTube, let us tell us what you're wanting to see here. You know, we didn't get to show Todd Treffert there in the front, but that is a 1974 Porsche 911 turbocharged Group 6 AP car. Jim Heck, 1964 Chevrolet Corvette. Brett Seafuse, 2005 Ford Mustang. Glenn Chaplin in a Ford Mustang Boss 302R. Daniel Schlickenmeyer, 2007 Ford Mustang. John McCormick, there he goes in that beautiful Ford Cobra. John Hammergren, BMW MT2 CSR from 2020. Bill Glavin, 2020 BMW M2 CSR. These two gentlemen think they have found the key to vintage racing. Automatic transmissions and air conditioning in these two cars. Craig Hillis, 1992 Porsche 968, very fast. Cliff Ryan, 1965 Ford Mustang. Randy Williams back with us in another E-Type from 1967. Francis Florido, 1986 Porsche 911. Rick Ortman out there in that 1988 Chevrolet Corvette. He is a Group 12 champion from years past. Keith Dunbar, 1971 Jaguar E-Type V12. Stephen Smith, Chevrolet Corvette. Chris Evans back out there with us in a 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. Larry Dupuis, I'm sorry, Larry. Dupuis? Okay, Larry Dupuis should be in a French Bugatti. 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. Thomas Lane in a 1995 Ford Mustang. Colby Hillman, 69 Chevrolet Corvette. Brian Watson in a 1986 Porsche 944. Richard Payne, Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. There's a joke in there somewhere, Richard. James Aquilano in a Shelby Cobra. Ronald Lombardo in a Ford Mustang. And then I flipped the page over. Emmanuel Morier in a 1965 Ford Mustang. Corey Barrick in a Ford Mustang. And Paul Fasella in a Ferrari 355 Challenge car. That rounds out the field.
This should be interesting. The battle, but most likely between Scott Borchetta, who has multiple wins here, as we have documented several times, had a 32-win race streak broken in Indianapolis later this year. But between the horsepower of the Corvettes and the handling of the Porsche 911, Todd Treffert, a very established driver, and that Porsche 911 Turbo, obviously the handling of the brakes will go the way of the Porsche. Horsepower going the way of the Chevrolet Corvettes. As I believe we're getting ready for the green flag here, Ben.
All right, look what happens here. Todd Treffert, Scott Borchetta. Todd Treffert is setting up this car to try to beat Scott Borchetta. Let's see if he can get that turbo spooled up to take the green flag. We're flashing yellow. It's going to be a late green. Watch the flag stand on the left. And he throws the flag out. Let's see what happens here. Lots of cars pulling out. Side by side is Scott Borchetta and Todd Treffert, followed by Claire Schwendeman and Mike Donahue.
Treffert
side by side into one.
Treffert has the line, though.
He does. Oh, and the Jaguar goes side by side with that Porsche. Jim Heck in that 64 Corvette. But let's see what's happening at the lead as we show green there. and the flag's not sure what's going to happen. See if Scott Borchetta can take the lead into Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers bus stop. What's happening up front? Oh, Todd Treffert's going to have him coming into Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers. That Porsche should be able to outhandle the Corvette, but the Corvette's going to have him on the long bits. Look at him just throwing it over there. Scott Borchetta not used to being in second place in Group 6 with SVRA. Let's see what they've got as they come around the last part of this Big Machine Vodka Spiked Cooler carousel. It's Todd Treffert in that 1974 Porsche 911. Porsche kind of came in to sports car racing as that American muscle car killer. And let's see what happens here as they come down to the toe of the boot.
This should be Chevrolet Corvette's territory on the long straightaways. Again, the horsepower of the Corvette, Borchetta, and his very accomplished driver. Todd Treffert is too. He has a lot of experience in Porsches of varying types and productions, but this long straightaway should play into Corvette's hand. But again, you're going to get towards the turn 10 and 11, the handling part, that's going to play into the hands of the Porsche.
But look at that. I was expecting Todd Treffert to really outbrake Scott Borchetta there, but it didn't really happen. Scott stayed right with him. It's really fun to watch from these drone shots because you can see where the Corvette's going to have the advantage and where the Porsches are going to have the advantage. But, man, here's two really good drivers and very different equipment running up front. And there's Claire Schwindeman right there in third, hanging on, Dr. Claire.
Now, it's interesting. Schwindeman usually by this time has dropped quite a ways back behind Borchetta, but here he's hanging right with him.
And there's Cord. I'm not going to be able to say his last name. I'm sorry, Cord. 2002 Chevrolet Z06. Now, this is Group 6 and Group 12. The more modern cars are Group 12, and the vintage cars, 1972 basically, or older, are the vintage cars, the Group 6 cars. But they're so equally matched and yoked, that's why they're on track together as we watch a modern Mustang. And look at that E-Type coming in here. Those Donovan E-Type Jaguars are just works of art.
They're beautiful. I was going to say the Jaguar might have the handling on them because that was one of the distinguishing features of the Jaguar E-Type, as it was known in England, or XKE here in the U.S. But it has a V12 engine in it, and you might see him actually challenge that more modern Mustang. Look at this race between Borchetta, the GT champion, Bell Helmet champion, and GT point leader. But he is not used to following a Porsche of all things.
And we saw Craig Hillis really moving up in that Porsche 968.
Yeah, that was the development of the Porsche 944, as the 924 developed into the 944, and then the 968 was the next evolution of that.
And the 968 kind of resembles the 928 to me in the front end. But look at this. Scott Borchetta somehow making it up in kind of the braking and turning areas, which shouldn't be happening in a Corvette. Now, this is, watch for him to kind of try to outbrake here with Treffert. But now when Treffert, you can see when he gets that turbo spooled up, he really gets after it. And once that turbo spooled up, they're probably pretty equally powered.
Yeah, but it takes a little bit of while for that Porsche to spool up that turbo, and all the time Borchetta has his foot planted firmly on the floor in that big 350 cubic inch Chevrolet Corvette. Looks like one of the older Chevrolet Corvettes there as the number 30.
So Todd Treffert's best time is a 2:02.751. Scott Borchetta's is a 2:03.976. But that's not right yet. They haven't crossed the line yet, so it hasn't regrouped. No, it's a 2:01.804. So Scott Borchetta now is a faster car than that Porsche of Todd Treffert. As we look there, Gary Moore versus Mike Donahue. These two have been racing against each other for quite a while.
Yeah, Gary Moore is in one of the Shelby GT350s that rolled off the assembly line at San Jose, California, and was shipped immediately to the Shelby factory, where they installed the factory racing equipment. It became a GT350R. It was designed specifically to win the SCCA B Production National Championship, and it did that. It won for 3 years in a row.
David Agratellis there in that 901 shop. Porsche IROC RSR. Brady builds some unbelievable Porsches there at the 901 shop. But tell us about the specialty with these Penske IROC cars.
Well, first of all, the 901.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag here. I'm not sure what the yellow flag is for. I hope that Ray Zisa sees it. They're through it, so I'm not sure what they're showing that yellow for, but I'm not sure if we just saw a pass under yellow or if they were through it and it was back to green flag race in there. I'm not hearing anything coming through the radio. Sorry about that. Let's go back to the IROCs.
The 911 RSR, actually that was developed as the 901, but Peugeot claimed rights to any 3-digit number that had a 0 in the middle. So Porsche used the next number up, which was a 1, became the 911. This RSR, the IROC series, was developed by Lynn Terry, Mike Phelps, and Roger Penske, and he contracted with Porsche for 15 identical 3-liter Porsche Carreras. When they came to the shop, they were painted in very bright colors because they wanted maximum TV exposure. This particular Porsche RSR, I believe, was driven by George Fulmer in the IROC series, and they were all about making these cars identical, and the drivers, when they showed up at the track, they never knew which car they were going to drive. What they did was they'd go up to a hat, and it had the numbers of the cars, and the drivers would pull out a number, and that's the car that they would drive. But the Porsche was the IROC car to have in the first 2 years, and then they switched to Chevrolet Camaros only because they felt that the TV audience in America would identify more with an American car, which was the Camaro. This Porsche RSR Carrera makes a lot of horsepower, and it is a very fast car in the hands of David Akratelis.
There's Ray Ziza there. Personally, you can hear him really laying down some rubber and squealing their tires here. Unbelievable as they come into Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11 down the front straight. Oh, and here's the leaders. Look at this, coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Todd Treffert still over Scott Borchetta, but Scott Borchetta is a very calculating driver. He's probably looking at where he's stronger, where Todd is stronger, and trying to put together a lap here.
Looked like he'd actually closed up on him when we first went into the camera angle, but then they went into that bus stop and that Porsche handling lengthened that lead out a bit. And Claire Schwindeman is hanging tough right there in 3rd overall. Both Borchetta and Schwindeman are in the same 6 GT class. Borchetta with a huge lead due to all of his wins this year. But Claire Schwindeman in 6 GT is hanging right with him in those 2 identical 69 Chevrolet Corvettes. The base engine was a 327, but they changed it in that 1969 year to a 350. Also, an all-aluminum ZL1 engine was available that produced 430 horsepower. But these have the 350 cubic inch engine in them.
I think Todd Treffert, when he watches back at this, is going to be surprised on how well Scott Borchetta's Corvette is braking coming into the heel of the boot there. My mind can't wrap around how well he's hitting on the brakes and staying up with that Porsche. Now let's see what happens when they get on the straight here.
I'm sure when he glances in the mirror, this is Treffert, that he's surprised that Borchetta is still there. Now they're going to come up on some traffic. That's going to play into this possible lead here for Treffert over Borchetta. Always important as to where you catch traffic. First car is usually always seen by the cars that you're overlapping. Second car sometimes not so much.
Just getting word from our producers that Scott Borchetta just put out the fastest lap. So this is going to go at it here. As the board is showing us, this is the final lap.
And it's been a horsepower versus handling, just as we previewed, Ben. The handling of the Porsche, along with their legendary brakes, against Borchetta. Look at Borchetta zeroing in on Treffert.
I think I just saw his blow-off valve release something out underneath the car there as he came into the braking zone. A little big spark maybe out of the valve and the turbo there. So they're both winding these things down, and Scott Borchetta does not like to come in second place.
He's a little bit too far behind to possibly make a move at the next turn.
But we've got lap traffic.
Yep.
It may be the worst spots. Oh, gentlemen, be careful.
And again, they're going to see Treffert. That's that white Porsche, and they usually see the first car, but Borchetta is going to have to be the one that's going to be really careful. He's going to be trying to catch Treffert, plus trying to plan his move in traffic.
Todd Treffert comes inside. Scott Borchetta takes the outside, weaves through the cars. They're in their own race. They were in their own race, looking at each other, had no idea these cars were coming up. Both gentlemen take a big risk. Scott Borchetta is getting the advantage on Treffert. Treffert had to go into the grass on the inside at the toe of the boot. Not recommended as they come into WeatherTech. Turn 9, and I think is that
a little bit more traffic in front of him.
They're behind John McCormick. He lets them go. He sees them. There's the BMWs. He's got his warning flashers on.
Weaving in and out
of traffic. They're seeing what's going on. I'm sure he's talking to the radios as they come into Franklin Road Apparel. Turn 10 and 11. It looks like Treffert's going to have it in that Harley-Davidson Porsche, number 41, 1974 911.
coming up to the checkered flag, and ladies and gentlemen, waving the Sunoco flag to Todd Treffert. Congratulations, Todd Treffert. Scott Borchetta, second place. That's the first time I think we've seen that this year, right? No, it's the first time we've seen him finish in second place. Yeah, wow. Todd Treffert really put together some fantastic laps there. Scott Borchetta, I raise my hat to you also, going through that lap traffic at the toe of the boot. Not ideal, but here we go back to Ron Zisa. Some fantastic images we're getting here from our green light crew. It's just racing throughout the field. Group 12, Group 6, there's that IROC RSR coming through.
Zisa using up all the track. He went all the way out, using all the way into the rumble strips, trying to carry as much momentum as he could through that turn. Zisa, the point leader in Group 12, and as you mentioned, I believe, Ben, multiple championships by Ray Zisa. That Porsche 911 IROC RSR coming through. There comes Ray Zisa in the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette. And trying to get by a Porsche, just like back in the days in Watkins Glen, Corvette versus Porsche. We had a fantastic race between Scott Borchetta and Todd Treffert. Treffert is an amazing driver. He sometimes does not get the recognition of some of the other drivers here in the vintage classes, but Treffert, who has a lot of different Porsches and races them in many series across the country, and he showed you why he is such a good driver. He had to drive the wheels off of that Porsche to keep Scott Borchetta right behind him.
Well, Ben's gone down to deal with the podium, and there's your check on the results for Group 6 and Group 12A. Treffert with a great win, a rare win over Scott Borchetta. Schwendemann in third place, Kerstadt Moore, Donahue, Cephus, Coleman, Agretilis, I think that's right.
Agretilis.
Thank you. And Zisa. But what about the day itself? Your thoughts, Scott, just summing up what has been a long day of great racing?
Oh, well, you know, historic Trans Am is my favorite. It's got to be, just because I grew up watching these cars. I grew up watching the original drivers, and to see these cars back in their original liveries and driven as hard as they could be. I mean, that was one of the best races that we have seen, I believe, all weekend so far.
Well, Scott Conway, thank you so much. My thanks also to Ben Sissel and to the entire Greenlight team. Well done to all our cameramen. You're doing a great job all day long, bringing you the action around the world of the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. We'll be back tomorrow from the Glen once again as we bring you more action from both Trans Am and the Speed Tour of SVRA. There'll also be the Bugattis in action as well. But the feature race, here's the TA, XGT, SGT and GT race. That's coming up local time at, let's see, 11:05 Eastern New York time. So put that in your diary and come and join us then. Once again, my thanks to everyone involved here. I'm Jonathan Green. Join us tomorrow for all the action.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.